Fire run against in T20. He doesn't play in this format. So it's a strong looking Hampshire side. Nick Gubbins as well, batting at 3. Vincent Dawson, we all know how good they are. Ben Brown as well, who is a brilliant cricketer. So it's going to be a tough ask.
The younger legs of Casey Aldridge can see him in Alfie Osborne, of course, and Jack Brookson's bowled 1 over 13 on Friday night. He's been away, and being a new father, he's been
A belated good morning, folks. Apologies for the loss of sound there, a slight technical hiccup up here at the Cooper Associates County Round, but we think we're back now and we're delighted to be with you. As you'll have seen, Somerset out in the middle batting. They've reached 9 without loss. Mohammed Abbas is taking the new ball for Hampshire from the river end. Keith Barker is operating from the Marcus Truscothic pavilion end. It's Tom Lammonby and Sean Dixon out there in the middle. There are 3 slips waiting. Edge, and that has gone through the wicket keeper there. It was a genuine edge. Ben Brown diving in front of Liam Dawson at slip. It's been given at run as runs. Potentially a chance gone begging there, Harry Everett.
Yes, just as we're back on with you, there's a chance, but no, Dixon and Lammonby have been fairly secure the opening overs here, getting through a tricky 4 overs from Abbas and Barker in overcast conditions with a new ball. The stuff of nightmares, really. So pretty good from Dixon and Lammonby to be unscathed so far, 13 for none. If you missed our preview and missed the lineups, do have a look on Twitter, but we'll try and fill you in between balls as to what's happening. This is Somerset, Hampshire in the county championship. Keith Barker and Abbas have bowled unchanged. Keith Barker is from the Truscothic pavilion end, left arm down below us, and he's got Sean Dixon in the sights. Wind ruffling his shirt, as you can see. A bit of wind through our effects mic as well. Nice single that from Sean Dixon, just blocking that into the gap between cover and ball. Nearly always a single there. That's what you coach the kids of the next generation. Where can you get a single and keep ticking the strike over? So Andy Umeed has come in, made his Somerset debut at Kent in September. A couple of hundreds against Middlesex, Radlett against Roland Jones, Tim Murtagh. He is probably going to bat 5 instead of TKC, we reckon. We're not sure, but opener by trade. Lammonby and Dixon will continue their opening partnership here. As a left-handed, Lammonby has 4 slips. Hampshire are unchanged from the last game. Ian Holland will be the 12th man. We reckon there's 4 of their players will probably play in Farnham's Day on Saturday. Joe Weatherly, James Vince, of course, Liam Dawson, and James Fuller.
The beauty of their side for them is that they're actually quite consistent. I think they only lose 14 players in the championship last year. And, you know, Barker, Abbott and Abbas, they don't play any T20 cricket, so they're fresh. They saved them for this format.
Yeah, Fuller and John Turner come in every now and again when needed, as is Ian Holland. That's kind of it really for the squad, isn't it? The quality outfit on the south coast, Hampshire. There's a little bit of rain around the country in the County Championship today, as well as raining at Sapphire Gardens, but a lot of the games have started on time. Surrey lost Burns early. Abbas still going to Tom Lammonby here. That is a good ball from Keith Barker, just outside the off stump from Tom Lammonby, playing a miss, almost trying to be positive here, almost a Marcus Truscothic play inside the line, but no bat on ball. And Seagull on the outfield, enjoying a bit of lush green grass down below us. Yeah, we can only apologise for the sound issues, but we're back on now, so do text your mates, tell them to turn the volume back up again. Bit shorter from Barker, good shot from Tom. We should be at least 2. Carl Abbott chasing that away. Not the quickest of chasers, Carl Abbott, but does ball in inside the Gimmer's Hill area, and he will tactically not launch the ball in, just to give a little shine.
Would you have batted first? You were Tom Abel, which you did do.
Yeah, I think it's the spin. I was listening to a lot of the test match commentary the last few days. I don't think this morning's toss decision was based on the first innings. I think it was based on what you want to do in the third and fourth, which could be seen as a brave call with the rain forecast the next few days. Because you're right, now you'd say this suits the bowler. Great cloud. Lovely shot down the ground. Great bit of fielding. Saved 3 runs. I think that probably would have gone for 4, even though it is quite a slow outfield this morning. I think, yeah, with Bess and Bashir, I guess if you bat first, you bat bowl, so you bowl in the 4th innings. I think that's the main decision-making process for Tom Abel.
End of the over then. 17 without loss after 5. Somerset making 4 changes, as Harry was saying, from that wonderful win over Nottinghamshire a week or so go Umeed, Best, Brooks and Ogborn in for Henry, Overton, Davey and TKC. Now, you know, Overton, his tendonitis, that needs to be managed. Lewis Gregory as well could have come back in for this one. Probably would have done had it not been for finals day. TKC, I don't think he's injured as such, but he had a bit of bruising on his hand. He's been wearing some strapping the last couple of weeks. He's moved from slip to mid-off, and they're just giving themselves the best possible chance as the Bass continues to Lammonby. Happy to leave that one alone to go through to Ben Brown behind the stumps. I think whatever happens on Saturday, you know, people will talk about it being, well, it looks good if Somerset win, but I think actually even if they don't win, I still think it's the right call. You've got to manage your resources. The schedule isn't their fault. Yep. They were scarred from Southport last year, where the bowler spent 4 days basically bowling at Keaton Jennings and not getting him out, and they were cooked come finals day. It's a big pressure. You know, you've got to have a lot of energy mentally and physically on a finals day. Cut away. Nice shot from Tom Lammonby. Joe Weatherly at backward point. Thought he was in. No chance of stopping it. It's a short boundary up there towards the Somerset stand, and Lammonby moves into double figures.
Yeah, rare short ball from Mohammed Abbas. You think how many times in Test cricket and Championship cricket have we seen the keeper stood up? Ben Brown's a very good gloveman. Probably won't need to yet, but he's not quick. He normally bowls that full line and length immaculately on the spot. So surprising to see him give a ball that short for Lammonby to effortlessly cut away, really.
Switches to around the wicket, which is a tactic we see so often to left-handers now. That's better from Abbas. Right back on his spot. And Lammonby just watchful. Chance for Lammonby. He probably won't play on Saturday. Sean Dixon. He started the T20 season in the side. Opened the batting. Was it against Essex? He got 30 odd when Tom Banton missed out. But then Sean Dixon came in and did really well. And actually, I'm pleased for Dixon because we know he struggled in the Championship to start with, and that's a bit of an understatement. He just got on a bad run, and sometimes you just need to come in and play a bit of T20 cricket, a bit of freedom, and find a little bit of form.
Yeah, and Sean Dixon was unlucky in the last T20 match, the quarter-final against Notts on Friday night, actually. Pitched outside leg stump. Imran Bazim, left arm spin. Was it Calvin Harrison? No, Calvin Harrison it was. Similar idea in that, you know, Imran Bazim's trying to turn it away from the right hand, as was Calvin Harrison's leg spin. But with the Sky cameras, you could have actually, you think of the umpire review, the third camera, we saw that big delay when Tom Banton went for the reverse sweep and gloved it behind. So you could say Dixon was a little bit unlucky.
Could have reviewed it there. There was DRS.
Yeah, exactly. It was. Tom Aver walked for his, but that was a bit more obvious. The caught behind.
Pushed, lovely shot from Tom Lammonby. No need to run for that. There is a man at mid-off, Kyle Abbott, quite wide. That went down the inside of him, and that was beautiful from Lammonby, who's starting to look in good touch.
Yeah, glorious shot. That's a shot of the morning so far, Tom Lammonby. Did play that one through mid-off in the last over, but good bit of fielding. That one straight down the ground for 4 towards the James Hildreth stand, and James Hildreth would be pretty proud of that shot.
Yeah, it was lovely. We all know the talent Tom Lammonby has. Burst onto the scene a couple of years ago now, 2020, in that Bob Willis Trophy. Abbott just gets moved slightly straighter by Mohammed Abbas. He's gone for 2 boundaries in the over already. Rare for him. Back on the spot there. So end the over, 25 without loss. Sam Dalling here alongside Harry Everett. We've got a commentary quartet as well today. Brilliant to see Stephen Lamb and Charlie Taylor in, and they're in the back of the box talking about their respective holidays. They're flying off for the sunshine on Thursday. It's a part-time life for those two, H.
Yeah, wow. No, we're delighted to be here. 4 days of a county championship game against Hampshire here with finals day on Saturday. It's, well, the difference is in format. We're going to see an early change in bowling here. Keith Parker's only bowled 3 overs. Well, we know Kyle Abbott is a quality new ball bowler, and I thought he might have taken the new ball, so it might be no disservice or no injury worry for Keith Parker. It's just get the quality opening bowler into the attack. We had him up here on comms, was it last season?
In the rain, yeah, he was brilliant, wasn't he, Kyle
Former
Abbott?
Lew Down cricketer, wasn't he? Talking about his stories of playing in the Devon League for Lew Down. They love him down there.
And did he play at Clevedon?
Clevedon, yeah. Sean Dixon's club, that's what I was just thinking, the Clevedon link. So Sean Dixon scored 100 for Clevedon a few weeks ago, and I mean, Kyle Abbott played for Clevedon before Sean Dixon had probably ever heard of Clevedon, in fairness, but they still both played. Surely there's someone from Clevedon listening here. We'll have to get the Clevedon CC boys involved in this.
21 wickets at 23s this season so far, Abbott.
Yeah, with 3 slips in place. Right arm bustling South African. Solid from Sean Dixon. No, I don't think there's going to be a single there. Tom Lamby's quick, but that would have been a bit of a gamble.
What a record for Hampshire he's got as well. 344 first-class wickets, so he'll be hoping to go to 350 Hampshire Red Bull wickets at 19.8. 23 fifers. He's had 10 in a game 4 times. Hampshire, well, it's not his only county. He did have a brief spell at Worcestershire. Didn't go as well, that. 1 wicket at 249s for him, but a fine performer.
Yeah, quality is Kyle Abbott, not related to Sean Abbott of Australia and Surrey. Sean Dixon, drive through the offside for 1. Good diving stop from Joe Weatherly, who'll probably open the batting with Fletcher Middleton for Hampshire, though Nick Gubbins is another man. So with both teams, I suppose, playing 3 openers, really. Nick Gubbins opened for years, played for Middlesex, now Hampshire. James Vince could bat 3 or 4. You'd say Ben Brown potentially a place too high at 5. He's a decent wicket-keeper bat, but then when you've got Liam Dawson, who got 112 from the last game, batting 6, then you know it shows that they can bat. So many all-rounders in this Hampshire side.
But they bat deep. Felix Organ was an opener.
Oh, he's an opener or a 10. I was discussing this next door with Polly just before play. Felix Organ's a funny one, isn't he? He gets wickets with his off-spin, then he's in for his batting, then some games he doesn't do a lot, but a utility player you could call him, I suppose. I like Ian Holland really as well, another utility player, but it's almost like they pick Organ when there's more want for spin, and Holland when there's more want for a bit of medium pace. Both bits and pieces cricketers, you could say, not meant as an insult, but bit of bat, bit of ball. Dixon at 100 strike rate, believe it or not, on an overcast morning against a quality bowling attack. 11 off 11, early days of course though. Yeah, a lot of chat about Lewis Goldsworthy on the Twitter and the YouTube comments. He has had injuries that have stopped him bowling lately. Hasn't got massive runs in the 2s. Well, not as many as... Oh, that's a play and that is a swing. And that's gone. Kyle Abbott, sorry, distracted there as that is caught behind. Tom Lammerby has to go early. 15 of 28 balls, 26 for 1 now, Somerset. Decent nut from Kyle Abbott. Tom Lammerby didn't need to swing and play at that as aggressively as he did. Yeah,
it's just that around the wicket, shaping back into him, gets a little tickle. It's a shame for Tom Lammerby because he looked really good for his 15. That cut shot and that punched off drive off a Bass the previous over. But that is exactly why they bring Kyle Abbott into the attack. I know Barker only bowled 3 overs. When you've got 3 quality performers, you want to give them all a go with the new ball. And Abbott has come on and taken a wicket in his first over.
Yeah, very good captaincy from James Vince. Earned the reward for Hampshire, and that will bring quite early to the crease Tom Abel, Somerset skipper. Not as early as in other games, admittedly, but the 7th over the day, Tom Abel would rather still be in the dressing room as Lewis Goldsworthy brings a drink out for Sean Dixon. And a bit of a chat down there. Yeah, Tom Lammerby, who we probably don't think will play on finals day. They'll be, well, play in inverted commas. He will more than likely field. Specialist 12-man, on the better fielders on the circuit. Him and Casey Aldridge normally find a way to get onto the field. There's a little bit of controversy on Friday night as Samit Patel came into the match with a calf injury and then went off the last 5 overs, which technically is against the rules. When if you have an injury coming into the game, then that's a bit dodgy, a bit unfair, but...
Tom Abel into the middle then. 450 runs at 37.5 for him in this county championship season so far. 100, 250s. A lot of responsibility on him, as there is. Bartlett, Umeed and Rew to come, so plenty of runs in this Somerset side. Abel out there a little bit earlier than perhaps he would have liked.
Yeah, I said he walked in the quarter-final. Very honest of him, caught behind. Class act is Tom Abel. Not got the big scores of runs in the recent games that he would have liked. He's a good lever of the ball outside off stump. Gets the bat right out of the way. Doesn't bother with the Marnus, histrionics and no runs and all this screaming. He just gets the bat above his head, out the way of the line. And he's still got 3 slips for Kyle Abbott. We'll wobble it around. Keith Barker's just nursing his right hand. I think he's going to be right. He's got a sweatband on one side. He's got his floppy hat. Keith Barker is a brilliant wearer of a floppy hat. Pulls it off beautifully. Solid from Tom Abel. Though a slight inside edge. No dramas, a big lunge into the ball. So Tom Lammerby's 15. I mean, owning a partnership of 26 is not terrible against a quality Hampshire attack. Obviously, Somerset would rather have more, but they did a bit of a job seeing off Keith Barker's opening spell.
26 for 1 then. Somerset, 7 gone. Dixon 11 off 11. Tom Abel new to the crease. There's that Somerset side on the screen for you. Alfie Ogborn making his first class debut. Don Bess back on a short-term loan from Yorkshire. Had a week or two with Warwickshire as well in the last round of the county championship. Back here at Somerset. Lovely to have him back. Similar conditions actually to his last, well not Somerset game, but Lords in the Bob Willis Trophy final. Very blustery that was as a Bass continues. Tom Abel Sean Dixon it is, just stepping away. It's very windy out there. I'm not sure if someone is moving around in the boxes at the top of the Lord Botham stand. Very windy out there. There's something that Sean Dixon is asking umpire Ben Peverell standing in to have a look at. Local cricketer Ben Peverell. Our producer Ben Warren, the great Ben Warren, was saying he was playing against him on Saturday and Ben Peverell was batting and Ben Warren was umpiring and he said he felt a little bit inferior like with a first class umpire out there.
And then Charlie Taylor played against him on Sunday, so there's with him on Sunday, so Ben Peverell's had a busy weekend with the Somerset media team.
Just slight delay then here is Sean Dixon is getting a message via umpire James Middlebrook. Is it just the covers, that sheet blowing around? Yeah. Mohammed Abbas, fair play to Mohammed Abbas. He's running down there. They're trying to get a message to the groundskeepers, but Mohammed Abbas is keen to get on with his over, so he's down there doing a little bit of
look at Scott Hawkins go. Scott Hawkins is trying to leg it around the leg side boundary here, but he's not going to beat Mohammed Abbas. He's just moved it across. Very good of him. Pakistan international test bowler, and by the time Scott Hawkins gets there, it's going to be done.
I love the fact that Keith Barker and Kyle Abbott have both just stood there at mid-on and mid-off, not gone to help Mohammed Abbas.
And he's the one bowling, yeah. Well, he's got there now, and it's done. Mohammed Abbas has literally gestured to Scott Hawkins saying, what's the point now, pal? We've done it all. And if he's now going to move it again, well, it's not in line of the bowler anymore.
So we will shortly see a little bit of Mohammed Abbas. That Hampshire side, if you're just joining us, apologies for the sound issues earlier on. Weatherly, Fletcher, Gubbins, Vince the skipper, Ben Brown, Liam Dawson, James Fuller, Keith Barker, Felix Organ, Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas. Very windy here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Decent crowd in, actually, given the weather. Helped in the Trade Nation stand by, I think it's up to 1,500 school children we've got in for Schools Day as well. Schools Week, really. Brilliant to see the local schools in.
A couple of my schools here today, I coach and teach at.
Do you teach at every school? There's always your school kids in.
Multiple schools require my services of different varieties.
Pushed off the back foot. Lovely shot from Sean Dixon. They'll complete a single, but they don't need to because that's going to race away up towards the boundary. And Dixon, I don't want to curse it, but Dixon also looks in lovely touch. You see that? He just waits. It's just back over length from Abbas. Not his first back over length ball, actually, of this spill. And there wasn't a fielder in there at cover. Gap between point and extra cover. Dixon has 4.
Yeah, great work from Alex Robinson, the cameraman out there. Nice to get a different angle from deep cover. See the ball racing away to the rope.
Take a single to Kyle Abbott. 30 for 1. There's those school children for you in there. There's a few high visibility jackets in there, giving a bit of a wave as well. Alex has turned his camera around. They're giving him a bit of a wave, having a great time in here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, up on their feet. Tom Abel, solid defensively. Abbas fields off his own bowling. I don't think he meant that. It's trickled back onto the stumps. Luckily, Sean Dixon was back in. I think players are probably hyper aware at the moment of batters. Any batter who is not in their ground at the moment hasn't been watching what's going on. There's those school kids having a brilliant time. What is it, 11:35 on a Monday morning? Great way to start the school week, really, isn't it? If you come down here to the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Collerton Grammar School's in there. Wemden School are in there. Many others I might not know of, but
Abel just taking a step down the pitch, pushing that to mid-on.
They looked a bit animated there, did the slips and Ben Brown with the gloves. Tom Abel's fairly middle of the defensive shot. I think the ball's, of course, it's moved. It's a new ball. Mohammed Abbas, we know, is a great user of the new ball, but a little bit of excitement for Hampshire.
They're playing everywhere else bar Blackpool. They started Essex 12 for 1. Tom Wesley and Sir Alistair Cook both not out. Nick Brown the man to go, but they're off for rain up there. Abel just using his feet, animated slips. Again, they're trying to negate that swing. Gets it to Abbott, who flings it underarm, and it's gone very high in the air. Completes the over. 8 gone. Somerset 31 for 1.
They're still yet to toss at Spire Gardens. Glamorgan playing second place Leicestershire in Division 2. Looks like Ben Peverell and Mr. Mudderbrook are the 2 umpires. They've got their coats and white brim hats on. There's Carl Abbott, not to be confused with Sean Abbott. Carl is going to continue bowling from the Swiss Gothic Pavilion end down below us. So there's still going to be 3 slips. Abbas is at fine leg, 10 yards off the boundary at the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. That's a lovely shot from Tom Abel. On drive through mid-wicket. The outfield's a little bit slow. Will it have the legs to go? It's just trickling for 4. It's just going to hit the rope. Big chase. They had to run the 3, but the ball does just make it. And great shot from Tom Abel. James Fuller had to run all the way just in case it pulled up, but lovely cricket shot from Tom Abel. If you think of Somerset batters and an on drive, then Tom Abel is right at the top of the tree. Plays it beautifully through mid-wicket. Well, welcome to Stephen Lamb.
Morning, Harry. Absolute classic,
yes.
That stroke.
That's one of his best shots, Tom Abel, absolutely. Big gap between cover and point, but he's not going to get tempted as Tom Abel with the 3 slips in place. Not going to take the risk.
Yeah, disappointing to see the back of Tom Lamb be so early. Played some lovely shots in that brief appearance. Missed behind the stumps before he'd scored. And now the skipper has replaced him. Grey skies here at Taunton. There is a threat of rain later on today.
Yeah, I think we'll be all right until lunchtime. Let's talk of rain in Plymouth, but that's a fair way away as Tom Abel defends securely. Said Tom Abel not quite got the run you'd expect him to. A lot of people in the WPA Predictions League predicted Tom Abel to be the top championship run scorer. It is James Rew by a long way. He's actually second in the county championship run scoring charts. The man who's top, Tom Wesley, was batting. He was 8 not out when rain stopped play at Blackpool, Max versus Essex. Batting with Sir Alistair Cook, of course. So yeah, Essex were 12 for 1 with rain stopping play. And that is another wicket for Hampshire. Abbott takes a caught and bowl from Tom Abel, then launches the ball high into the sky. Did he have control of that? We're not going to start a debate this early on after the Mitchell start catch. Launches it in the air, makes sure he catches it just to be sure. And Tom Abel, bit of a weird delivery. You think Carl Abbott with a new ball would get you caught, slips, or maybe bowled, but caught and bowled from Tom Abel. He has to go early, and Somerset in a little bit of trouble now. 36 for 2.
Yeah, always a big wicket, the Somerset captain. And a very brief appearance, as you say, Harry. Walking back to the Andy Caddick Pavilion and just couldn't believe the shot he played, just couldn't keep it down. So Carl Abbott is cock-a-hoop. He has both the 2 wickets that have fallen. Lammonby and Abel.
Yeah, do you think maybe he didn't come on to the 7th over, Carl Abbott, which is fairly late for him. It's an early change in county championship bowling, but normally he'd take the new ball. Keith Barker, the left arm angle, of course, slightly different. Abbas hasn't quite been his immaculate line of length yet, so Carl Abbott come roaring in is great news for Hampshire. And then, of course, James Fuller still to come, Liam Dawson. Plenty of bowling options. I don't think Dawson and Felix Organ will bowl very much before lunch at least.
2 spinners in each side in this game. And the new batter is George Bartlett, who's been in some form in the championship this season. Somerset praying that that will continue today.
Part of me just thinks here, this would be a perfect situation for Andy Umeed. He's opening bat. The ball's doing a bit. He's used to these conditions. George Bartlett is very good on a flat deck or once there's a bit of lacquer off the ball, aggressive player. He might go and get 100 here, and that'd be great for Somerset, but you see flexibility in the batting order yesterday. Harry Brook going down to 5, Mo and Ali coming in at 3. Yes, Ali didn't get any, he's almost sacrificial, but then Brook got the key contribution. I think it would have suited better to have Andy Umeed, somewhere in the top 4 at least. And George Bartlett could have been saved to 5. Batted 5 many times when Hildreth was at 4. So it's only recently, really, that George Bartlett's come up to 4. But has got big runs. What a quirky way of playing. George Bartlett loves it outside off stump. Will back foot cut and punch all day long. Doesn't leave many balls. I reckon late in his innings he'd pull that, George Bartlett, but first ball he's under the armpit, controlling it.
Yeah, you want a sighter or two.
Yes.
Especially at 36 for 2. Somerset in a certain amount of trouble, resting several players for this game ahead of the T20 finals day, which is coming up on Saturday. No Tom Kohler-Cadmore, no Lewis Gregory, no Craig Overton, no Matt Henry.
Big change of field here. I think we're going to see a catcher in at short leg. It's probably Felix Organ has been the short leg when I've commentated on Hampshire before. Helmet coming out. Abbott is not express pace, not going to be the bouncer ploy every ball, but might just surprise George Bartlett upstairs occasionally. Yep, short leg is, what's he, 10 yards from the bat? 2 strips away from the bat. I think this one might be pitched up, haven't been short the ball before. Bit of a bluff, yep. Called it. Square leg is just in front of square, and all of that was for 1 ball. Fletcher Middleton actually at short leg. But George Bartlett survives it, survives his first 2 balls. Somerset 36 for 2 after 9 overs.
And Kyle Abbott, 2 overs, no maidens, 2 for 5. Is extremely tidy figures. So we're going to have a change at the river end as well. Keith Barker is coming back in place of Mohammed Abbas. On his back at the moment, loosening up, Keith Barker.
Yeah, wasn't quite his best, Mohammed Abbas. I like this change of ends for Keith Barker.
Bowled 3 from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. 0 for 11 his figures so far. And he's going to be bowling to Sean Dixon. 2 slips in. And just some minor adjustments being made to the outfield. Third man being brought a fraction, I beg your pardon, long leg being brought a fraction finer. It'll be a dot ball to start off this new spell.
Yeah, the angle of Keith Barker going across Dixon, George Bartlett.
Just the 2 men out deep on the boundary, long leg and deep square leg. Just gently caressed away to backward point by Sean Dixon.
Abbas going for 20 off his first 4 overs is a real rarity. 5 and over. You see him with Somerset going like a train, just rare for Abbas to drop short. I can't remember ever watching him in a Pakistan shirt and a Hampshire shirt. Just not quite getting his length right, really. His line was okay, it was more the length.
Be part of the rationale for bringing Barker back so soon. Off the front foot this time into that ring of fielders on the offside. 3 of them off. There are a couple to leg as well. Fairly orthodox field.
Yeah, YouTube comments. Mesnal Man says, you chose to bat first against Abbott, Abbas and Barker. That's a brave strategy. Yeah, he's not wrong, but as I said earlier, I think it's more about the spinners and the 4th innings.
Nicely played. Waited for it and played it really late, Sean Dixon. And that's comfortably over the rope at deep third man. Just watch him caress this. backward of square. It's as good a shot as we've seen this morning.
Played some nice shots, Sean Dixon. I mean, to get 20 off 18 balls on a on an overcast morning against the red ball with these 3 quality bowlers, it just doesn't seem quite right, really, does it?
But there it is. It's up on the board. Ready for Keith Barker again. This time purely defensive.
He's allowed to defend a few. Plenty of time. Don't think they'll worry. Somerset can't worry about the rain yet. Let's bounce back and get some bonus points.
Andy Umeed due in next. James Rew at number 6. He's become a senior player, James Rew. All these changes we've seen. Down to long leg, this time with a comfortable single for Sean Abbott to take him to 21.
Yeah, talking of James, you had a good chat with James and his brother Charlie. Everyone remembers or talks about Thomas Rew, the younger brother, the talented cricketer. There's actually 4 Rews. Interesting family that moved down from London and down to Taunton, and Thomas has talked about so highly. He had a concussion worry last week, so didn't play on the Saturday, but then has played a lot of twos games, got some runs for St Andrews first, and I don't think it'll be long before we see Thomas and James Rew together.
And
fighting for the gloves.
The other 2 brothers?
Well, Charlie is the older brother, did play a bit of cricket and rugby, and they've got a sister as well. They all play cricket, but it's just the middle 2, I think, James and Tom are the most talented at the Somerset pathway. But they all love it. They all support the parents love it. They love watching James score the runs he has this year. As Abbott is outside off stump and Dixon leaves confidently outside the line.
Well, he's having a tremendous summer, isn't he, James Rew? He's firmly established himself in the middle of the Somerset order and behind the stumps.
So Ben Brown has taken 500 first-class catches. That early one. His 500 catch in first-class cricket was the Tom Lamberby dismissal. So yeah, let's talk about James Rew, the wicket for Somerset, and Ben Brown for Hampshire. Nice shot from Dixon, looking for a single there, but Pointer just dropped a couple of yards. Probably saved there being a single. Nice to see the Somerset stand open. Been a habit in recent times of closing down the Somerset stand for days 3 and 4 of a championship match, but with Schools Day packing out the Trade Nation stand, keeping the noisy lot the other side. I think the regular members of the fans, they don't want to be behind the bowler's arm. They want a bit of peace and quiet. The opposite end to the school kids.
It's a lively place to be, the Trade Nation stand this morning.
Now, talking of stewards and people walking around the ground, there's a steward with a rope and a sight screen keeping people from walking past, but Sean Dixon's still not quite happy. Unless he can see through the white sheet, then not quite sure what's upsetting him. It's a lovely straight drive. That's out. Abbott has got a fingertip, and George Bartlett is run out, backing up at the non-striker's end. That is a horrible way to go. I've had it done myself, and that is, there's no way to make you feel better. That's a horrible, horrible way to go. And the hands-on faces of the Somerset press team alongside us. You can't criticise George Bartlett, really, can you? He's got to back up.
No, it's absolutely not his fault. It's just one, as you say, it's just about the most unfortunate way that you can possibly be dismissed.
And a beautiful shot from Sean Dixon. I always think of it as the 12th fielder. Those stumps at the non-striker's end, they've saved 4 runs for Hampshire, and they've got a run out. Obviously, the stumps can't not be there, but that's devastating for Somerset. It brings in Umeed early, and George Bartlett, through no fault of his own, is run out, backing up at the non-striker's end for a duck. And Sean Dixon played an absolutely glorious straight drive. He would have been on, he should really be on 25 off 23 balls, Sean Dixon.
Yeah.
But instead, he's run out his partner. They're also no fault of his own.
Yeah, without Abbott's intervention, that would certainly have gone straight to the boundary below us.
We could credit Abbott. In the olden days, I feel like people would try and stop that with their own bowling. Now I feel like they almost try and open their fingers, spread them out, and just get a little tickle. But it's just a quick reaction, fingertip down, and he knew he was out. You could see, don't need the slow motion camera or the replay of that. Knew he was gone by at least a foot, but it did come quickly from Sean Dixon, didn't it?
And when you're already 41 for 2, that is positively the last thing that you need to happen. as Andy Umeed joins Sean Dixon in conversation. How frustrating is that for the hosts? 3 wickets gone, and one of them in the most unfortunate of circumstances.
Yeah, it's well, George Bartlett. Well, he needs to do a sulking lap really if it was a club ground and get the energy out. But Sean Dixon is solidly in behind that, and well, Carl Abbott has got all 3 of the wickets to fall so far.
Yeah,
but
he's no stranger to Somerset wickets, Carl Abbott.
Yeah, he's credited with a run out, and he was off his bowling too. But I'm gonna have to write Abbott in pencil 3 times on the score sheet. Former Loudown and Clevedon man cannot get the current Clevedon batter Sean Dixon yet though. And Andy Umeed coming in with 10 overs on the board as an opening batter is probably not the worst thing for Somerset, although they wouldn't like to have lost 3 wickets. At least they've got a solid opening bat who's used to playing this swinging ball in overcast conditions.
Hampshire will be absolutely delighted with the situation they find themselves in. Abbott into his 3rd over. This is shaping up to be a maiden. Just 1 delivery left.
Yeah, just 2 slips now. There were 3 earlier. There's a catching mid-wicket, but that is well outside the off stump. Good take from Brown, and he's already on the jog, ready for the next over. Good over from Abbott. Of course, benefited from that unfortunate run out for George Bartlett. We'll say it again and again. Credit to Carl Abbott to get his fingertips to it, but pretty unlucky for any batter to go in that fashion. Oh, I remember doing it. I remember there being a rain delay. I was next into bat as the rain descended at Wimple when I was about 15 as a teenager. My dad had come to watch, first time he'd watched me in years. And no one else was that bothered. They were in the bar, ready. And rain was pouring down. We had a 2.5 hour delay before I faced my first ball. And I didn't even get to face the ball. I was at the non-striker's end. My teammate nailed it down the ground, fingertip, and I was run out without facing the ball, having waited 2 hours to bat.
So you were even unluckier than George Bartlett.
I reckon so, yeah.
Because he did at least get to face.
He did at least get to face, and he hadn't waited all the time in the rain. I think I was the only one keen to play.
Oh dear.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make you feel any better.
What a way to go.
Sure, that's not the only time I've gone that way either.
Still to be Barker then from the river end. That's Umeed's first ball, which he defends comfortably enough. Umeed with the number 1 on his back. Second championship match for Somerset. Played at Kent last year. That was his debut.
Yeah,
down at Canterbury.
Not the greatest debut. He'd be very keen to do better in the second game, wouldn't he?
Down the leg side and not committing to play any stroke as that one went through to Ben Brown.
That game was when Nathan Gilchrist came back to bite Somerset, didn't it, in September of last year. Nathan Gilchrist, the former Somerset seamer. Did for most of his old teammates, didn't he?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not gone quite where he intended. I think he was looking to play that straighter, Andy Umeed. And playing it in the end to mid-wicket.
Yeah, Andy Umeed fell LBW to Matt Quinn for 4 off 21 balls in the first innings. And for 3 off 10, Court Robinson also bowled by Quinn in the second innings. Opening with Tom Lammonby on that occasion. Sean Dixon, of course, was playing for Durham, and before that he was actually playing for Kent. Kent winning by an innings and 151 runs last September.
Left alone this time, outside the off stump.
So quite a chastening debut, you'd probably say.
Very much so. Only way is up.
Yes. Coleswell, he did get 94 in that game, remember? He's carrying the drinks today.
Just coming up to an hour's play here at Taunton after Somerset won the toss this morning, chose to bat. Hasn't gone well for them thus far. And our apologies if you were trying to tune in earlier. We had a few technical problems first up, but we've surmounted them happily. Little box somewhere that needed resetting.
Yeah, we hope all of the YouTube commenters have turned your volume back up now. Plenty of interaction, plenty of comments going around. We'll try and mention a few of them across the day. Not 9 lives, Brian says. Only 2 Toms, but 1 Dom today. Yeah, no Banton or Gola Cadmore, but Dom Bess is in for Somerset.
Studied defence from Umeed to complete that Keith Barker over. So Hampshire well on top here at Taunton at the moment. 41 for 3 Somerset. Umeed yet to get off the mark, and Dixon on 21.
Yep, Mike Wilmot still give him a shout out. Go and visit the museum at lunchtime if you're in the grounds. Some of the school kids might go and have a look at some of the great memorabilia, entertainment in there. Welcome to some of the Hampshire fans who've driven up north to watch this game. Probably the only county we can say that have driven up north, actually, to play at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Tom Allen says, let's see if Abbott can get 3. Well, I suppose he kind of has got 3. And that is a big appeal for LBW off Sean Dixon, and the former Clevedon man has got the other Clevedon man. Sean Dixon's got to go. He raced to 21 off 26 balls, and Abbott full and straight. LBW, Somerset 41 for 4, and for all those fancy cricketers out there trying to work out whether to put Abbas or Abbott in their team, Abbott was the man. He has got all 4 wickets, 3 bowled and 1 run out of his own bowling. And Hampshire well on top here.
Yeah, and in the form of the tormentor-in-chief of Somerset. Vividly remember a game down at the Aegeus Bowl 3 years or so ago, and Abbott almost single-handedly destroyed the Somerset batting, and it's looking alarmingly like he's in the frame of mind to do the same again. He's got 3 for 5 in his 4th over, Kyle Abbott, and he's largely responsible for the other wicket as well, the run-out deflection, which accounted for George Bartlett. Lammonby gone for 15, Abel for 5, Bartlett without scoring, and now Sean Dixon for 21. That's a pretty nightmarish looking scorecard for Somerset.
Yep, not what you want to see if you're just tuning in. You just finished a work meeting, you're a Somerset fan, and you just want to check how the guys are getting on. And you still got James Fuller to bowl, and a man who got 12 for a couple of weeks ago, Liam Dawson. So plenty of bowling to come for Hampshire. They are a quality outfit.
And the new batsman is James Rew. Made an unbeaten 123 in his previous championship innings. That was here against Notts. He's having a terrific season. Can he continue it? Somerset will be desperately hoping that he can.
No qualms about that dismissal, Stephen. LBW, I think,
Yeah,
that was pretty easy.
You could tell from the appeal how confident he was.
James Rew then with plenty of slips, 4 of them ready to catch, but good lead. Not the first time Abbott's done pretty well against Somerset. Quality cricketer. Yeah, if you're at loose end in the rain anytime the next few days, try and wind back to last season when Abbott was playing here. He came and had a really nice chat with myself and Sam in the commentary box. Really nice guy, talks a good game, but Somerset batters won't think of him as a nice guy currently. Left-handed, triggers back, solid. I can't think of another player who gets so low when he defends, James Rew. Right in behind it.
Yeah, with ball in hand, nice is not an adjective that's likely to apply to Kyle Abbott in the view of the Somerset batters at the moment. Right up against it, the hosts. Under grey skies here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Pouncing those slips. Look, and there's a shot from James Rew into the leg side. Going to be just a single, but he'll be glad to get off the mark. Another run to add to the tally of the second top run score in the championship. What a remarkable feat at such a young age. Whips that through the leg side. Has been bowling left arm orthodox spin for St Andrews in club cricket recent weeks. Loves his bowling to James Rew. He's quite happy to let his brother or James Regan, another former Somerset wicketkeeper, keep in club cricket. He can enjoy running around in the field and having a bowl. I don't get why people do this. A lot of people put in the YouTube comments, I didn't come up today because I thought it was going to rain. Well, you've got the day off and you're free, then get up here. But Andy Umeed is inside edge that one from Abbott.
You can see from Abbott's body language, he's expecting a wicket every ball at the moment.
Not the most convincing as full defences or blocks, I suppose. But just survival is probably just the key at the moment. Umeed's not going to be phased. Scoring the slowest hundreds in championship history for Warwickshire a few years ago. I mean, Somerset might not mind the rain delay at this stage, but might spice the pitch up, as that's quite wide from Abbott, actually surprisingly wide. Asked the ball to do a lot from out there to bring other dismissals into play. Stephen talk through this over while I summarise, and then we'll bring Charlie Taylor into the attack. Don't put your radar, don't get your weather radar out, Stephen. You're only bringing bad news, aren't you? I'm going to ban the talk of weather radar in the commentary box.
There is a band of wet stuff.
I'm sure there is.
Heading from guess where?
Plymouth, I heard. always from the south.
Always comes in from the west.
Yeah.
Does the rain.
Well, in a minute we'll get, it's raining in Wellington, it's raining. Well, no, it'll be Plymouth, then it'll be Ivybridge, then it'll be Exeter, then it'll be Tiverton, then it'll be Wellington, it'll be... You wait till the comments start coming in.
So James Rew is back on strike and Keith Barker is ready to bowl. It's not inconceivable we'll need the floodlights at some stage because it is quite grey and gloomy at the moment. Barker going over the wicket to Rew. Just the two slips in for the Somerset wicketkeeper batter.
We talked about the Division 1 leading run makers, Wesley and Rew, or the leading wicket taker, Chris Rushworth, down from Durham to Warwickshire. He's on to 38 wickets. And if Ben Compton's getting out, then you know it's probably a morning for bowlers, because he doesn't give his wicket away. Ben Compton went for 9 and Kent at 21 for 1 against Warwickshire.
Here's Barker again, and it's going to be a single no. Diving stop, diving and sprawling stop. Just in front of square on the leg side. So Rew stays put. It was James Fuller, man lurking just in front of square.
Yeah, another man who could have a role to play with the ball if the main three don't do all the damage for Hampshire. Not a bad fourth option.
Again from James Rew. Can hardly have come in a more critical situation than this one. 44 for 4. Hampshire really bossing this session, first session of the match. Just over an hour in. This time it's straight to James Fuller. Doesn't have to get the dive in. Fields it pretty comfortably.
Somerset just got to try and back to lunch now, haven't they? Try and get through this.
Which feels like quite a long way off at the moment.
Well, I'm sure, dare I say, I bet some of the school kids have already tucked into their packed lunch. I know I'd have eaten all of mine by now if I was out there with a packed lunch.
55 minutes away to be precise. Rew shouldering arms to that one, which is just passing him by harmlessly. Outside his off stump. Barker into his 6th over. Bowled 3 from the other end.
Positive news from the most delayed game in Cardiff. They take an early lunch and they may well start at 1:10. Glamorgan against Leicestershire in Division 2.
Defence again, and solid defence from Rew.
Solid defence from Rew is probably a phrase we say quite a lot this year, I reckon, Stephen.
Absolutely.
Solid defence allows him to then play the bigger shots later on. Doesn't have to score slowly, but he gets himself in. And then he can score the runs easier later on.
Yeah, very firmly pushed back to the bowler. Rew batting just outside his crease, end of the over, 44 for 4, all the 4s at the top of that board. Umeed is on 0 and Rew is on 1. So Somerset in all sorts of trouble. There are the school children in the Trade Nation stand, that temporary stand to the left of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, and they can see us, and they look happy to see it. They know they're being seen. That's a good sight, isn't it? Morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Stephen. Not a great morning if you're a Somerset fan, the way things have gone so far, but Hampshire will be very happy as the kids seem to be enjoying themselves, as you say.
Yeah, you can hear the shouts from up here. Having a great time.
Day off school, watching cricket, having a fantastic time. In comes Abbott, who's been the main danger for Somerset.
He's been their nemesis so far today, hasn't he?
It says here he's got 3 wickets, but really that 4th one, the run out of Bartlett, was down to some very quick fielding. Just managed to get his fingertips on one of the straight drives. Bartlett, who was out of his crease, backing up, which he would do. It's the sort of thing he was playing as you'd expect, backing up well. And
the ball was so well, the shot was so well timed. Yeah, it was destined for the boundary.
It was a beauty. It was a lovely shot, but too straight almost. Here comes Abbott again, and this one just turned into the leg side in a defensive manner by Umeed. Well, it's a tough choice at the toss. I wonder whether Tom Abel was sort of hoping to lose it in a way. The only reason I say that is because the conditions today, you'd say, really favour the bowling. But Somerset have rested so much of that bowl attack, in particular Henry and Overton, that you're playing with this weakened attack. You've got someone like James Vince, a strong Hampshire side, Gubbins, Weatherly, who could all get on top of that inexperienced lineup as that's defended again. So I can see why Tom Abel would also think later on in the game about the 3rd and 4th innings. What do you want to do? Well, you want to have a bowl in the 4th innings. Problem is, if you're not going to set a high total because you've chosen to bat in conditions which are going to be hard to bat in against a very strong Hampshire bowling unit. You know, you've asked Abbott and Abbas and Barker and even Fuller, when he'd come on, he'll be able to use these conditions. You've asked them to come on in very helpful conditions against a side which is missing people like Cola Cadmore, who have been in this side. So it was a tough decision for Tom, I think. So that one's just defended again. Do you choose to put a slightly weakened batting lineup in under these difficult conditions, or do you risk putting in a very weakened bowling attack against a Hampshire side with some very good quick scoring batters in it? I can see why Tom Abel's done what he did with the team that he's got, but at 44 for 4, it hasn't worked.
Yeah, especially given that 2 of them have been in pretty useful form, Abel himself and Bartlett, and aren't going to make any contribution to this innings because they're already back in the hutch.
It was a big moment. You could see from the reaction of Kyle Abbott when he caught Tom Abel off his own bowling. He threw the ball straight up in the air because he knew that's a massive moment. Tom Abel, very, very strong performer.
Particularly in this weakened side, as you say.
Well, that's it, isn't it? And Tom will have known when he got out that actually what he's doing is exposing someone like Umeed, who hasn't played first-class cricket this season, who will come in slightly earlier than he otherwise would have done. Bartlett's been good, but Bartlett got out, as we said, through no fault of his own. I think one more wicket here, and Hampshire are really... Well, no, I don't want to take anything away from Aldridge, who's batted very well in the championship when he's played this season, getting a 50 or so. So he's not a weak tail ender, but one more wicket here, and Hampshire will feel they can get Somerset out for probably 150 or less they'd be looking at, they'd be eyeing up, which is a hugely strong position to be in.
Yeah, reasonable to assume that Casey Aldridge will come in next at number 7.
Yeah, it could be Bess, I guess. He's a very useful bat as well.
Used to bat at 8 here.
Yeah.
Don Bess.
Yeah.
Should put him back there.
Yeah. And then you've got Brooks, Ogborne and Bashir. Well, with the greatest will, Brooks will come out and throw the bat at things like he usually does, which is what his role is, which can work but can often not work. And Ogborne and Bashir, who, well, were pretty untried really as that's defended. Bashir looked actually okay with the bat. But if you're talking about relying on those three at the end to take your score up to 200 plus at the moment, which is, at 44 for 4 is what you're thinking about. Somerset are just in a very difficult position because they're playing such a weakened side. If Craig Overton and Matt Henry were in, I honestly think Tom would have thought about bowling first. With those two, under these conditions. But without them, you risk it if you haven't got the control from some of those bowlers. Barker's in, and this one a bit of a wild swing at it from James Rew, but luckily for him, he doesn't get a touch on it.
He's been mainly intent on defence, James Rew, which is entirely understandable in the circumstances.
But it's clear, isn't it? What they've done is they've prioritised T20 finals day, and they've said, and they've looked back at the experience last season at Southport against Lancashire, and the players even said it, that they were worn out by the time finals day came along, the day after that match. So that's defended. And they've said, actually, we're going to really prioritise trying to win that trophy. They've been at finals day. This will be the 3rd year in a row. They've been at so many finals days since 2005 when they last won it, and said, no, we're really prioritising it this year. But this is a very strong Hampshire side that will really fancy winning quite quickly here, despite despite the weather forecast. They've got 4 days to do it, 3.5 days now to do it. Well, more than that. Only spent an hour to get rid of 4 top order wickets. Nicely flicked into the leg side by Rew.
At least a couple.
Should be.
That's brought the school kids to life over in the Trade Nation Pavilion. Runs for James Rew. Take him to 3. Yeah, the other difference between these two sides is that Hampshire, of course, are going to finals day as well, but they've got a very different attack. So they can afford to rest their T20 attack and at the same time give the bowlers we've seen this morning their head. As Barker is in again, one of them. And Rew's defending again.
Yeah, and that speaks to Hampshire's squad size and depth, doesn't it? Whereas Somerset's depth has come from batting. Players like Banton and Smead haven't been playing in Red Bull. But their bowling attack, Henry, Overton, Gregory, really is a cross-format attack. And if there's any part of, if any players need resting, it's your fast bowlers. They're the ones who do need that rest. But what it has done now is severely weaken this side. And I don't want to take away from this team. There's a lot of talent in there, but without Overton and Henry, it is severely weakened.
And Gregory.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
They missed there to end the over.
3 of your, well, you'd probably say your top 3 red ball bowlers there. Gregory, Overton and Henry, all missing a championship match with an eye to the T20 semi-final and final. It's a risk. What I'm saying is a big risk. I can see why they've done it, and I know Sam's been on here saying he agrees with it. It's hard. I think you play your best team. Championship is where you set your stall out in cricket. You say you want to be a top division side. You can't really afford to take so many players out against a team like Hampshire, who have skittled Somerset here in recent years before.
It wasn't a surprise, though. I got an inkling, we all did, from the way Lewis Gregory was talking post-match.
Absolutely, yeah.
After that quarter-final win over Nottinghamshire here, which was an enjoyable watch. It was a game Somerset were always in control of, really, from the moment Alex Hales was dismissed by Craig Overton.
There were some pretty scary moments in the run chase, I think, when they went 5 down.
Little bit worried.
Just started to think, hang on a minute, they've thrown this away here. But Gregory and Green were fantastic together. Yeah, Gregory's innings in particular, I thought, was really well done. Attacking, but also clever, as Abbas is in. and just defended. So the end of Carl Abbott, which will be good news for Somerset.
But no, you're spot on. That was the moment, really, when that control was under its greatest threat, wasn't it? The dismissal of Tom Abel, 5 wickets down,
Yeah.
and you thought,
Yeah, that was the worry, wasn't it? But actually, it was very well done in the end, and a bit of a confusing finish as well, which I quite enjoyed. Part of me is you sort of collect these things in cricket. Well, now we've seen the winning runs hit off a free hit, which was caught, but obviously the catch didn't count, and they'd run the one they needed. So actually, a game that finished with a catch, and the batting team won. I don't think that kind of happened too many times in cricket, really.
quite an oddity.
Yeah, which I liked. And then half the crowd sat back down and went, "Oh no, we've lost the wicket." And the other half, who sort of clocked it, were going, "Hey, we've won." You know, there was a very funny last moment. It was sort of, they saw the players celebrating, and the other half of the crowd that had sat down and was worried about losing the wicket kind of cottoned on to the fact that actually the game was done. But that's cricket, isn't it? It's a packed schedule. You've got to look after your players. Just defended again. A bit of a punch there from Andy Umeed.
Notts must be fed up with visiting Taunton for this
they've
year.
Not had, it's been a bit of a danger ground for them, isn't it? Although they did beat Somerset earlier in the season, didn't they, in the Red Bull?
True, at home.
So at least they have got that to look back on, but they've struggled at Taunton in the 2 games they've played.
Somerset 5th in the table in Championship Division 1 when this round of games started. 88 points. Hampshire 2 places above them with 103 in 3rd place. And at the moment, they'll be fancying their chances of enhancing that position.
Well, what it says to me, and I keep coming back to it, is because I, as a fan speaking now, I value the Championship more than I value the T20 Blast. Somerset have never won the Championship. What this says to me, and Somerset have had a tricky start, they've beaten Nottinghamshire, and that's boosted their position in the table. But what this says is they're not trying to win the Championship. Because from 5th, you just said they're in a good position, whereas if they win this game, suddenly they're up amongst, okay, Surrey are a long way ahead at the top. But what this says is, actually, that's not our priority. That's going to run away for 4th. Just angled the bat. There's a gap there through 3rd.
Umeed off the mark.
Yeah, it's taken a little while to get there, but it's been fairly sensible. 19 balls it's taken for him to score his first runs of the day. But that's kind of what Somerset needed, really, wasn't it? To just try and get to the 50 runs, which they have done now, but 4 down.
It was the point that, one of several points that Lewis made in that interview. It's the proximity of the silverware, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the day.
They've done a lot of hard work, winning 13 out of 15 games. They've been fantastic in the T20s. But this is where they're saying, actually, we're reducing our chances of winning this match considerably by taking out those 3 bowlers. And Tom Kohler-Cadmore as well, but specifically the bowlers here who are being rested. They're saying we're not going to put our best team in to try and beat this side. And that, to me, says we're not, in this week here, we're not prioritising the Championship. Now, in September, when they've got 4 or 5 games back-to-back at the end of the season, that's a decision which might really come to hurt them when they're eking out every single point they might need. Who knows what sort of form they might be on, what injuries might be in by then. If Craig Overton gets injured and suddenly you're missing your strike bowler, or let's say Matt Henry has to go back to New Zealand, or whatever it turns out to be, you don't know how important those points are going to be. And if Somerset get relegated and win the T20 Blast but get relegated, is that what fans want? I guess some of them would be very happy with that. Others would be completely devastated to go to Division 2. So I just think it's a very risky game Somerset are playing here.
It's going to be spin for the first time in the match in the form of Liam Dawson. He's going to turn his left arm over. Yeah, because they aren't completely out of danger.
Well, that's it, isn't it? If they were top of the table and you think, well, okay, Surrey did it. Surrey are also in the Blast. They're resting Sam Curran this week. That, to me, makes sense. They've got a big gap at the top. They've got plenty of players who can come back in to fill that slot. But Somerset are not safe in the Championship. But they're also in a position where they could push to get to near the top.
Dawson's first ball. Ooh. There's a little bit of turn there, I fancy.
Certainly, yeah.
Turning into the left-handed James Rew. Ben Brown likes it. Well, that is a matter of interest. have another look at it.
Oh, wow. First ball. Wow. Both teams playing 2 spinners.
That's portentous.
Oh, dear.
Wow. Yeah, Somerset 88 points from 8 matches, which means they've only got 6, so 5 games left after this one. Were they to lose this one, then they could be teetering on the brink again. Rew gets a bat on that to his relief. Nottinghamshire are 12 points adrift in bottom place. Adrift of Middlesex, 39 and 51 respectively. Then there's a 21-point gap up to Kent in 8th. This is extraordinary, really. Coming on to bowl, what, an hour and 15 minutes into the game and making the ball turn sharply.
Well, both teams did play 2 spinners. Don Best brought into this side for Somerset. Liam Dawson's an excellent performer with the ball.
Yes, Rew rather suspiciously forward.
Yeah, well, this
to defend that.
Well, now you look down. Dixon, Lambie, Abel, Bartlett all gone. How do you play spin? How good are you? Umeed, Rew, Aldridge, Bess. That's going to be the challenge now, because you could have spin from both ends conceivably for a long time.
Nicely played, but straight to the man at backward point to conclude a fascinating first over for Liam Dawson. A maiden, and the Somerset total remains 50 for 4. Umeed just the 1 scoring stroke for his 4, and Rew a couple for 3.
Well, that's very intriguing. What Hampshire might do is keep sort of pace on one end, spin on the other. Just makes it hard for the batters to settle a bit. You know, they've got to keep thinking about how they play one end completely differently to how they play the other. Whereas I guess when you get spin both ends, you can sort of settle into that spin frame of mind. But it'll be Mohammed Abbas who continues from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. Just defending here.
He might be tempted, though, James Vince, having seen the ball turn at the behest of Liam Dawson. He might just give Felix Organ an over or 2 at this Marcus Trescothick pavilion.
See what
end.
happens. Why not? Well, they've still got 35 minutes till lunch here.
Yeah, maybe it'll be the over before.
A few overs
the
before
interval
lunch.
ball.
You might just say, well, let's see what happens. Although we are expecting a bit of rain by the look of it coming through. That might be an understatement. Back foot.
Nicely played.
Punching down into the covers, but just a single can pierce the inner field. Yeah, just played nicely on his toes there. Ben Peverell, the umpire, brought in at the last moment. I believe this is his first class debut for Ben Peverell. He's done a lot of the T20 games and white ball games, done a lot of women's cricket, but I think this is his first class debut.
And you know him?
I was playing cricket with him yesterday. He and I were out in the middle together, batting, but Abbas is coming around the wicket to the left-hander. It didn't last very long, but that was my fault. I got out for 1 after 3 balls, so it was a brief partnership of not very many. But yeah, he plays. His main team is Cheddar, but I play for Axbridge, which is a friendly side, which plays on a Sunday. So he'll play Cheddar on a Saturday, and then for Axbridge on a Sunday he'll turn out, which was nice to see him yesterday. I don't think he knew about this yesterday. Certainly didn't mention it if he did know that he was coming here today.
Yeah, he's standing in for another Ben, in fact, Ben Debenham.
Yeah, Ben Debenham to Ben Peverell is quite similar, isn't it, really? It's, the two of them.
And I believe that Ben Debenham is due to participate for the rest of the game after today.
Right, it's just a one-off, one day for Ben Peverell.
Nice opportunity for him.
Lovely, yeah, great. He got out playing. The pitch we played on yesterday was the most variable bounce I think I've ever played on. Some were keeping really low, and others were jumping right up. defensive shot. And Ben got one which just jumped up a little bit and he slashed away at it, and cut it, looped it straight to point. So I don't think he'll be particularly pleased with how he got out, although it is only a friendly. And we went on to win by 70-odd runs, so it was a successful day yesterday.
Mohammed Abbas into his 6th over.
Got the 3 slips in place. Hoping for that little bit of movement. It has seemed to quieten down a little bit since they've taken Abbott off. Drive. Abbas can't get there, but picked up by the fielder. And there is no run from it. That's the end of the over.
Yes, he was quite expensive opening up from the river end, Mohammed Abbas. But it's quite often the case, isn't it? You bring an early end to the spell and then come back at the other end just to mix things up a bit,
yep.
And that's been much tighter.
Yeah, Ian Holland currently on the field. There's Ben Green, who's been a real success for Somerset in the T20s for this season. In fact, the leading wicket taker in the T20 Blast. Was in the squad for this game, but not selected. Also probably thinking about him, you don't really want to go into a game without him in a T20 finals day.
Still to be the spin of Dawson, unsurprisingly, after what we saw in the previous over. Nicely played by Umeed. Just coaxed gently out to wide-ish mid-on. Comfortable single, which will bring the left-handed Rew back onto strike. Another comfortable single, this time out to deep extra. Watch that well onto the bat, James Rew. He goes along to 4. Andy Umeed playing his 2nd championship game for Somerset, 1st of the season.
Vic Marks was on commentary in another game I was doing earlier this season and saying how it was Leach, I think it was, who found spin on the first ball. And he said when you do that as a spinner, suddenly all this pressure comes onto you because they're expecting it every single time then.
Another single out to deep mid-wicket, and Vic would be in a very good position to know, having been Somerset's premier spinner back in the day. Late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, he was speaking from good authority there. And we're just seeing that perhaps a bit with Dawson. That first ball really did turn. It doesn't seem to have gotten... Perhaps the batters have just got that in the back of their minds as well, playing it a bit better. Went back to that one, did James Rew. And, no run added. Yeah, then that's the other thing, isn't it? One turns and suddenly the batters go into lockdown mode and think, right, I've got to get forward, I've got to smother the spin or play with it. And whereas in that first ball, they're sort of waiting to see what happens a little bit.
Wondering if it was going to be back to the Cyderabad days.
Well,
after that first over.
Be interesting to see what the players say after the match, because I remember on that there was the one match, wasn't there, against Essex, which Somerset had to win, and they really weren't happy, were they? And in fact, the ECB were involved in that one. Taking a look at it.
Still to be a Bass from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end, and there's going to be a comfortable single here. It might be 2, actually. They were thinking about it, but decide against. Borderline. Felix Organ, the fielder, might have got 2 out of that, but you don't want another run out.
Last thing they need now.
He already had 1 this morning. That of George Bartlett if there is an unluckier way to be out, I'm not sure if I can think of it. Backing up normally. And a delightful straight drive from Sean Dixon, just parried onto the stumps by Kyle Abbott. Bartlett gone for a duck. He's one of the 4.
Yeah, certainly not his fault. No blame on Bartlett. Shame really, because as you'd been saying, Stephen, about his good form, and he wasn't given a chance to show it.
Commentator's curse.
Well, yeah. I believe it is when they get out doing something silly or to a great ball, but when it's that, it's that's just bad luck
really,
all around.
Yeah,
and it's a tough one because you can't tell him not to back up. Abbas in and left alone. Nice high bat over the top of his head for James Rew.
Yeah, Bartlett was the 3rd man out, and before him Tom Lammonby was caught behind off Kyle Abbott for 15, and then Tom Abel couldn't keep, well, it was really a defensive push that he couldn't keep down. Caught and bowled by Abbott for 5, and then the last man out, Sean Dixon, LBW, to Abbott for 21.
Since then it's been very slow going for Somerset, who are trying to rebuild. Maybe seen 1 boundary since then.
Yeah, that was the first scoring shot for Umeed.
Yeah.
Abbott's figures are 3 for 6 from 5 overs, and
well,
he had a hand both literally and metaphorically in the other one.
Yeah, essentially 4 really, but yeah, it won't go down as 4. But he's done it before at Taunton.
He's done it at the Aegeus Bowl
He's done
as
it
well.
at the Aegeus Bowl. He's Somerset's nemesis in this Hampshire side for sure. As that one again finds the fielder, manages to flick it. That was James Fuller there. Flick it to his teammate from mid-wicket to mid-on.
They're in a real hole, Somerset.
It's going to have to be a big partnership to get them out of this. And this is clearly, I would say, the pitch is not going to be a 400 pitch by the looks of it. In fact, it's taking turn early on. Seamers seem to be getting a little bit. There's a nice shot, just guiding it past point. That should run away all the way to the boundary. Oh, it's slowing up, and it's not going to reach it. Stop just inside. So, I think that was a 3 there, wasn't it?
Yes.
A shot from Rew all the way past point. Yeah, left-handed, so it must have been a 3 because Umeed's ended up at the striking end. So 1 run missed out because this outfield slowed up a bit there. It's not like the one we've been seeing at Headingley. Just to show you there, if you can see the trees moving around, and the flag as well. Very windy today. Very windy. So if it gets to a point where Somerset are hitting hard, try and hit into the wind, might be all right. But yeah, it's a very windy day today.
And lots of enthusiasm under the Trade Nation flags from the school children who are in today. Here is Dawson getting a new over underway. And Rew, who's been watchfully defensive since he came in. At the fall of the 4th wicket with a total on 41. Drive, but straight to the man at wide mid-off. Actually field it cleanly, but no question of a single.
Get the feeling Dawson's got a lot of work on his plate today. Personally, I definitely would have thought about him coming into that England squad when the Jack Leach news came through. Although I did, got to say that I thought Moeen was off the table at that point. I didn't realise that he was an option.
Well, he'd retired, hadn't he?
Yeah. But Dawson, for me, would have been a pretty good pick. Very reliable, holds an end, bats well. Certainly wouldn't have been a bad shout. He's got England honours before, hasn't he? So he sort of knows what he's doing.
Yeah, Rew just slipped for a moment as he was setting off for that single, which was a momentary cause for concern, but he's okay. Goes on to 8. Yeah, I mean, I went with the mowing decision, actually. I felt, given it was an Ashes series and given his experience, I felt it was fair enough.
Well, it paid off in the Headingley Test, didn't it? 2 key wickets.
Yes.
Smith and Labuschagne in one spell.
Well, that was extraordinary, wasn't it?
Yes.
2 very careless shots.
Smith looked absolutely devastated at his decision there, and Labuschagne, don't know what he was thinking. Sweeping fielder out there, no threat in the game.
And both such good players. Yeah. I saw Travis Head at Lord's. I was there to watch, and he batted superbly. I'm not sure whether I've seen anyone bat better than he did. It just felt like he had the world at his feet. And I was actually in the long room when he was out.
Oh, really?
This was well before the incident.
Yeah, all right. We'll take your word for that, Stephen.
But standing there, he walked straight past me with a look of complete bemusement on his face. Why did I do that? I'm going to make way for Sam.
Well, lovely to see you this morning, Stephen. He'll be with us throughout the rest of the day. There are some thick clouds. I can't see. There's a little bit of rain in the distance, but nothing here at Taunton, the ground just yet, as Abbas is in and angled into the ground. They'll come through for a scampered single, and it's a direct hit. Safely home, Umeed there. Umeed, who's gone for the short sleeve, whereas Rew is wearing the jumper over the top. And Matt, talking of short sleeves, wearing his gilet today. Sandally.
You got your old one-day kit on, Charlie.
Yeah, I have.
The old Norwich Union League shirt.
It is.
Lovely colour, that.
Maroon t-shirt. I'm not actually wearing. Turn up in a early thousands one-day kit. Just defended there off Abbas. We've been talking a bit, Sam, about the team selection and actually Abel's decision at the toss. He was in a pretty hard place there, given the conditions, given the team he's got, given the team he's facing.
Yeah, but you saw that Liam Dawson ball turn, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure, Bashir, Don Bess, as Harry said at the top of the show, good point. Somerset have got a left arm seamer in. I think they've had a look at this and thought, what's our best chance of winning the game? And Bess and Bashir might well be it.
Abbas then in again. There's a first and second slip, and I'd say a fourth slip rather than a gully. He's not quite kind of in between the two places. So just looking for that movement. Sorry, Sam.
I'm all for this team selection, by the way. I must confess I've not been listening to you, so I don't know what your views are on it.
I've said it's a risk. I've said they're playing with fire a little bit, is what I've said. I can see why they've done it, and I understand the reasons behind it, but I also think it sort of says a bit about how they're looking at the championship now. I hope it works. I hope it pays off. You know, if they get this Hampshire team's always going to be tough, even against your best team. Hampshire are going to be a handful, certainly in these conditions.
But while they're looking at the championship, like they're not going to win it.
Well, that's what you get from this game. They're saying we're not going to win the championship.
They aren't, though.
Well, realistically, no. But
even like they wouldn't win it. And as Lewis said, I think very well, post quarter-final, there's a trophy on the line Saturday, and it's what we've been desperate for so long. Particularly that T20 finals day. What is it, 8, 9 finals days? Just that one win back in 05.
My point is that it's a risky move, because if you end up, we're already 60 for 4. If you end up with no batting points, which have still got another 190 runs to go before they get there, then you might, if you can escape with a draw, you're looking at maybe picking up 8 points. Come the end of the season, I think it's a risky move. But as I say, I totally understand why they've done it. But however, I can also understand people who, especially championship fans and members, who will be disappointed not to see Craig Overton coming in with ball in hand, or Matt Henry.
But Craig's got tendinitis. Lewis needs managing. Josh Davey missed the quarter-final for injury, 60 for 4, Somerset after 23 overs. I can understand the disappointment, but there are 3 tournaments to be played, and Somerset have given themselves one they think is the best chance of winning a trophy on Saturday. The Henry one, I don't know. I've got no idea if there's something with Cricket New Zealand, if there's a limitation in there. I'm sure he would have wanted to play. But you've just got, do you want him fresh on Saturday? Yes, you do. Liam Dawson continues. James Rew. They'll think about a couple, but I think they'll only get one. It's a short boundary out there. You know, you're looking at this batting lineup is not really any weaker, bar TKC, who is a big miss. I think in the context of this game, we need to reserve judgment. You know, there was a lot of judgment after that first innings against Nottinghamshire. And actually, well, we know how that finished. Umeed turns it in to the leg side. And there was a catch put down off Ben Slater, and Somerset would have had a decent first innings lead had they held that. So until both sides are battered on this, I kind of want to reserve judgment. Yes, Abbott, Barker, Dawson. It's a decent attack.
Yeah.
And decent understatement from me as well.
And we did mention, Surrey have done something similar, and they've rested Sam Curran for this round, which, those 4 teams, the 4 southern teams that made it through, will always have that eye on, as you say, so they've done all the hard work getting to finals day. However, this is going to be a different match to the Southport one, which was just preceding finals day last year, because of the conditions, because of the track, the fact they're at home, they've got a bit more of a say over how the pitch will play.
And it is turning. So Dawson there, head in hands. He's definitely turning out there. Had a brilliant game in the last championship match for Hampshire. James Rew, solid, unfussy the way he goes about his cricket. Not really a man to get flustered, which is remarkable given his age. Onto the back foot, pushing into the offside. Now, end of the over, 63 for 4, but 3 or 4 balls out of 6 there, Liam Dawson has ended up head in hands. Like I just wonder if we might be in for a slightly lower scoring game than the Nottinghamshire one. There is Ben Green on screen, that recognisable mullet and moustache combo. There's the school kids in, 1,500 of them in today, getting a few autographs. Ben Green, so many wickets for Somerset in the Vitality Blast, key to them getting to finals day. Entirely fresh attack, that'll be them, won't it? Gregory, Greg Overton, Matt Henry, Ben Green. Interesting to see if Rudolph van der Merwe is fit or not, because if he's fit, then it's a straight shootout in inverted commas between Davey if he's fit and Van der Merwe. Do you play 2 spinners? Edgbaston, maybe you do.
Yeah. But on the other hand, and I've had tweets saying this as well, it is a chance for some players to put their hands up here. Alfie Ogborn, it'd be great to see how he gets on. Shoaib Bashir played 1 already in the first class for Somerset. Umeed hasn't been given much of a chance. It looks like we're going to see Fuller for the first time today. Bowling to James Rew, who is enjoying that pace, and he just flicked it through mid-wicket, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. First ball. And James Fuller has just not quite got his line right there, a bit too leg-siding. Rew's played it nicely.
Yeah, he's been out there, for an hour and 45 in the cold, so made a bit of a loosening. Like you said, he's got that bit of extra pace, hasn't he, Fuller? He'll be playing in finals day on Saturday. Rew batting outside his crease to him as well.
This one a bit squarer, and will be picked up just for a single. Yeah, he's dangerous, James Fuller. Dangerous with bat and ball. He's one of those players that will give you a lot in both, well, in all 4 innings in the red ball. Yeah, he's a useful player. Umeed's 9 off 35, Rew 16 from 45, so you can see the sort of way that Somerset playing at the moment. A great chance here for Umeed, who's, as I said, he's not featured for Somerset first class cricket this season, as that's nearly picked up at short leg, but in the end actually he managed to angle it down enough. And Umeed there.
Yeah, and this is very much the natural game, really, of Rew and Umeed. You know, Rew, his temperament is wonderful. Doesn't score at a particularly fast rate in county championship cricket. Umeed has a reputation of being a bit of a grinder, and that's not meant to be disrespectful to him. He's happy to bat a long time and works on the basis if he's out there for a whole day, he'll end up with runs to his name.
Fuller now coming around the wicket to Rew, who's pulling, and there is a bit of a gap there, but he's not got enough of it to really threaten the boundary, so just the single from it. And Somerset will be fairly pleased with that. 69 for 4. So a partnership of 28 now, which 29, apologies, it's just ticked over to 70. Ducks out the way of that one, a shorter ball from Fuller.
Got a decent record this season, James Fuller. A couple of fifers already. He's got a decent record across his career, but 17 wickets at 22s. And I wonder if the short ball, with that little bit of extra pace, you know, you have particularly a Bass and Barker who just pitch it up, try and nibble it around. I wonder if this might be just a very different tactic just before lunch.
Yeah, about 15 minutes to go, just under. Again, angling it down through square leg. There is a short leg in place, but Umeed's not being put off that shot because of him. That's the end of that over. 71 for 4.
Quite looking forward to seeing a little bit of Andy Umeed. I'd love to be watching him for the next few hours. Had that brilliant game for the twos a couple of weeks ago. It's nice to see that as well, a second team performance getting rewarded, because this is what he's been brought into play, really. County Championship cricket, when he got that contract, this is the format where he can excel. There's a decent bowling attack as well for Middlesex. You know, Middlesex actually, they haven't had a great T20 campaign, but they're very different sides in the T20 and the Championship. So they had a Championship side out almost as Dawson's in. I wonder with Dawson, there was all this noise about England overlooking him. I wonder if they ever seriously considered him, which is no slight on him. I just don't know if he fits their current
that's true,
method.
Isn't it? I rate him as Championship, he's great, isn't he? Solid performer and bats well. But whether it's the vibe that Stokes and McCullum want in their team, whereas Moeen probably does more easily fit into that very laid back, very free style that they're advocating.
Umeed, solid. Interesting how mid-on, which is Kyle Abbott, I think, he's not quite long on, but he's about 10-15 yards in from the boundary, suggesting that I think Umeed might chip one down there, which feels unlikely the way Umeed is playing. Enjoying himself out there. Well, yeah, you can't see Liam Dawson potentially going to Brendan McCullum and say, actually, I quite fancy banging a free tomorrow, please, Baz, because I'm going to get in amongst them.
Yeah.
A very good cricketer, a very dependable cricketer. Pushes it back. Those two playing their own game at the moment.
It's a wonderful series going on at the moment, isn't it? Just can't really take your eyes off it.
You can't. I mean, solidly in behind that one, so end of the 26 over, 71 for 4. The wind really is, you can hear it on the microphones, it's blowing a gale out there. Not particularly pleasant to be out there if you're a Hampshire fielder right now. Not just the men's Ashes though, Charlie, the women's Ashes is absolutely fantastic. Brilliant. I was at Lord's on Saturday.
Fantastic.
And it's a slim chance, but there is still a chance. The momentum is brilliant. And I tell you what, Western Storm's Danny Gibson, coming out, having not really scored any runs in her first 2 appearances, and just at a stage, right, so the rain came and I was on a 10 o'clock written deadline, and at 5 to 10 it's still going. It could go either way.
Comes Fuller pulled, and that will be well stopped on the boundary. And And Rew looks to the skies and thinks, oh, either side there, just a little bit further would have been 4, but it's a good stop. 3-run save.
A little bit of rain in the air, as there was at Lord's on Saturday. So at 2 minutes to 10, the editor rings me and says, can you file at 10 o'clock, like back as soon as it finishes? And as he was on the phone, I said, yeah, but they've just lost another wicket, and a bit of profanity in my ear. Like, there's nothing I could do about it. But Danny Gibson comes out, reverse sweeps the first ball. My girlfriend Becky was down next to her family as well, who were loving it.
Shorter, ducked. I think I saw, might even have been you tweeting it, Sam, it was her first boundary in international cricket. First ball that she'd faced in that match. Reverse swept for 4 against one of the best sides, the best side, let's face it, the best side in the world, Australia. Yeah, umbrellas going up, and you can see, actually, most of them the wrong way out. Oh dear. A day for raincoats rather than umbrellas. Shorter again, ducked again. Now we have only got 9 minutes to lunch here. That's one for the over, the umpire says. But yeah, it was magnificent. I saw this video you put out as well.
Alex Griffiths was there, another Storm player as well, with my brother. The crowd was wonderful. The crowd is wonderful here, by the way. Look at those kids having a great time in the wind and the rain. But the women's, actually, some of the crowd, 21,000, like record crowd after record crowd, but also none of that edge, none of that tension, none of that people just going to get as drunk as they possibly can. Just wonderful.
And I noticed Lauren Filer's from Western-super-Mare is in the squad for the ODIs, which is coming here on the 18th of July. They're in Bristol first on the 12th. So all to play for. England still, they need to win every game.
They do.
But they are still in the hunt, just like the men's side. Need to win back against the wall, and that's when England play best.
I just hope they do it, because it's hard. That was the first time Australia have lost a bilateral series since 2017.
Yeah, insanely good team.
And now they've got to lose back-to-back bilateral series for England to win. But you just never know.
Yeah, rain is coming in. The Quantock's looking a little bit misty now. It generally means it's here or coming. That's down the leg side. Attempted little gloving there, but trying to help it on his way, but he's missed it, which is good news because it went through to Ben Brown. No run. Oh, we might get a bit of an early lunch here.
It's very windy. It's raining a little bit more than one would like. The umbrellas are going up and people are kind of scarpering from the stands.
7 minutes before the lunch break. Well, we've done fairly well, given that there is an awful lot of rain around, looking at the radar, to get the best part of 2 hours in. Yeah, can see that rain now as full as around the wicket. Enough time for Rew to pick up a single. And the umpire hands back his cap, so another over done. 73. 74 for 4, I think.
They're just coming together now. Mr. Middlebrook and Mr. Peveril going to have a chat. Have a look at the clock. What will we probably get, because Dawson's bowling, we'll probably get at least 2 overs in before lunch, but for the rain.
Yeah.
It's quite dark as well. I wonder if we'll see the floodlights on before long, if they are going to continue.
Who's hovering? Who's got the button? The floodlight button?
Probably Harry Everett. He seems to be like at the centre of everything. I tell you what, I tried to walk around the ground with Harry Everett on Friday. That was a mistake. He cannot move, Harry Everett, without someone saying, "Oh, Harry Everett, you're everywhere."
I thought you were going to say, "Harry Everett, you owe me money," or something like that. Is that not what people say?
Well, they're polite to him initially. I don't hang around for all the conversations.
No, you just
I haven't got the time. No. Going to carry on. Liam Dawson has ball in hand. Left arm over the wicket. So left-handed Rew's got 19.
Careful there, got his slip in. Backwards point.
Gets in behind that one. Electric start for Sussex, the complete opposite to here at Hove. Derbyshire won the toss, stuck them in. They're 148 without loss after 27 overs.
That rain coming in now. I think that's it. Yeah, they're going to call it. And I think that's fair enough on Dawson, who would have been struggling to grip that with it so wet as well. So we're going to, I imagine that'll just be an early lunch. There's only 5 minutes to go before the lunch break. So that is the end, probably, of the morning session. We'll wait. Yeah, the stumps are coming out. They'll get the covers on. They won't be back out before lunch. So That'll be that. 74 for 4, and actually, not a bad rebuild there from Somerset. 33 runs partnership, unbroken by what we think is probably the lunch break.
Yeah, very much a Hampshire session though. Session belonging to Kyle Abbott, which is something we've said quite a lot when Kyle Abbott has played against Somerset in the past. 3 wickets down his hand in the run out. Hampshire will be delighted with that. 74 for 4, 41 for 4 at 1 point. But as I said, weather around until both sides are batting. There's Andy Umeed with his bat tucked into his shirt and his helmet just
So to keep it dry, or
I think so, yeah.
or just a handy way to carry it. Yeah, well, Umeed, I think, will be very happy with that. 12 off 47. Rew 19 from 51. They're both still there, the key thing for Somerset. But Hampshire really do have them where they want them. 4 wickets in that opening session. Just the 74 runs. I think Hampshire will be pretty pleased to have lost the toss and still have managed that.
Yeah, I think they will. Umbrellas up there all around the ground. We're going to disappear for a little bit of lunch. Sam Dowling, Charlie Taylor, Harry Everett and Stephen Lamb. We'll hopefully be back with you this afternoon. Hopefully the showers will pass through. I think it's going to be a game, a 4-day game. It's going to be a bit like that. We're going to be off and on, off and on. We're off at the moment, but luckily it's come quite close to lunch. So players are taking an early lunch and we will be back with you shortly before whenever the action does restart.
up next from Bridgewater College Academy. Scoreless in the first round, so needs a good score here. Good luck, Jason. Sticky Hat Challenge. Naught from 2 so far, he needs this. Lesson for us all there, shooting does not work. So no points for Jason Bibser from Bridgewater College Academy, setting a shocking example for his pupils there. Rob Pusey up next from Tiverton High School. Great diving attempt, but it's not from 2 for Rob. It's trickier than it looks, this. There it is. First one to score in the Sticky Hat Challenge. Rob Pusey from Tiverton High School. Dan Marks from Village Schools Partnerships getting measured up now. Got a point in round 1. Let's see what he can do in round 2. Nothing on the first attempt. 2 more to come. Oh, unlucky. Velcro didn't quite do its job there. Here we go. Final one. Oh, great attempt. But 0 from 3 for Dan. Now it's Roger Knight from Wendon St George's Church School. Got a point by default in the first one, up in space on the first. Let's see how he gets on with his Sticky Hat Challenge. Good luck. Fantastic start from Roger. Points on the board. 2 more to get. Unlucky, 1 more to push him into an early lead. Just the 1 on the door there, which means that Roger after 2 rounds has 2 points. Dan has 1 point. Rob Pusey from Tiverton High has 1 point. Jason Bibser still to score. Ben Riggs has 1 point. Going into the final round, the tennis racket round, where a tennis ball will be hit as high into the air as possible. All the teachers have to do is try and catch it. Big pressure with over 1,200 pupils in today. Good luck to Ben. Here we go. And it's down.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. The rain has relented temporarily, at least, enough to allow us to get underway on time again after lunch. Remember, we finished the morning session a couple of minutes early as the rain came. Liam Dawson will have an over to finish off. Somerset 74 for 4. If you're just joining us, welcome. Sam Dowling alongside Stephen Lamb first up. We have got a quartet in the commentary box. Well, Charlie Taylor and Harry Everett are sat behind me. Tom Abel won the toss at about 10:30 today. Elected to bat first. Didn't start brilliantly. 74 for 4 Somerset are, which represents a little bit of a recovery given they were 41 for 4 when Sean Dixon was trapped LBW to Sean Abbott. Abbott again, the nemesis of Somerset. 3 wickets for him and his hand in a run out at the non-strikers end. It's going to be Liam Dawson then. 27.2 overs bowled, so he's going to come around the wicket, left arm spin. So the left-handed James Rew, who's got 19. Andy Umeed at the non-strikers end with 12. James Vince is at first slip, and there is a short leg. Then Peverill's arm goes down, and we're ready to go.
Afternoon, Sam.
Hello.
First ball of the session, safely delivered. It was an interesting first over from Dawson before lunch. First ball seemed to turn square, but not much since. Still on from the river end. And we've seen that a few times already from James Rew. The studied forward defensive push, which is very much in tune with the requirements of the situation.
The shot's gone out of the game a little bit, Stephen, isn't it?
Every cause with your side on 74 for 4. And James Rew, on numerous occasions since he came into this Somerset side, is called upon to bat with great responsibility from that position at number 6. Still spitting with rain out there as Rew gets onto the back foot this time and defends. It's a pretty gloomy picture overall, to be honest, at the end of the first over of the afternoon session. 74 for 4. There's a maiden from Dawson, 0 for 7 from 6, his figures. The left-hand side of the Quantock Hills, as we look at them, is encased in gloom.
It's gloomy unless you're a Hampshire fan, Stephen, in which case you'll be absolutely delighted with the way this game has started, and no surprises really to see it's Kyle Abbott who is going to start us off from the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion, and 5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 6 so far for Kyle Abbott. Didn't take the new ball, came on after 3 overs. Keith Barker opened up from this end. Abbott's 5 over spell, well, Tom Lammonby was his first victim, nicking one behind early on, and Abbott just did what he tends to do against Somerset. If you look back at his record, it's pretty remarkable in first-class cricket.
Yeah, I can't recall a game I've seen involving Somerset and Hampshire when he hasn't been hugely influential.
2 slips and a short leg weight.
The outstanding one was at the Aegeus Bowl when he put paid to Somerset's championship hopes with 17 wickets in the match.
Yeah, 9 for 40, followed up by 8 for 46. It's not a bad day, or a couple of days work that. Essex's player of the month for that.
Absolutely.
September 2019.
So 4 years ago, just under.
Mohammed Abbas in front of us at mid-on, just doing a little bit of dancing. Abbott using his shirt. You can see the wind as the way it's blowing across him.
It seems like longer ago, actually, than 2019. So
Umeed's
much has happened
solid
since.
in behind that one. He's got 12. He's been solid. Nice to see him in the side, Stephen, as well. He played that one game back end of last year at Kent.
Yep.
Deserves his opportunity, though, really.
And he's also quite correctly in defensive mode, primarily.
I think that is his primary mode. Mohammed Abbas just going for a little bit of limbering up himself. 8 overs, 0 for 30, so by his standards, relatively expensive, actually. Short, and he just ducks under it. 1 for the over, signalled by umpire Middlebrook.
Highest individual Somerset score so far, just 21. by Sean Dixon, who's the last man out.
Bad news is the rain is back. Umpire Middlebrook just having a look at Kyle Abbott. I thought he might be saying that's it. They are saying that's it. Covers have been called for, so it's been a short session. 7 balls, Stephen.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure to be alongside you. Unfortunately, I just feel, looking at the forecast, this might be what we are up against for today and the next couple of days as well.
Yeah, it doesn't look great. It's, just looking out of the window, it's got greyer and greyer. I mentioned the Quantocks a moment ago. You can hardly see the end of them now. It's sweeping in from the west, I'm afraid, and this does look worse than what we had over lunch. So, well, I'm sure we'll talk again, Sam.
Well, unless
Very nice to share that brief stint with you.
You haven't mortally offended me in those 7 balls, so I will chat to you. Whether it's on air or off there, I don't know. But yeah, players wandering out. There's a few people in the YouTube comments suggesting it's raining quite heavily elsewhere in Cometro in Taunton. So
there are the umbrellas on the Somerset stand, and the covers coming on. Just 10 minutes or so before they were taken off, being wheeled back into place. I fancy this may be quite a lengthy delay somehow.
Well, yeah, shame for the school kids. 1,500 or so in for Schools Week. They've been having a great time. They've been very vocal down there in the Trade Nation stand, but they've got their anoraks on and their umbrellas up. We are going to take another break. We've only been back 7 balls. It was a magnificent 7 balls there, Stephen. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Every delivery a privilege.
Indeed. We will keep you updated. As and when we know anything, you will know it too. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be back for some further play before too long.
typically.
Right, so
Welcome to another player podcast from Somerset County Cricket Club, and today we're lucky enough to be joined by probably the best bowler that Somerset and England have ever had, Mr. Andrew Caddick. Welcome, Caddy. Lovely to see you here.
thank you, Richard.
It's funny, really, that you're a New Zealander, but you ended up making your name playing for Somerset. How does that all come about then?
A very long time ago.
Absolutely.
Right, so 87. Or was it 87 or 88? I can't remember, it was a long time ago. I decided that I wanted to go and visit the UK, as most Kiwis do. They'll pack their bags and go off hitchhiking around the world, but I didn't hitchhike. I went straight to my uncle and aunt's house in Belsize Park, London. And I decided at the time I was going to play a little bit of cricket. I've just spent 6 months in the UK to play a bit of cricket. I'd originally was in contact with a club, I think it was Harrow on the Hill Club, and when I turned up there, it wasn't exactly a club that I was. It was basically a shed in the middle of a field. Right. So, and at the time, my aunt, who's my dad's older sister, said, "Look, they knew Bronsgrove, and they knew the people at Bronsgrove, they knew the people at Hampstead." So I decided to go down to Hampstead to have a trial. Took 6 wickets and got 80 odd runs in the second team game for them, and they said, "Oh, we'd like you to play the first team," and the rest is history as far as London's concerned. And subsequently for the next 3 years I came back and forth. Went home, worked for my dad in the plastering business, earned enough money to come back, and I did that for 3 years, and moved around London area. So the first year I was in Belsize Park, the second year I was in Hackney, and the third year I was over at, where was it? It was just north of the M25, I can't remember now. So I got to know northern London quite well. Playing domestic cricket, or should I say club cricket for Hampstead, there was a gentleman there who was the chairman at the time, president, a gentleman called Roger Oakley, who was very, very good friends with a certain coach at the time down here at Somerset, Jack Birkinshaw. And that was the connection with Somerset. But right. I had played a little bit of Middlesex YCs in 89, and then I played a bit of second team cricket for Middlesex. But it wasn't until Jack got involved, or should I say Roger contacted Jack, and I got a trial down here, that the connection with Somerset was born.
You had a pretty successful kick-off, didn't you, with the second 11, one of your first games?
Not my first game. I had a terrible first game.
The second game was pretty successful.
We had I played my first game here, and funny enough, it was my debut for Somerset. It was also a gentleman called Roland Lefebvre's debut for Somerset.
Right.
Played a second team game down here against I think it was an Australian university side, a one-day game. Yeah. And past members will remember the wickets at Taunton back in the late 80s, 90s. It was a road. Did nothing. There was a gentleman called down here called Adrian Jones who was a terror of the ball. It was quick. He was a fast pacer, but this ground here, this wicket here back in the late 80s, it nullified any pace. At the same time, Jimmy Cook was here. He was scoring 2,000 runs before the end of May. I think he got subsequently those 2 seasons he got over 5,000 first-class runs, and that is testament to what this wicket was like. It was a flat road. There was no grass on it. It was just rolled concrete. So I came down here, got absolutely smashed by an Australian university side. I thought that was my trial gone, my opportunity gone. But the following day, we drove up to London to play against Surrey second 11 at the Oval, and I took 8 for 36 or something in the first innings. Subsequently, when we batted, I broke my thumb, and then I took another wicket in the second innings, but I just couldn't bowl. And at the same time that evening, the chief exec then, Peter Anderson, came up to London, had a chat with me and said, "Right, Caddy, how are we going to get you qualified?" And that's where the qualifications period started with Somerset.
Right. So that's really how it all started with you.
That's how it started. I had to do a 5-year qualification period, and subsequently it was 92 was the year that I was able to play first-class cricket. And up to then I was 2 years in the second team. So I think I still to this day am very annoyed with Rob Turner, who was the second team wicketkeeper then, because I had 96 wickets in the second team that summer, and he dropped 3 catches at Canterbury, which I could have got. Anyway, that's a long time ago. But yeah, so for the next 2 seasons while qualifying, I played second team cricket, but also played for a club, Clevedon, up the road near Bristol, who I played for them on a Saturday. So a lot of cricket going on, up to the point of actually getting my first class cap.
And you were here. Was it at that stage you were doing jobs around the ground?
I was. I was doing in the winters. I decided after 3 years of going back and forth to New Zealand, I decided that I was going to stay a couple of winters in the UK, and subsequently got a job maintaining the ground, painting the ground. The old presidential suite up in the Colin Atkinson pavilion all those years ago, I redecorated the pavilions. It was just an odd jobs job. I remember Peter Anderson, the chief exec, at the same time took me down to his place in Bear and Seaton, and got me painting his soffits, which it's a 3-story house. Yeah. I remember doing this, and he'd be hanging out the window making sure I was okay when there was sleet and snow being blown off the top of the roof. So it was an eye-opener, but at the end of the day, that's what you did back then. You just mucked in and got on with your job. So if I was to say that my first class, should I say my first second class season, I was paid £1,200 for the summer. That was a summer contract then, for the 2 subsequent seasons. That's a long day. It's a long time ago compared to what they get paid now. But that's what you did. You made good. You played hard, and you went off and did a part-time job just to keep that money coming in.
Indeed, but really, you came to people's attention, didn't you, in '93? I mean, people knew of you, but that particular game down here in '93, May '93, against Lancashire, was when people sat up and started to recognise what Andy Caddick was all about.
Yeah, it was a fortunate game actually, because it was a very wet wicket, and there was a very good groundsman back then called Phil Frost who took over the reins in 91, 92, should I say 92, 93, and he produced hard green wickets. And it was testament to what he was preparing, the fact that he could water the wicket the morning of a match, and the wicket would stay green for the rest of the year, for the rest of the game. So these wickets were green and hard. They didn't do sideways lateral movement. They just kissed, and you could always see how good the wicket was, because 2 things would happen. One is you would never get bowling marks, follow-through marks at the crease. It would be rock hard. You'd never be repairing the creases for bowlers. And secondly, the wicket would continue to be green on the 3rd, 4th day. It was tended to be a bit juicy on the first day. It got quicker on the second day, and then it started to flatten out for batting. So if you made inroads on the first day on green seaming wickets, what should I say? It didn't seem a lot. Swinging wickets, because we had a gentleman called Graham Rose back then, who was a phenomenal swing bowler of the ball. And we had a very good partnership in the fact that I swung the ball. We were very good at preparing the ball and getting it to swing. And the wickets were green. So there was good, conducive carry here. The slips loved fielding in this wicket, because they were just good height catches. There was never to your feet too low. It was always good carry. Yeah. But those wickets back then were green hard seamers, and they stayed hard. And it was good because it was a good atmosphere for cricket, because you had batters who would have to play well, and you had bowlers who had to bowl well. I always value a wicket, or should I say rate a wicket, in this day and age, and even back then, as a wicket. A good wicket's a wicket where a batter, once you've released the ball, is committed to a shot. And those were the wickets we had back in the early 90s. We had wickets where, when you bowled the ball, the batter couldn't change his mind halfway through a shot, whether he was going to come forward or back. Right. He was committed to a shot. Yeah. And that's what I rated as good quality wickets around the country. And Taunton was one, Surrey was another, Lancashire was another. Trent Bridge was a bit like that as well. But the three main wickets that were good, pacey wickets were Taunton, Lancashire and Surrey.
Right. So, in 1993, when Lancashire came down here to play, talk us through that game.
It was a low-scoring game.
It was.
We had Mush was our overseas in the team.
And he was playing his first game.
He was playing his first game. Lancashire, they were, Test cricketers all the way through. You had some serial Watkins, you had Atherton, you had Fairbrother. You had some serious players in that team. I think it was Akram was even in the side.
Yes, he
so
was.
you had some really good, strong overseas players and good quality cricket. But it was a low-scoring match, and it wasn't. I did a little bit in the first innings, but it seemed a lot, and unfortunately to me, when it seems for me, that tends to play and miss a lot.
Yeah.
But we were fortunate that we were dead and buried, but there's a last heroic swing of the bat from Andre van Troost, which got us from, I think, about a 50 to 60 run lead to about a 100 run lead. I think it was on a 95 run lead. So that sort of turned the tables. And the spell of bowling in the second innings from me was, the rest is history. But I'm still annoyed with Mush because he got that one wicket. And it was just, everything just clicked. From ball one, everything just clicked.
I sat and watched the whole of that game, sat down in the old Stragglers bar. I remember sitting in the seats there watching out, thinking they were chasing whatever, less than 100.
Yeah, I think it was about 95.
Yeah, something like that,
something
88,
like that.
95. Yeah, but to see you guys roll them over, and in fact they looked like they were going to get them, didn't they? Because Watkinson had
there was a little bit of resurgence towards the end, but then we managed to put a little bit of pressure on them and knock them over. But no, it was a great game, and for me it was just the stepping stone I needed to go to the next level.
I was going to say, because that's when you got recognition and got called up for the Test match, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there was a baptism of fire against Aussies, and
Yes,
you're sitting there thinking, well, of all the teams you come up against, but and the worst case scenario I could ever have was my first Test at Old Trafford. It was like this. It was rain 2 weeks prior to the Test. I remember they used to have the old, I think it was the old tarpaulin blow-up cover, and that had been on the wicket for about 3, 4, 5 days. And the unfortunate thing with that cover was the condensation would be inside and it would drop into the wicket, so it was never kept dry compared to the wickets the covers they use today. And I can also remember that our training was done in an indoor school where they play indoor cricket, which was the competition back then. It was a big competition. Big in Australia, big in New Zealand, and it was also back then big in the UK. And we were training indoor, not an indoor wicket, not in the indoor centres we have now, but an indoor cricket wicket for indoor cricket. So, not the greatest preparation, wet wicket, and I didn't do too well for that whole series, but it sort of showed how difficult and how big a step it was up from first class to Test cricket.
But you continued to play, obviously, England cricket and Somerset cricket, and you had an amazing season in '98, didn't you, when you got 100 wickets? You're the last Somerset player to take 100 wickets in a season, 100 first class. I mean, that's a major achievement, Caddy.
Yeah, it was difficult back then because when you're playing Test cricket and domestic cricket, first class cricket, you were torn between Test match, off to a first class game, Test match, first class game, Test match, and that was before the contracts came available. And you were actually employed by your county, and you were on loan, as they say, to the TCCB, as it was back then. And the TCCB remunerated Somerset for you being away. So the 90s, it was basically up to we had contracts. It was basically you were controlled by your county. Yeah. So if I had a Test match at Old Trafford, for argument's sake, and then unfortunately I had a domestic game away, I could go 6-8 weeks and not be home. The only time I'd go home was maybe on a Monday night to wash my whites, to throw them in a bag again, to jump in a car, to travel somewhere on a Wednesday or Tuesday to meet up for a Thursday Test match. Yeah. So for me, if I had a home match, that was a bonus for Somerset. If I didn't, I was on the road. So back then, it was very much the county was in control, and you were released to the TCCB, as I say, England back then. And it wasn't until the contracts came in place when the ECB took over as your employer and you were on loan to your club. So that's where the crossover was.
Which is very different the way it is now.
It's very different the way it is now. Yeah, back then, there's one thing I'll always say, and I'll say this to any England cricketer: well done, crack on, brilliant what you're doing. As long as they have respect for my generation, which was the Duncan Fletcher, the Nasser Hussain cap, the Atherton, when we went through the contracts, because I remember we were on strike. We were going on strike. There was a test match against Pakistan, and we were on strike in our hotel in Old Trafford and Manchester, and we weren't playing that test until we'd pushed, because back then a gentleman called Richard Bevan was the PCA rep, and he was modernising the game as far as the contracts are concerned between the ECB and the players. So we were on strike a number of times trying to get these contracts through. So as long as the players of today have the respect for what they've got now from the players who went through that period, that crossover period from when we became the TCCB to the ECB, crack on. I don't have any problem. But I think the generation now don't understand what we went through to where they are today. I think they need to just look back and see how cricket has developed in the UK.
But nobody's taken 100 wickets since, Caddy. Tell us about
No.
that 98 season. Come on, you've got
It was
to
a,
remember
it was a
that.
strange season because I can remember we were playing Worcester. The penultimate game when the Test team was announced was here at Worcester. And Graham Hick had been scoring a lot of runs for Worcester. I'd been taking wickets. I had about 88 wickets in that summer already. And the Test was announced. And it was announced we were playing here the Sunday. And we were playing here against Worcester, and the Test match team was announced, and my name was not on that list. I was fuming. I was absolutely fuming because I thought to myself, you're taking 80-odd wickets in a summer. What more do you have to do? But that's life. Even when I retired, I remember David Lloyd on his little speech about thanking me and how he admired me as a player, and even he said at the time we should have picked him more. But that's hindsight. That's great. I had a great career as far as England's concerned. 10 years and 62 tests. I can't begrudge that. I'd love to have played more, but that's just the way it runs out. But
234 wickets.
Yeah, but that's nothing these days, though, is it? The players of today are looked after a lot better. They're treated a lot better, and so they should be. Being a fast bowler is hard work. It's a hard game, and if you can get 10 years out of your body, you're doing very well.
That 100 wickets then, Caddy. You weren't picked, so how did you come to get 100 wickets then?
I can't remember. I can't remember. I cannot remember who it was against and who it was. I know I had 105 for the summer, and what really annoyed me was that Courtney Walsh beat me by 1 at 106. I cannot remember that 100th wicket. You probably know the 100th wicket.
I can't remember either. I couldn't look it up, but
No.
it was just the fact that you took 100 wickets, and that's quite an achievement, isn't it?
It is, but you go back yesteryear to the 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
They would take 300 wickets in a summer. Because they were playing so much cricket. I think there was something like 30-odd matches in the summer. It's just non-stop. So, but in the modern game, 17 games and 100 wickets. Yeah. But the annoying thing was that Courtney beat me by 1.
Which was your favourite end down here when you were bowling?
I always like running in from the
river end.
Because it's a bit like Lords, it's a bit like Headingley. I like to run up a slight hill. Because you can attack the crease more. Occasionally I'd bowl from this end, but that would only be if the wind was the right way around. But predominantly the wind was from the southwest here, which is coming from the Clocks Tower. Should I say the church tower here? So I'd always bowl up the hill with the winds, with the shape.
What was your favourite delivery? What do you think was your most productive delivery?
Oh, I said everyone. My career changed when a certain ex-Devon lad, a gentleman called Mark Lathwell, taught me how to bowl an off-cutter.
Right.
So my whole career changed from learning that skill. and that allowed me to start being more productive and thinking of how to work players out. To me, that period, probably the late 90s through to 2003, 4, 5, was the most productive period because I'd learnt the skill set. And I've always said you never stop learning, even to the day I stopped bowling. You never stop learning. You never stop learning about your body. You never stop learning about your action. You never stop learning about your skills. You never stop learning about the next generation of cricketers coming through, because the generation will always change, as you see now with 2020 cricket. The shot selection is completely different to what we were playing. But for me, there's nothing better than seeing a wicket being cartwheeled out the ground, is there? Nothing. And in fact, I've got a picture, a great picture. If you remember, we used to play the Sunday League matches here with the restricted run-ups, and we were playing Hampshire here, and in the side there was, like I said, David Gower, there's Robin Smith, Paul. I think it was Paul. No, I can't remember who the other one was.
Paul Terry.
Paul Terry, that's the one. And again, they had Macca bowling here as well, Malcolm Marshall. It was a Sunday League match, restricted run-ups. I took 4 for 16. I've got this picture, and it's on my wall at home. It's a cracking picture, and it's of Robin Smith's off stump, out the ground cartwheeling with the ball in the bail, and then playing the shot. And I got him to sign it, and he said, "Too good for me, China. Pity about the no ball." So, but that's probably one of the any bowler will want to see the off stump or a set of stumps being splayed out of the ground, because that's you beating the player hands up and also getting the maximum dramatic dismissal you can have, which is your bails and your wicket being torn out of the ground.
Fantastic. You won several awards with the county, didn't you? I mean, you're here for a long time, but probably I think you're involved with 3 award-winning sides, 3 cup-winning sides. 2001 must be sort of somewhere in the memory. When we sort of broke the duck from 83, when we went to Lords and we played against Leicestershire in the final. I mean, we'd been there before in 99, hadn't we, and didn't get over the line.
We had, but the difference we had Jamie Cox. Yeah. And this club, and I don't care what anybody says, this club and a lot of clubs in the country, they respond to good overseas players. I don't know whether it's the mentality, which is just a get on with it mentality, no excuse mentality. I tend to have that mentality myself. It's just like, get on with it, stop whinging about it, get on with the job. And I think that's what overseas captains have brought. So we had Jamie, we had Biff, Graham Smith, we had Ponting, we've had Justin Langer. Now, the club has always responded to these sorts of players. In their own right, these players are phenomenal players. Jamie Cox was probably an underrated player at his time. But what he did was he brought the team together and started that process of starting to win, of that mentality. We also had a very good coach at that time, with Dermot Rew. Now, Dermot was out there as far as what he was trying to teach the players and the mentality of the players, but it was brilliant stuff. And you could ask any player of the time who their best coach was, and they would say Dermot Rew, without a doubt, because he just thought outside the box. Who would have thought that in a game that he would think when the ball bounced on him, he'd throw his bat to the ground and punch it away with his hands because you could not be out. There's no way of, the law states your hands must be on the bat for the glove to be to be deemed as out. So these are the things that were going through his head. So it was quite strange putting onto players, but as far as the time was concerned, then 2001 through to 2005, you would say that it was the overseas captains that had the most influence on this team.
And he took us. 99 was his first season. That was your first benefit.
It was, yeah.
It was, yes. Remember that. And
you've got one of my ties, I'm sure.
I have, yes, indeed. You know how it is. He's one today, Caddy. You know that one. But yeah, he took us there in '99, and we didn't quite make it. But 2001, we did, didn't we?
We did. We did make it, and it was. That was a strange game because there was one period in that game with Bosworth who, everybody felt for him. Even the batters felt for him. I think Peter Bowler was batting at the time, and he just lost it. As a bowler, it's probably the worst scenario you can ever have. especially in a high spotlighted game. So everybody felt sorry for him. In fact, I think that finished his career basically, which was really unfortunate because he was a good bowler. He was a good day in, day out county bowler. But no, that was the unfortunate downside of the game. But the highlight was us coming away with the trophy.
Fantastic. Then the T20 came on board, didn't it? I mean, you were here when that came on the blocks. I mean, what was the reaction? What was your thought about T20 cricket when it first arrived?
Like everybody, I thought at the time. I thought, what the heck's this? What game is this? Why are we playing this game? But I think as time went on, people started realising it was good, entertaining stuff. And for a bowler, 4 overs. What more can you say? 4 overs in a day, you take that all day long. And now the format it is now worldwide, well, it's just a phenomenon. The best thing I think for the game is it's the kids. It's bringing the kids. It's bringing highlighting the cricket to the youngsters. But I think there was a survey done years ago that it was like the attention span for a human is around an hour, 45 minutes to an hour, and they've managed to pack that sort of time in. So for 45 minutes to an hour, people are hooked in the game. It's fast impact, high impact. But as far as players are concerned, it was a strange one to start with, but then we had one of the biggest records down here, didn't we, with Justin Langer and Cameron White. 250 on the board.
Against Gloucestershire.
And it just goes to show that it's entertaining stuff.
Yeah. But again, it was an overseas captain who led us to the success at the Oval, wasn't it?
It was Graham Smith. It was a phenomenal game. It was a phenomenal day. We did well to get through in the semi-final, and then the final was just let loose, and that's what happened.
Lancashire, what a side they had!
Yeah, they had a very good side.
Yeah.
The fact that they had a very good side, and I remember my first over. The fact that Richard Johnson had dropped Mel Loy after hooking me on the boundary.
Yes.
I think it was second ball. And then, fortunately for me, fourth ball, he did the same thing. And this time, Richard caught it. He hung on to it. And then I got a few overs later, I managed to get Andrew Flintoff out. So, but the finals day, you just don't know on finals day. We've seen some phenomenal finals days. You just don't know. It's just, Somerset last year had a phenomenal semi-final, and unfortunately didn't make it into the final, through in the final. But finals day, it's a toss of the coin. Simple as that these days.
Yeah. And then Charles Willoughby turned up here, didn't he? And joined us, and you and he bowled us really to success in 2007, back to the First Division.
Charles, I will put my hand on heart and say he's probably one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet, and probably the best partner I've played with as far as opening bowler is concerned, behind Darren Gough and Test level. So he had all the attributes. And the two of us, we were a little bit ruthless at times, and worked really well as a partnership. And that's what you need in cricket. You need a bowler and your bowlers working with each other. Whether you're a spinner, whether you're a seamer, whether you're a medium pacer, it doesn't matter what discipline you are. As far as bowling is concerned, you need to work in partnerships. Duncan Fletcher was always he was always right in saying, and he was always saying, should I say, if you bowl three maiden overs in a row, 9 times out of 10 you'll get a wicket, and that still stands today. If you watch, it's very difficult to bowl three maidens in a row, but 9 times out of 10, if you manage to do it as a side, you will obtain a wicket because that pressure just builds up. And Charles was phenomenal at the other end with me, and I really enjoyed my time with Charles. And luckily, 2007, we managed a good partnership and got back under the First Division.
Indeed, and I mean, you took a lot of wickets between you. And that was more or less the end of your career, wasn't it? You sort of, by then, once you'd had that season, things were becoming a bit more difficult, keeping your body together.
Well, for me, I had an issue with my upper thoracic back, and 2007 I was on painkillers and jabs to keep me going, and I decided that I was still capable of bowling, even though I was in pain. I decided I wanted to carry on. I had a upper thoracic operation, so there's steel work on my back now to get me through to carry on. What was I, 37, 38. Yeah. So I was thinking, well, my days aren't over yet. I can still do a job. Unfortunately, that operation just slightly changed the dynamics of the technical side of the action. And whereas before, 10 out of 10, I'd be hitting the seam. After that operation, I started noticing that the ball wasn't hitting the seam as much. Was scuffing the sides and that becomes a frustration when you have how can you say, high expectations and high level of excellence, which you want to continue doing. And that slightly changed. And then that wasn't quite coming back. The biggest benefit that I had that summer, which at the beginning of the summer 2008, is we went to Abu Dhabi, pre-season Abu Dhabi, which I think without that I probably would have called it a day. And that with the warm climate and bowling every day and loosening and getting the body working again was brilliant to get me another couple of years. But it came to the point when 2009, beginning of 2009, it just started to hurt, and I just thought to myself, this body's had enough. And after 20 odd years of bowling down here, it did call it. It did have to call a day on it.
Over 1,000 first-class wickets, though, Caddy.
1,182.
Exactly.
I think.
See, I knew you'd know. Exactly. I knew you'd know exactly how.
Yeah, those. I don't know. It's. Yeah, I remember I was talking to Crofty, Robert Croft, and he's got over 1,000 wickets. So it's testament to him how good a bowler he was. And I don't think we're going to see that again. No. I don't think we'll see that. I think the players of the day, especially the first class players, they tend to be a little bit more mollycoddled. They tend to work on strength and conditioning a bit too much. Spending too much time in a gym. I didn't spend hardly any time in a gym. I did a lot of swimming as a player. A lot of bit of core stability just to keep the strength up in the core. But for me, it was mainly swimming and bowling. You learn your trade out there. There's no exercise in a gym that'll teach you that out there. In fact, I've always been an advocate of saying, look, heavy weights tightens you up. You look at someone like Sid Lawrence, for argument's sake. You go back to someone like Sid Lawrence. We look at Jack Callis. He went from being slim and quick to big and bulky, and he lost all his pace. I do think being big and bulky is not the way to go. It's being slim and trim. And the biggest advocate of that is someone like Jimmy Anderson.
Absolutely. Just
slim and trim and bowl.
Yeah. Just sort of look back over your career. Who would be some of the best batsmen you've had a chance to bowl at?
Domestic level, I would say one of my nemesis was a gentleman called Mark Rambakash. He was phenomenal for his for his career, throughout his career, especially at domestic level. He knew where his off stump was. And not many players at that era knew where their off stump was, and I could manipulate them around the crease. And that was my job as a bowler, fast bowler, to get them moving around the crease into positions they didn't want to be in. Mark wouldn't. He would just stand still. Very simple, technical batter. Mark was a good player to play against. As far as test level is concerned, you're playing against someone like Ricky Ponting, Sachin Tendulkar. I didn't play a lot against Sachin because we didn't play a lot against the Indian teams, but Ricky Ponting, Adam Gilchrist. Nobody wanted to bowl at Adam Gilchrist. It was 9 times out of 10 they either had 400 on the board, and he was coming in with a new ball. When you just take the new ball and just smashing it all apart. So back then, nobody wanted to bowl at Adam, but you had the War brothers, you had the Aussies, you had Pakistan, you had some phenomenal players against Pakistan. New Zealand cricket teams, you had Stephen Fleming's, Macmillan's. You had some phenomenal teams at the time, and then you had the West Indies. You could say more about Brian Lara. I think technically Brian Lara was the hardest bowler I've ever bowled at, because he knew how to play late, and I think the beauty of playing and being a phenomenal first team cricketer or test match cricketer or international cricketer is being able to see the ball and play late. And there was a player, as I said, we mentioned him before, Mark Lathwell, one of the most phenomenally talented players I've ever played with. He was very good because, and I mean very, very good, because he saw the ball late. He played it late. I can still remember watching him now. Just that back foot punch through the offside, through the covers. It's just a simple shutter back, bang, gone. And there were some bowlers around the country when he was playing that didn't like playing against Mark Lathwell. So, but as far as myself, Lara, Tendulkar, Ponting, Jack Callis. You've had some phenomenal players in my era, but there's just good players out there now.
You played against the best, Caddy?
I've played against, I think, I remember having this chat with Dean Headley a number of years ago. And we were thinking about the times we were playing. Would you want to play now or play in the last 10 years or play in the era that we played in? And we came to the same conclusion that we think we played in the best era because it was a true test. Test cricket now, the resurgence, what Brendan McCullum's done and Ben Stokes has been brilliant for English cricket. But again, I'd hate to say it, but you've got two Kiwis together, two Kiwi-born players.
Absolutely.
You can take that as you wish. But it's just that go out there and perform. No hold back. Just get on and do it. And this is the mentality they're playing now. But I think Test cricket is under a lot of pressure now. I think the domestic game is under a lot of pressure because, unfortunately, we're in an era now where money is raised by the shorter game, whether it's the 2020 or the 100, and unfortunately, that's to the detriment of first-class cricket and Test cricket. And I'm just hoping the powers to be up with the ECB actually see that the Test cricket is the real test of being an international cricketer. One-day cricket, yes, is the financial instrument that keeps Test cricket going and keeps the county surviving based on all the TV income. But at the end of the day, Test cricket is fundamentally the basis of all cricket. It is a test. It's not an entertaining. There can be a lot of entertainment in 2020 cricket, but there can just be as much entertainment in Test cricket. Who would have thought that Test match against New Zealand would come down to England would come down to them winning with one ball left and one wicket?
Incredible.
And this is the thing. This is where the one-day cricket in 2020 and around the world is affecting Test cricket. It's making it a great spectacle, and long may it continue.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you do it all again, Caddy?
If my body, if I was 25 or 23, 22, I'd love to do it all again. It's the day I retired, 2009, and the day I finished with England in 2003. I still remember that last test at Sydney. Phenomenal game, phenomenal atmosphere because I think we had about 15,000 Barmy Army watching. And we went down, I remember now, just when we won that test match, going down and applauding the Barmy Army for the support over the tour. It was a hard tour, that tour, in 2003. But, yeah, if I could do it all again, I would, because you miss the camaraderie with the players. You miss that banter. You miss being away with the players, enjoying yourself, but then playing hard. So playing hard both on the field and off the field, enjoying yourself. Because there's a very, very fine balance, because the amount of cricket they play now, they've got to be able to enjoy it. But could I go back? I'd love to go back. I'd love to be 22, 23 again. I'd love to be playing this IPL all around the world. But my heart would still be wanting to play Test cricket. That would be my fundamental, wanted to play Test cricket was the most important part of it.
You look back all those years ago to when you were signed for Somerset, and you came down here to an alien place, an alien county, yet here you are in 2023, still living here. What is it about this place that appeals to you, that's made you want to be here, that kept you here through your career and has kept you living here now? What is it about Somerset?
When I first came here in 89, 90, yeah. It was the atmosphere. It was a family atmosphere. We had a great chief exec in Peter Anderson. We had great people. We had great staff. It was just a family club. I lived in London for 3 years. It's far enough away from London, from the bustling pace of life up there. I remember coming my first year in London. I was shocked at how much things cost coming from New Zealand when it was 3 to 1, the exchange rate, the currency exchange rate. But no, coming down here, it was the quality of life. It's a nice part of the world. It's a warmer climate. You know, you've got some beautiful coastlines down here. Being a Kiwi, been brought up around boats and coastline and water. And of course, family. My family are here. The kids are here. The wife's here. They've all grown up here. They've all schooled here. It's a great county to live in.
And what about the punters around the ground? I mean, what was it like to come and play in front of them, and the reception you still get when you walk around here?
I would say that Somerset are without doubt the best supported club in the country. My wife, back in the early 90s, was the membership secretary here. That's how I met her. So I didn't go far from the ground, as I say. So I've got a lot of ties here. We had 6,500 members then. We've got over 7,000 members now, and that's 30 years later. So that's testament to the club, testament to the supporters here, that they love their cricket, they love this county. This, as I said, has always been a family atmosphere, family operated club. It should continue that way. I think we're slightly going away from what's best for the supporters. You know, the days when we used to have the old pavilion were brilliant, because you'd walk down from the dressing room straight into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion bar. You'd be sitting there, you'd be drilled and grilled by the supporters, and you learnt your cricket. And the other thing is, the teams would be together. So the opposition would go down to the bar, you'd have a chat with the opposition on the day. The following day you go back, you'd be slogging out against them again, and the following day you'd have another beer downstairs talking about the game. I think that's what we miss. I think the supporters miss that, being able to be close to the players and talk to the players and show their support and show their love for the team and what they're doing. Those days have gone, which is unfortunate. I think those days need to come back, because without the supporters, you haven't really got a team, you haven't got a club. Yes, we can turn and say, without the club, you've got no finances. Without the club, you've got no cricket. Without the club, you've got no players. But at the end of the day, without the supporters, you've got no team. Yeah. So I think we need to be a little bit more focused on the fact that this club is built up around the supporters, who's got phenomenal support, and that needs to continue. That needs to be more emphasised.
Caddy, they love their cricket down here. They loved you playing down here. Thank you for coming to talk to us today. We've really enjoyed it. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Richard.
Welcome to another player podcast from Somerset County Cricket Club, and today we're lucky enough to be joined by probably the best bowler that Somerset and England have ever had, Mr. Andrew Caddick. Welcome, Caddy. Lovely to see you here.
Thank you, Richard.
It's funny, really, that you're a New Zealander, but you ended up making your name playing for Somerset. How does that all come about then?
A very long time ago.
Absolutely.
Right, so 87. Or was it 87 or 88? I can't remember, it was a long time ago. I decided that I wanted to go and visit the UK, as most Kiwis do. They'll pack their bags and go off hitchhiking around the world, but I didn't hitchhike. I went straight to my uncle and aunt's house in Belsize Park, London. And I decided at the time I was going to play a little bit of cricket. I've just spent 6 months in the UK to play a bit of cricket. I'd originally was in contact with a club, I think it was Harrow on the Hill club, and when I turned up there, it wasn't exactly a club that I was. It was basically a shed in the middle of the field. Right. So, and at the time, my aunt, who's my dad's older sister, said, "Look, they knew Bronsgrove, and they knew the people at Bronsgrove, they knew the people at Hampstead." So I decided to go down to Hampstead to have a trial. Took 6 wickets and got 80 odd runs in the second team game for them, and they said, "Oh, we'd like you to play the first team," and the rest is history as far as London's concerned. And subsequently for the next 3 years I came back and forth. Went home, worked for my dad in the plastering business, earned enough money to come back, and I did that for 3 years, and moved around London area. So the first year I was in Belsize Park, the second year I was in Hackney, and the third year I was over at, where was it? It was just north of the M25, I can't remember now. So I got to know London, northern London, quite well. Playing domestic cricket, or should I say club cricket for Hampstead. There was a gentleman there who was the chairman at the time, president, a gentleman called Roger Oakley, who was very, very good friends with a certain coach at the time down here at Somerset, Jack Birkinshaw. And that was the connection with Somerset. But
Right.
I had played a little bit of Middlesex YCs in 89, and then I played a bit of second team cricket for Middlesex. But it wasn't until Jack got involved, or should I say Roger contacted Jack, and I got a trial down here, that the connection with Somerset was born.
You had a pretty successful kick-off, didn't you, with the second 11, one of your first games?
Not my first game. I had a terrible first game.
Second game was pretty
Second game
much
was
successful.
we had I played my first game here, and funny enough, it was my debut for Somerset. It was also a gentleman called Roland Lefebvre's debut for Somerset.
Right.
Played a second team game down here against I think it was an Australian university side, a one-day game,
yeah.
and past members will remember the wickets at Taunton back in the late 80s, 90s. It was a road. Did nothing. There was a gentleman called down here called Adrian Jones who was a terror of the ball. It was quick. He was a fast paceman, but this ground here, this wicket here back in the late 80s, it nullified any pace. At the same time, Jimmy Cook was here. He was scoring 2,000 runs before the end of May. I think he got subsequently those 2 seasons, he got over 5,000 first-class runs. And that is testament to what this wicket was like. It was a flat road. There was no grass on it. It was just rolled concrete. So I came down here, got absolutely smashed by an Australian university side. I thought that was my trial gone, my opportunity gone. But the following day, we drove up to London to play against Surrey second 11 at the Oval, and I took 8 for 36 or something in the first innings. Subsequently, when we batted, I broke my thumb, and then I took another wicket in the second innings, but I just couldn't bowl. And at the same time that evening, the chief exec then, Peter Anderson, came up to London, had a chat with me and said, "Right, Caddy, how are we going to get you qualified?" That's where the qualifications period started with Somerset.
Right. So that's really how it all started with you.
That's how it started. I had to do a 5-year qualification period, and subsequently it was 92 was the year that I was able to play first-class cricket. And up to then I was 2 years in the second team. So I think I still to this day am very annoyed with Rob Turner, who was the second team wicket-keeper then, because I had 96 wickets in the second team that summer, and he dropped 3 catches at Kent, at Canterbury, which I could have got. Anyway, that's a long time ago. But yeah, so for the next 2 seasons while qualifying, I played second team cricket, but also played for a club, Clevedon, up the road near Bristol, who I would play for them on a Saturday. So a lot of cricket going on, up to the point of actually getting my first class cap.
And you were here. Was it at that stage you were doing jobs around the ground?
I was. I was doing in the winters. I decided after 3 years of going back and forth to New Zealand, I decided that I was going to stay a couple of winters in the UK, and subsequently got a job maintaining the ground, painting the ground. The old presidential suite up in the Colin Atkinson pavilion all those years ago, I redecorated the pavilions. It was just an odd jobs job. I remember Peter Anderson, the chief exec, at the same time took me down to his place in Bear and Seaton, and got me painting his soffits, which is a 3-storey house. Yeah. I remember doing this, and he'd be hanging out the window making sure I was okay when there was sleet and snow being blown off the top of the roof. So it was an eye-opener, but at the end of the day, that's what you did back then. You just mucked in and got on with your job. So if I was to say that my first class, should I say my first second class season, I was paid £1,200 for the summer. That was a summer contract then for the 2 subsequent seasons. That's a long day. It's a long time ago compared to what they get paid now. But that's what you did. You made good. You played hard, and you went off and did a part-time job just to keep that money coming in.
Indeed. But really, you came to people's attention, didn't you, in '93? I mean, people knew of you, but that particular game down here in '93, May '93 against Lancashire, was when people sat up and started to recognise what Andy Caddick was all about.
Yeah, it was a fortunate game actually because it was a very wet. It was a very wet wicket, and there was a very good groundsman back then called Phil Frost who took over the reins in 91, 92, should I say 92, 93, and he produced hard green wickets. And it was testament to what he was preparing, the fact that he could water the wicket the morning of a match, and the wicket would stay green for the rest of the year, for the rest of the game. So these wickets were green and hard. They didn't do sideways lateral movement. They just kissed, and you could always see how good the wicket was because two things would happen. One is you would never get bowling marks, follow-through marks at the crease. It'd be rock hard. You'd never be repairing the creases for bowlers. And secondly, the wicket would continue to be green on the third, fourth day. It was tended to be a bit juicy on the first day. It got quicker on the second day, and then it started to flatten out for batting. So, if you made inroads on the first day on green seaming wickets, what should I say? It didn't seem a lot swinging wickets because we had a gentleman called Graham Rose back then, who was a phenomenal swing bowler of the ball, and we had a very good partnership in the fact that I swung the ball. We were very good at preparing the ball and getting it to swing. And the wickets were green, so there was good conducive carry here. The slips loved fielding in this wicket because they were just good height catches. There was never to your feet too low. It was always good carry. Yeah. But those wickets back then were green hard seamers, and they stayed hard. And it was good because it was a good atmosphere for cricket because you had batters who would have to play well, and you had bowlers who had to bowl well. I always value a wicket, or should I say rate a wicket in this day and age, and even back then, as a wicket. A good wicket's a wicket where a batter, once you've released the ball, is committed to a shot. And those were the wickets we had back in the early 90s. We had wickets where when you bowled the ball, the batter couldn't change his mind halfway through a shot, whether he's going to come forward or back. He was committed to a shot. And that's what I rated as good quality wickets around the country. And Taunton was one, Surrey was another, Lancashire was another, Trent Bridge was a bit like that as well. But the three main wickets that were good pacey wickets were Taunton, Lancashire and Surrey.
Right. So in 1993, when Lancashire came down into play, talk us through that game.
It was a low scoring game.
It was.
We had Mush was our overseas in the team.
And he was playing his first game.
He was playing his first game. Lancashire, they were, Test cricketers all the way through. You had some serial Watkins, you had Atherton, you had Fairbrother. You had some serious players in that team. I think Wazam Akram was even in the side.
Yes,
so
was.
you had some really good, strong overseas players and good quality cricket. But it was a low-scoring match, and it wasn't. I did a little bit in the first innings, but it seemed a lot, and unfortunately to me, when it seems for me, that tends to play and miss a lot.
Yeah.
But we were fortunate that we were dead and buried. But there's a last heroic swing of the bat from Andre van Troost, which got us from I think about a 50 to 60 run lead to about a 100 run lead. I think it was a 95 run lead. So that sort of turned the tables, and the spell of bowling in the second innings from me was, the rest is history. But I'm still annoyed with Mush because he got that one wicket, and it was just everything just clicked from ball one. Everything just clicked.
I sat and watched the whole of that game. Sat down in the old Stragglers bar. I remember sitting in the seats there, watching out, thinking they were chasing whatever less than 100.
Yeah, I think it was about 95.
Yeah, something like that.
Something
88,
like that.
95. Yeah, but to see you guys roll them over. And in fact, they looked like they were going to get them, didn't they? Because Watkinson had.
There was a little bit of resurgence towards the end, but then we managed to put a little bit of pressure on them and knock them over. But no, it was a great game, and for me, it was just the stepping stone I needed to go to the next level.
I was going to say, because that's when you got recognition and got called up for the Test match, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there was a baptism of fire against Aussies, and
Yes,
you're sitting there thinking, well, of all the teams you come up against, but and the worst case scenario I could ever have was my first Test at Old Trafford. It was like this. It was rain 2 weeks prior to the test. I remember they used to have the old, I think it was the old tarpaulin blow-up cover, and that had been on the wicket for about 3, 4, 5 days. And the unfortunate thing with that cover was the condensation would be inside and it would drop into the wicket, so it was never kept dry compared to the wickets the covers they use today. And I can also remember that our training was done in an indoor school where they play indoor cricket, which was the competition back then. It was a big competition, big in Australia, big in New Zealand, and it was also back then big in the UK. And we were training indoor, not an indoor wicket, not in the indoor centres we have now, but an indoor cricket wicket for indoor cricket. So, not the greatest preparation, wet wicket, and I didn't do too well for that whole series, but it sort of showed how difficult and how big a step it was up from first class to Test cricket.
But you continued to play, obviously, England cricket and Somerset cricket, and you had an amazing season in '98, didn't you, when you got 100 wickets? You're the last Somerset player to take 100 wickets in a season, 100 first class. I mean, that's a major achievement, Caddy.
Yeah, it was difficult back then because when you're playing Test cricket and domestic cricket, first class cricket, you were torn between Test match, off to a first class game, Test match, first class game, Test match, and that was before the contracts came available. And you were actually employed by your county, and you were on loan, as they say, to the TCCB, as it was back then. And the TCCB remunerated Somerset for you being away. So the 90s, it was basically up to we had contracts. It was basically you were controlled by your county. Yeah. So if I had a Test match at Old Trafford, for argument's sake, and then unfortunately I had a domestic game away, I could go 6-8 weeks and not be home. The only time I'd go home was maybe on a Monday night to wash my whites, to throw them in a bag again, to jump in a car, to travel somewhere on a Wednesday or Tuesday to meet up for a Thursday Test match. Yeah. So for me, if I had a home match, that was a bonus for Somerset. If I didn't, I was on the road. So back then it was very much the county was in control, and you were released to the TCCB, as I say, England back then. And it wasn't until the contracts came in place when the ECB took over as your employer and you were on loan to your club. So that's where the crossover was.
Which is very different the way it is now.
It's very different the way it is now. Yeah, back then, there's one thing I'll always say, and I'll say this to any England cricketer: well done, crack on, brilliant what you're doing. As long as they have respect for my generation, which was the Duncan Fletcher, the Nasser Hussain, the Atherton, when we went through the contracts, because I remember we were on strike. We were going on strike. There was a Test match against Pakistan, and we were on strike in our hotel in Old Trafford in Manchester, and we weren't playing that Test until we'd pushed, because back then a gentleman called Richard Bevan was the PCA rep, and he was modernising the game as far as the contracts are concerned between the ECB and the players. So we were on strike a number of times, trying to get these contracts through. So as long as the players of today have the respect for what they've got now from the players who went through that period, that crossover period from when we became the TCCB to the ECB, crack on, I don't have any problem. But I think the generation now don't understand what we went through to where they are today. I think they need to just look back and see how cricket has developed in the UK.
But nobody's taken 100 wickets since, Caddy. Tell us about that '98 season. Come on, you've got to remember
It was a strange season because I can remember we were playing Worcester. The penultimate game when the Test team was announced was here at Worcester. And Graham Hick had been scoring a lot of runs for Worcester. I've been taking wickets. I had about 88 wickets in that summer already. And the Test was announced. And it was announced we were playing here the Sunday. And we were playing here against Worcester, and the Test match team was announced, and my name was not on that list. I was fuming. I was absolutely fuming because I thought to myself, you're taking 80-odd wickets in a summer. What more do you have to do? But that's life. Even when I retired, I remember David Lloyd on his little a speech about thanking me and how he admired me as a player, and even he said at the time we should have picked him more. But that's hindsight. That's great. I had a great career as far as England's concerned. 10 years and 62 tests. I can't begrudge that. I'd love to have played more, but that's just the way it runs out. But
234 wickets.
Yeah, but that's nothing these days, though, is it? The players of today are looked after a lot better. They're treated a lot better, and so they should be. Being a fast bowler is hard work. It's a hard game, and if you can get 10 years out of your body, you're doing very well.
That 100 wickets then, Caddy. You weren't picked, so how did you come to get 100 wickets then?
I can't remember. I can't remember. I cannot remember who it was against and who it was. I know I had 105 for the summer, and what really annoyed me was that Courtney Walsh beat me by 1 at 106. I cannot remember that 100th wicket. You probably know the 100th wicket.
I can't remember either. I couldn't look it up, but
No.
It was just the fact that you took 100 wickets, and that's quite an achievement, isn't it?
It is, but you go back yesteryear to the 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
They would take 300 wickets in a summer because they were playing so much cricket. I think there was something like 30 odd matches in the summer. It's just non-stop. So, but in the modern game, 17 games and 100 wickets. Yeah. But the annoying thing was that Courtney beat me by 1.
Which was your favourite end down here when you were bowling?
I always like running in from the
river end.
Because it's a bit like Lords, it's a bit like Headingley. I like to run up a slight hill because you can attack the crease more. Occasionally I'd bowl from this end, but that would only be if the wind was the right way around. But predominantly the wind was from the southwest here, which is coming from the Clocks Tower. Should I say the church tower here. So I'd always bowl up the hill with the winds, with the shape.
What was your favourite delivery? What do you think was your most productive delivery?
I said everyone. My career changed when a certain ex-Devon lad, a gentleman called Mark Lathwell, taught me how to bowl an off-cutter.
Right.
So my whole career changed from learning that skill. And that allowed me to start being more productive and thinking of how to work players out. To me, that period, probably the late 90s through to 2003, 4, 5, was the most productive period because I'd learnt the skill set. And I've always said you never stop learning, even to the day I stopped bowling. You never stop learning. You never stop learning about your body. You never stop learning about your action. You never stop learning your skills. You never stop learning about the next generation of cricketers coming through, because the generation will always change, as you see now with 2020 cricket. The shot selection is completely different to what we were playing. But for me, there's nothing better than seeing a wicket being cartwheeled out the ground, is there? Nothing. And in fact, I've got a picture, a great picture. And if you remember, we used to play the Sunday League matches here with the restricted run-ups, and we were playing Hampshire here, and on the side there was, like I said, David Gower, there's Robin Smith, Paul. I think it was Paul. No, I can't remember who the other one was.
Paul Terry. Paul
Terry, that's the one. And again, they had Macca bowling here as well, Malcolm Marshall. It was a Sunday League match, restricted run-ups. I took 4 for 16. I've got this picture, and it's on my wall at home. It's a cracking picture, and it's of Robin Smith's off stump, out the ground cartwheeling with the ball and the bail, and then playing the shot. And I got him to sign it, and he said, "Too good for me, China. Pity about the no ball." So, but that's probably one of the any bowler will want to see the off stump or a set of stumps being splayed out of the ground, because that's you beating the player hands up and also getting the maximum dramatic dismissal you can have, which is your bails and your wicket being torn out of the ground.
Fantastic. You won several awards with the county, didn't you? I mean, you're here for a long time, but probably I think you're involved with 3 award-winning side, 3 cup-winning side. 2001 must be sort of somewhere in the memory. when we sort of broke the duck from '83 when we went to Lords and we played against Leicestershire in the final. I mean, we'd been there before in '99, hadn't we, and didn't get over the line.
We had, but the difference we had Jamie Cox.
Yeah.
And this club, and I don't care what anybody says, this club and a lot of clubs in the country, they respond to good overseas players. I don't know whether it's the mentality, which is just a get on with it mentality, no excuse mentality. I tend to have that mentality myself. It's just like, get on with it, stop whinging about it, get on with the job. And I think that's what overseas captains have brought. So we had Jamie, we had Biff, Graham Smith, we had Ponting, we've had Justin Langer. Now, the club has always responded to these sorts of players. In their own right, these players are phenomenal players. Jamie Cox was probably an underrated player at his time. But what he did was he brought the team together and started that process of starting to win, of that mentality. We also had a very good coach at that time, Dermot Rew. Now, Dermot was out there as far as what he was trying to teach the players and the mentality of the players, but it was brilliant stuff. And you could ask any player of the time who their best coach was, and they would say Dermot Rew, without a doubt, because he just thought outside the box. Who would have thought that in a game that he would think when the ball bounced on him, he'd throw his bat to the ground and punch it away with his hands because you could not be out. There's no way of, the law states your hands must be on the bat for the glove to be to be deemed as out. So these are the things that were going through his head. So it was quite strange putting onto players, but as far as the time was concerned, then 2001 through to 2005, you would say that it was the overseas captains that had the most influence on this team.
And he took us. 99 was his first season. That was your first benefit.
It was, yeah.
It was, yes. Remember that. And
you've got one of my ties, I'm sure.
I have, yes, indeed. You know how it is. He's one today, Caddy. Yeah. You know that one. But yeah, he took us there in '99, and we didn't quite make it. But 2001, we did, didn't we?
We did. We did make it, and it was. That was a strange game because there was one period in that game with Bosworth who, everybody felt for him. Even the batters felt for him. I think Peter Bowler was batting at the time, and he just lost it. As a bowler, it's probably the worst scenario you can ever have, especially in a high spotlighted game. So everybody felt sorry for him. In fact, I think that finished his career basically, which was really unfortunate because he was a good bowler. He was a good day in, day out county bowler. But no, that was the unfortunate downside of the game, but the highlight was us coming away with the trophy.
Fantastic. Then the T20 came on board, didn't it? I mean, you were here when that came on the blocks. I mean, what was the reaction? What was your thought about T20 cricket when it first arrived?
Like everybody, I thought at the time. They thought, what the heck's this? What game is this? Why are we playing this game? But I think as time went on, people started realising it was good, entertaining stuff. And for a bowler, 4 overs. What more can you say? 4 overs in a day, you take that all day long. And now the format it is now worldwide, it's just a phenomenon. The best thing I think for the game is it's the kids. It's bringing the kids. It's bringing high ranking, highlighting the cricket to the youngsters. But I think there was a survey done years ago that it was like the attention span for a human is around an hour, 45 minutes to an hour, and they've managed to pack that sort of time in. So for 45 minutes to an hour, people are hooked in the game. It's fast impact, high impact. But as far as players are concerned, it was a strange one to start with, but then we had one of the biggest records down here, didn't we, with Justin Langer and Cameron White. 250 on the board.
Against Gloucestershire.
And it just goes to show that it's entertaining stuff.
Yeah. But again, it was an overseas captain who led us to the success at the Oval, wasn't it?
It was, Graham Smith. It was a phenomenal game, it was a phenomenal day. We did well to get through in the semi-final. And then the final was just let loose, and that's what happened.
Lancashire, what a side they had!
Yeah, they had a very good side.
Yeah.
The fact that they had a very good side, and I remember my first over. fact that Richard Johnson had dropped Mel Loy after hooking me on the boundary.
Yes.
I think it was second ball. And then, fortunately for me, fourth ball, he did the same thing. And this time, Richard caught it. He hung on to it. And then I got a few overs later, I managed to get Andrew Flintoff out. So, but the finals day, you just don't know on finals day. We've seen some phenomenal finals days. You just don't know. It's just, Somerset last year had a phenomenal semi-final, and unfortunately didn't make it into the final, through in the final. But finals day, it's a toss of the coin. Simple as that these days.
And then Charles Willoughby turned up here, didn't he, and joined us, and you and he bowled us really to success in 2007, back to the First Division.
Charles, I will put my hand on heart and say he's probably one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet, and probably the best partner I've played with as far as opening bowler is concerned, behind Darren Gough and Test level. So he had all the attributes. And the two of us, we were a little bit ruthless at times, and worked really well as a partnership. And that's what you need in cricket. You need a bowler and your bowlers working with each other. Whether you're a spinner, whether you're a seamer, whether you're a medium pacer, it doesn't matter what discipline you are. As far as bowling is concerned, you need to work in partnerships. Duncan Fletcher was always he was always right in saying, and he was always saying, should I say, if you bowl three maiden overs in a row, 9 times out of 10 you'll get a wicket, and that still stands today. If you watch, it's very difficult to bowl three maidens in a row, but 9 times out of 10, if you manage to do it as a side, you will obtain a wicket, because that pressure just builds up. Charles was phenomenal at the other end with me, and I really enjoyed my time with Charles. And luckily, 2007, we managed a good partnership and got back under the First Division.
Indeed, and you took a lot of wickets between you. And that was more or less the end of your career, wasn't it? You sort of, by then, once you'd had that season, things were becoming a bit more difficult, keeping your body together.
Well, for me, I had an issue with my upper thoracic back, and 2007 I was on painkillers and jabs to keep me going, and I decided that I was still capable of bowling, even though I was in pain. I decided I wanted to carry on. I had a upper thoracic operation, so there's steel work on my back now to get me through to carry on. What was I, 30? I was 37, 38. Yeah. So I was thinking, well, my days aren't over yet. I can still do a job. Unfortunately, that operation just slightly changed the dynamics of the technical side of the action. And whereas before, 10 out of 10 I'd be hitting the seam, after that operation, I started noticing that the ball wasn't hitting the seam as much, was scuffing the sides, and that becomes a frustration when you have how can you say, high expectations and high level of excellence, which you want to continue doing. And that slightly changed, and then that wasn't quite coming back. The biggest benefit that I had that summer, which at the beginning of the summer 2008, is we went to Abu Dhabi, pre-season Abu Dhabi, which I think without that I probably would have called it a day. And that, with the warm climate and bowling every day and loosening and getting the body working again, was brilliant to get me another couple of years. But it came to the point when beginning of 2009, it just started to hurt, and I just thought to myself, this body's had enough. And after 20 odd years of bowling down here, it did have to call a day on it.
Over 1,000 first class wickets, though, Caddy.
1182.
Exactly.
I think.
See, I knew you'd know. I knew you'd know exactly how.
Yeah, those. I don't know. It's. I remember I was talking to Crofty, Robert Croft. He's got over 1,000 wickets. So it's testament to him how good a bowler he was. And I don't think we're going to see that again. No. I don't think we'll see that. I think the players of the day, especially the first class players, they tend to be a little bit more mollycoddled. They tend to work on strength and conditioning a bit too much. Spending too much time in a gym. I didn't spend hardly any time in a gym. I did a lot of swimming as a player, a lot of bit of core stability just to keep the strength up in the core. But for me, it was mainly swimming and bowling. You learn your trade out there. There's no exercise in a gym that'll teach you that out there. In fact, I've always been an advocate of saying, look, heavy weights, tightens you up. You look at someone like Sid Lawrence, for argument's sake. You go back to someone like Sid Lawrence. We look at Jack Callis. He went from being slim and quick to big and bulky, and he lost all his pace. I do think being big and bulky is not the way to go. It's being slim and trim, and the biggest advocate of that is someone like Jimmy Anderson.
Absolutely.
Just slim and trim and bowl.
Yeah. Just sort of look back over your career. Who would be some of the best batsmen you've had a chance to bowl at?
Domestic level, I would say one of my nemesis was a gentleman called Mark Rambakash. He was phenomenal for his for his career, throughout his career, especially at domestic level. He knew where his off stump was, and not many players at that era knew where their off stump was, and I could manipulate them around the crease. And that was my job as a bowler, fast bowler, to get them moving around the crease into positions they didn't want to be in. Mark wouldn't. He would just stand still. Very simple, technical batter. So Mark was a good player to play against. As far as Test level is concerned, you're playing against someone like Ricky Ponting, Sachin Tendulkar. I didn't play a lot against Sachin because we didn't play a lot against the Indian teams. But Ricky Ponting, Adam Gilchrist. Nobody wanted to bowl at Adam Gilchrist. It was 9 times out of 10 they either had 400 on the board, and he was coming in with a new ball. When you're just saying the new ball, just smashing your part. So back then, nobody wanted to bowl at Adam. But you had the War Brothers, you had the Aussies, you had Pakistan. You had some phenomenal players against Pakistan. New Zealand cricket teams. You had Stephen Fleming's, Macmillan's. You had some phenomenal teams at the time. And then you had the West Indies. You could say more about Brian Lara. I think technically Brian Lara was the hardest bowler I've ever bowled at, because he knew how to play late. And I think the beauty of playing and being a phenomenal first team cricketer or Test match cricketer or international cricket is being able to see the ball and play late. And there was a player, as I said, we mentioned him before, Mark Lathwell. One of the most phenomenally talented players I've ever played with. He was very good because, and I mean very, very good, because he saw the ball late. He played it late. I can still remember watching him now. Just that back foot punch through the offside, through the covers. It's just a simple shutter back, bang, gone. And there were some bowlers around the country when he was playing that didn't like playing against Mark Lathwell. So, but as far as myself, Lara, Tendulkar, Ponting, Jack Callis, you've had some phenomenal players in my era, but there's just good players out there now.
You played against the best, Caddy?
I've played against, I think, I remember having this chat with Dean Headley a number of years ago, and we were thinking about the times we were playing. Would you want to play now, or play in the last 10 years, or play in the era that we played in? And we came to the same conclusion that we think we played in the best era, because it was a true test. Test cricket now, the resurgence, what Brendan McCullum's done and Ben Stokes has been brilliant for English cricket. But again, I'd hate to say it, but you've got 2 Kiwis together, 2 Kiwi-born players.
Absolutely.
You can take that as you wish. But it's just that go out there and perform. No hold back. Just get on and do it. And this is the mentality they're playing now. But I think Test cricket is under a lot of pressure now. I think the domestic game is under a lot of pressure because, unfortunately, we're in an era now where money is raised by the shorter game, whether it's the 2020 or the 100, and unfortunately, that's to the detriment of first-class cricket and Test cricket. And I'm just hoping the powers to be up with the ECB actually see that the Test cricket is the real test of being an international cricketer. One-day cricket, yes, is the financial instrument that keeps Test cricket going and keeps the county surviving based on all the TV income. But at the end of the day, Test cricket is fundamentally the basis of all cricket. It is a test. It's not an entertaining. There can be a lot of entertainment in 2020 cricket, but there can just be as much entertainment in Test cricket. Who would have thought that Test match against New Zealand would come down to England would come down to them winning with 1 ball left and 1 wicket.
Incredible.
And this is the thing. This is where the one-day cricket in 2020 and around the world is affecting Test cricket. It's making it a great spectacle, and long may it continue.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you do it all again, Caddy?
If my body, if I was 25 or 23, 22, I'd love to do it all again. It's the day I retired, 2009, and the day I finished with England in 2003. I still remember that last test at Sydney. Phenomenal game, phenomenal atmosphere, because I think we had about 15,000 Barmy Army watching. And we went down, I remember now, just when we won that test match, going down and applauding the Barmy Army for the support over the tour. It was a hard tour, that tour, in 2003. But yeah, if I could do it all again, I would, because you miss the camaraderie with the players. You miss that banter. You miss being away with the players, enjoying yourself, but then playing hard. So playing hard both on the field and off the field, enjoying yourself. Because there's a very, very fine balance. Because the amount of cricket they play now, they've got to be able to enjoy it. But could I go back? I'd love to go back. I'd love to be 22, 23 again. I'd love to be playing this IPL all around the world. But my heart would still be wanting to play Test cricket. That would be my fundamental, wanted to play Test cricket was the most important part of it.
Look back all those years ago to when you were signed for Somerset and you came down here to an alien place, an alien county, yet here you are in 2023, still living here. What is it about this place that appeals to you, that's made you want to be here, that kept you here through your career and has kept you living here now? What is it about Somerset?
When I first came here in 89, 90, yeah. It was the atmosphere. It was a family atmosphere. We had a great chief exec in Peter Anderson. We had great people. We had great staff. It was just a family club. I lived in London for 3 years. It's far enough away from London, from the bustling pace of life up there. I remember coming my first year in London. I was shocked at how much things cost coming from New Zealand when it was 3-1, the exchange rate, the currency exchange rate. But no, coming down here, it was the quality of life. It's a nice part of the world. It's a warmer climate. We've got some beautiful coastlines down here. Being a Kiwi, been brought up around boats and coastline and water. And of course, family. My family are here. The kids are here. The wife's here. They've all grown up here. They've all schooled here. It's a great county to live in.
And what about the punters around the ground? I mean, what was it like to come and play in front of them, and the reception you still get when you walk around here?
I would say that Somerset are without doubt the best supported club in the country. My wife, back in the early 90s, was the membership secretary here. That's how I met her. So I didn't go far from the ground, as I say. So I've got a lot of ties here. We had 6,500 members then. We've got over 7,000 members now, and that's 30 years later. So that's testament to the club, testament to the supporters here, that they love their cricket, they love this county. This, as I said, has always been a family atmosphere, family operated club. It should continue that way. I think we're slightly going away from what's best for the supporters. The days when we used to have the old pavilion were brilliant, because you'd walk down from the dressing room straight into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion bar. You'd be sitting there, you'd be drilled and grilled by the supporters, and you learnt your cricket. And the other thing is, the teams would be together. So the opposition would go down to the bar, you'd have a chat with the opposition on the day. The following day you go back, you'd be slogging out against them again, and the following day you'd have another beer downstairs talking about the game. I think that's what we miss. I think the supporters miss that, being able to be close to the players and talk to the players and show their support and show their love for the team and what they're doing. Those days have gone, which is unfortunate. I think those days need to come back, because without the supporters, you haven't really got a team, you haven't got a club. Yes, we can turn and say, without the club, you've got no finances. Without the club, you've got no cricket. Without the club, you've got no players. But at the end of the day, without the supporters, you've got no team.
Yeah.
So I think we need to be a little bit more focused on the fact that this club is built up around the supporters, who's got phenomenal support, and that needs to continue. That needs to be more emphasised.
Caddy, they love their cricket down here. They loved you playing down here. Thank you for coming to talk to us today. We've really enjoyed it. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Richard.
Welcome to another Player Podcast.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Isn't that a fine sight on your screen? Somerset batters Andy Umeed and James Rew on the way out into the middle. We're going to have a 3:30 start. We've lost 20 overs in the day, so we've got 47 remaining. Tea is going to be at a fixed time, 10 to 5. We're not going to worry about overs, so we've got an hour and 20 minutes of cricket, then a little bit of tea, and then hopefully another couple of hours. Sam Dalling and Charlie Taylor here to start with. Stephen Lamb, Harry Everett, also part of the commentary quartet today. And Charlie, well, Somerset still in a little bit of trouble. 74 for 4 after Tom Abel won the toss and elected to bat about 5 hours ago.
Yeah, they certainly are. Yeah, this is a tough old game for Somerset. Hampshire, one of the top teams in the division. They pushed all the way last season, right up until the end of it for the title. They're doing well this season as well. And what really does separate Hampshire apart from other sides is their bowling attack. Oh, yeah. It's so good, and we're seeing them in action today. Barker, Abbott, Abbas, even people like Fuller will be very dangerous on their day. But those top three I mentioned there are seriously good championship attack. So Somerset have got it all to do here from 74 for 4. However, Sam, you made a very good point in the first session.
That's rare.
No, it's not at all. No, you honestly, you can't open your mouth without a good point coming out of it. You made the point that this could be a low-scoring game because we've seen a bit of seam, we've seen a bit of spin, so it could be a hard one for the batters to get going on. So in which case, what makes a good score? You know, it's the sort of game where you've got to watch 2 innings just to get an idea of it, really. So 74 for 4. These two were building a bit of a platform before the rain came, and then for another 7 balls after lunch, as Abbott is in over the wicket, and it's defended. Now then, before lunch, one of these players didn't have his jumper on, and one did, so that was easy, but Umeed is the right-hander, so I'll do it like that.
I go right hand, left hand.
I was going on jumpers before because it's easier, quicker when they're not batting. You can easily see.
Just a couple of balls left for Kyle Abbott in this over. He got halfway through an over after lunch in that very brief session. 7 balls. Hopefully we'll get longer this time around.
Yeah, it does look a bit brighter. Don't want to jinx it, but it does look a little bit brighter. In Taunton, Abbott in again, and a nice drive from Umeed, but hasn't timed it, and he's picked a fielder out. But apart from those 2 things, lovely. 74 for 4. Did you enjoy your lunch?
Oh, it feels like a long time ago now.
It does, doesn't it?
It's lovely, yeah.
It's nice.
Was it cottage pie or shepherd's pie?
I think it was. I think it was cottage pie. Yeah, Stephen's agreeing. Cottage pie. Yeah, I don't think it was lamb. It was very nice.
Stephen would know. If there was someone I was going to turn to for that kind of knowledge, of the 4 of us, it would be Stephen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Connoisseur of all things. Stephen would probably be able to pick us out a lovely wine for it as well, actually.
Oh, wouldn't he just?
No, I'd definitely turn to him for that. As Abbott is in full, driven again, and there's a gap there. Barker will chase after it, but he gives it up pretty soon, actually, the big fast bowler. And there is 4 runs, so that's a nice way to end that over for Andy Umeed at the end of just those 3 balls to finish that one off. Now, Stephen, I jumped in because I just wanted to make sure Sam wasn't by himself, but are you happy? I'm happy to swap out if you prefer. We'll do a half hour, and then Stephen can come in.
Looks like it is going to be Mohammed Abbas taking his jumper off. It was Liam Dawson who, in fairness, was just finishing off. We went off midway through a Liam Dawson over just before lunch. We came back on, he finished it off, and we went off midway through Kyle Abbott's over. If you're still following that, you're a better human being than me. But the long story short is Mohammed Abbas has his jumper off, and he is going to come in from the river end to James Rew.
It was a bit confusing, wasn't it? Between lunch and the rain break, we had 4 balls from one bowler and 3 from another, which is, well, we're getting towards the 100 in the way that was adding up. But it was just finishing off one, starting another. So not gone with spin. They're just starting off with a bit of seam after the delay. Probably a good idea.
Umpires Peveril and Middlebrook coming together now. They're having a look at that Kookaburra ball. We are in Kookaburra territory, aren't we? Again, this full round of county championship, 2nd round, then we used them for the Nottinghamshire game, and we're using them again in this round. All 18 teams in action, designed that way so there's no unfair advantage. Nick Gubbins just having a look at that ball. We kind of was handed it back by Ben Peveril and just looked at it as if it was a vector of disease, one might say.
Well, we've been there before,
haven't we just? But it's going to be back in Mohammed Abbas's hands via a bit of shining from Keith Barker.
slips in place here. Pretty tight field, actually. Just the one leg is out. But other than that, everyone in what would say the sort of the T20 inner circle.
Around the wicket then to Rew. Bang outside his crease. Overstepped there. Mohamed Abbas called no ball by Ben Peverell. A late stand-in for umpire Ben Debenham. Abbas just having a look at his footmarks. Decent slip call than that, really, as well, isn't it? Vincent Dawson.
Yeah.
So, like Hampshire's kind of icon, maybe icon's the wrong word, but they are the
super
kind of
snafflers.
Yeah, synonymous with Hampshire as well over the last decade or so.
Yeah.
Taking them to so much success.
Well, I've through the various different ways, I've ended up commentating on Hampshire quite a lot, either when they're playing Somerset or not, actually. And so 8 and 14 are just the numbers you just think of with those players.
Left alone by James Rew, who is quite happy to be patient. No rush, really, even though we've lost 20 overs. It's still got 47 overs left in the day, 46 after this one. I can't see us still being here at what would be gone 7 o'clock. I think there's a bit more rain forecast, Charlie.
Yeah. I think also there's quite a thick cloud, even if it's not raining by that time. The floodlights may well be taking on too much of an effect over the daylight. We'll have to see. It's funny the way things change this time of year, especially if the sun does come out, it'll stay till very late.
Fletcher Middleton there at short mid-wicket doing the fielding. Looking forward to seeing him a little bit later on, having a decent season. Just needs to go on and get that big 100, but they rate him pretty highly down at the Ageas Bowl.
Are there any numbers in county cricket or national cricket now, because international, they have numbers on, don't they, that you really find synonymous with a player? Vince at 14 is definitely one that comes to mind.
Left alone. Not far from the steps.
No.
I think Trescothick 2 probably.
Yeah, definitely. With that was going
always
to come to
one.
mind. Yeah, Trescothick.
I know we're slightly biased
Yeah.
in that respect. Any other numbers?
There are some really weird ones which stick out in my mind, which always come to me. And that is Lancashire's Tom Bailey is always number 8. Don't know why that stuck with me, but it has. I think it was I was commentating one year and he was in the game a lot. So he, for some reason, he's always there in my mind. Dawson as well, same number.
That's the fielding for his own bowling, Mohamed Abbas. Somerset got a number 8 this year. I mean, Alfonso was always number 8, wasn't he? Taking over as head coach at Leicestershire now. Alfonso Thomas.
Has he?
Good to see him
I hadn't
get
spotted
the
that.
gig, yeah.
Good for him.
Paul Nixon no longer there.
Yes, that was only last week or so, wasn't it? Yeah.
Alfonso, who was on the coaching staff already, him and James Taylor, I think, are going to take up the reins. He was
interesting.
He was at Hampshire, I think, last year. Alfonso, or the year before. This is beautiful from Abbas. This is what he does. Just hits that spot so consistently. By his standards, he was slightly below par in that first spell. A couple of short balls that Lammonby took him for a couple of boundaries and over, which is so rare. But you know, after that no ball, he's just putting 5 or 6 deliveries on exactly the same spot. It's a real test, this, for someone like James Rew. He would have relished it, but this is proper 4-day cricket. Well, not proper, but slightly older school 4-day cricket. Under the 30th over, then 80 for 4, Somerset.
I'm trying to think, you mentioned there about the crossover, Alfonso going to Hampshire for a bit. There's not a great deal of crossover between these two teams, which, considering they're not far away from each other, I'm trying to think of players who have played for both.
Did Riley Rousseau, I suppose,
yes,
be one?
yeah, he was one, wasn't he? Riley Rousseau came from the overseas at Hampshire to here.
Yeah, county players.
Not an awful lot of them doing both. Consider it that they're not, you know, they're not that far apart in the scale of, you know, the country.
You set me a challenge now, Charlie. I'm going to go.
There we go. Yeah, please do. I'd be keen to hear. I'll do this over, which is mine anyway.
It's your over.
Defended.
Oh,
Mackenzie, great shout.
B. Warren's in our ear.
Yeah.
Neil Mackenzie.
Great shout. But not many.
Any domestic, any non-overseas players? 3 South Africans we've named.
Yeah.
County championship players.
Not a lot. Not a lot. bit of wind around still. Breezy day. Hampshire have brought their flag with them. That'll be flying, I'm sure, with great gusto on the top of the pavilion there.
Did Josh Davey play a game or two for
Oh,
Hampshire?
not. Harry Everett is in the back of the box, has scoffed at that one. He was Middlesex for a bit, wasn't he, Josh Davey?
Josh Davey played for Hampshire in 2013. Thank you very much, Harry Everett.
Loan or what? We're not counting loans.
Abbott. Oh, it's a short ball and pulled straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. And Felix Organ takes the catch. And all that hard work from Andy Umeed. Well, it was the first expansive, really pull shot that we've seen from him. Well, that is the end of him. He really is trudging off there very slowly. Oh, that's a wicket from very little there. Big pull shot. That's a good catch.
Yeah, disappointing way to get out though. Really, it wasn't. It was a shorter ball, but it was there, I think, to be hit, and he just didn't. A slight bit of hesitation. There's that one fielder there. It was a low catch. It was a good catch, and it will be disappointing. Sean Abbott has 4 for. Sean Abbott doesn't. Kyle Abbott has 4 for. Sean Abbott isn't playing.
Well, he's got 4 for Andy. Of course, that run out at the non-strikers end as well. So everything has got something to do with Kyle Abbott today. Well, I'm afraid we've been here before, haven't we, with Somerset? Kyle Abbott has run through this team before, and he's at risk of doing it again here. Someone's going to have to dig in for Somerset as Casey Aldridge comes out.
His record is quite ridiculous. I think that's his 54th wicket against Somerset in first-class cricket.
Incredible. That really is something.
At 18s. 5 fifers, 2 10-fers in the game. You wouldn't bet against him.
Nope.
Adding another 5-foot at least in this innings.
4 for 10 from 6.5 overs. He just loves playing here. Loves playing Somerset, loves playing here. This is going to take a special display from someone in Somerset if they're going to claw their way back in already at 80 for 5. It's been a tough old start for them.
Yeah, Casey in at 7, Don Bess in at 8, which is perhaps one higher than they'd have liked each of those players, I think. But Casey will, I think, be a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, well, he played pretty much just for his batting in one T20 game. I think it was the Surrey game, was it? Oh, that's short ball, and Casey hasn't got out of the way of that at all there. It's sort of hit him. He's dropped his hands a little bit, and it's just hit him in the midriff, is it?
I don't know if he'd lost it or if he took it. I think probably took his eyes off it, to be honest, quite early. He just ducks. The eyes go.
Oh, straight into his arms. Oh, well, that's pretty nasty.
Just taking a minute or two, Casey. Adam Hose was another Ben Warren shout, by the way, for the...
Adam Hose, he's at... Where's he now?
Down at Worcestershire, yeah.
Did Warwickshire for a bit?
Yeah. That's where he left Somerset to go to Warwickshire.
Yeah. So he came from Hampshire, did he, before that?
Must have done.
Born on the Isle of Wight. There we go. Here comes Kyle Abbott again. Drive straight back to the bowler.
Good shapes there from Casey.
Well, considering how much of this game we've lost, we're already 5 wickets in. This game's moving on. It's going to be just feel like it's one of those that will move on quickly when there's play.
Good news for you, that, Charlie, isn't it?
Yeah, well, if we can get this game completed while I'm still in the country, that'd be great. Abbott in, drive there. Yeah, off on holiday on Thursday. Should have looked at the. Problem is the flights are only twice a week, so if I'd waited till the last day, I'd have to have done another few days waiting for the flight.
Well, if you get the next flight, finals day's on the radar.
Yeah, could, yeah. To be honest, if you're doing it like that, you just never get an holiday, would you?
I heard an Everett whisper. You see the wind there blowing across the Cooper Associates county ground. I heard Everett whisper that Adam Hose didn't play for Hampshire.
Well, so he's from Hampshire, never played for Hampshire.
Are you doubting the great Ben Warren?
No, never.
No, you shouldn't.
Just to be clear, no. Played for their seconds. Oh, you're right. Okay. Well, now the question gets a bit wider if you're going to include second 11s.
Abbas around the wicket. Left alone. What about people like Mark Garraway and Kevin Shine? I know Garraway coached for both. I don't know their playing record.
No, I like that sort of crossover. I'm interested in.
Well, no, I'm just thinking that he might have also played.
Yeah.
Only played for Hampshire, Garraway.
Hmm.
80 for 5 then, Somerset here. And Bass has just found his spot.
Very good.
Kevin
Shine. I think.
On that ilk, maybe Dermot Reeve.
Ball just thrown around the outfield still. Very cloudy around, a lot of conditions here which will favour the, this fast bowlers.
Lovely looking shot that from James Rew. Just slightly over pitch from Mohammed Abbas. Rew holds his shape, goes to remark his
What about
yard.
Michael Bates?
Oh, I like it.
Yes, 2015 he played for Somerset, 2010 to 14 he played for Hampshire.
Johan Myberg, Alex Smith has just
Myberg,
emailed me.
yeah, great shout.
One of the ECB reporters.
What
networks,
did
guys.
when did he play for? How long was he at Hampshire?
Must have been before Somerset.
Yeah, retired, didn't he, at Somerset?
Abbas back on the spot straight away.
This has kept us going, isn't it? Wow.
You can tell Somerset struggling. Can't you?
Yeah. No, this is really good stuff from Hampshire, isn't it? So.
Would Michael Bates get in our side though? Modern cricket, can you just play an out-and-out keeper?
Yeah.
Are we in the folks Bairstow territory? He was brilliant. John Francis, Ian East, great shout. Ian East, brilliant. I love that. Wonder if Simon was also then at Hampshire to start with.
Mm.
James Rew pushes that out to backward point. I think the John Francis shout is the best one I've heard so far. Left-handed batter, John Francis. Just hear the seagulls in the background swirling around. They tend to come around post-lunch, post-food intervals.
Yeah, they're not stupid.
Gets in behind that one. Perhaps keeps a fraction low. That Rew solid in defence. End of the 32nd over. 82 for 5.
Hampshire well on top here, as usual. When they've been at Somerset recently, they've had very good scores, thanks to Kyle Abbott. Keith Barker just doing a couple of warm-ups. Don't think he'll come on for this over. No, Kyle Abbott will stay on. No surprise there.
Just take you around the grounds in this division at Canterbury. Ken have already been bowled out. 171 they made in 40 overs. 4 for Hannon Dolby, 3 for Henry Brooks, 2 for Chris Rushworth.
40 overs?
And Warwickshire are already 58 without loss
Wow.
in response. Good game's a quick game at Canterbury.
Yeah, they'll be done tomorrow. In comes Abbott then for his next over. Just pushed into the offside. Now that might run away there. No, the fielder will catch up with it, but they'll run 2 by that point.
Surrey 5 down, 188 for 5. The man we were just talking about, Ben Folkes, is out in the middle, 38 unbeaten. Batting at 5 for Surrey in what is a very, very strong lineup for them.
Well, that shows you, doesn't he? Batting at 5 in that strong lineup. He's not. You hear people say, "Well, he's the out-and-out keeper. You know, he's in there for his keeper." Well, he's a good, very good batter. Ben Folkes, seen some brilliant innings from him. Casey Aldridge just sets himself and defends well there, up on his toes. That ball was coming in at an awkward height.
Yeah, averages nearly 40 in first-class cricket.
Well,
Ben
there you go.
Folkes.
That's not an out-and-out keeper who's averaging 40.
32 in tests.
Well, that's really good as well.
No further play yet up at Blackpool, so Essex still 12 for 1. And at Merchant Taylor's School, Northamptonshire 135 for 5. Northampton, Middlesex in a race to get their second batting bonus point of the season. Both of them.
Second? So that means the highest that they've managed is they haven't hit 300 yet in first innings before 110 overs. That's
Correct.
Really bad.
Correct.
Really bad. Even even the teams like, there's always grumblings about Somerset's batting, but Somerset actually have got a fair few batting
Second
points.
most, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, well there you go. Actually, that's if you ask most fans who's the second top scorer of batting bonus points, no way would most Somerset fans think it would be their own team. Unless those who, there's lots who probably spend a lot of time looking at the table. Short turn pull, just easily twisting with it, and it'll just go out for a single, but that was a bit too short, a bit too leg-sidey there from Kyle Abbott.
John Hardy, says Neil B. Left Somerset for Hampshire. Don't know the name. I'll have to have a look. I'm not doubting you, by the way. Not doubting you at all.
Abbott in. Rew just pushing this one onto the leg side. Very square. Run along the edge of the pitches there. Just a single.
Yeah, great shout. 5 seasons for Somerset from 1986 onwards.
Kenyan born.
Yeah, Hampshire first. 94 on his Champo debut against Somerset.
That must have been a bit of a kick in the teeth for Somerset, having let him go. Next game he scores 94 against you. That's short and just turn gently really around the corner there, not overdoing it at all. Here's Aldridge, and they'll pick up a couple of runs that time.
It's just a bit of a shame they're so far behind Surrey. There's not really a title race on, I don't think, Essex and Hampshire. It would be lovely to have a proper title battle. It would be lovely if Somerset were also involved in it, but if they can't be, then it would just be nice to have a bit of a battle. I think Essex could push them, though. Essex could push them. The difficulty is, there we go, sun's out, shorts are justified.
That's a beautiful summer's day. Yeah, Essex are always good, aren't they? Especially we've got Harmer in there. Quality player. The quarter-final I thought was a great T20 match Essex were in against Birmingham.
Abbas around the wicket to Rew. Abbas just straight on the spot again, and Rew unflustered, just pushing it back to Carl Abbott, who's at mid-off. Here are a few of the Hampshire fans, I think, on the stump mic. There's a good collection of them, actually, that have gathered on the Thatcher's Terrace. Oh, there, Hampshire cricket. The kind of seat pads, I love those. There's one of the great things about county cricket.
Branded cushions, pack-away cushions.
Rew just turning that to Fletcher Middleton.
There they are.
A great time on the Thatcher's Terrace.
Yeah. In fact, you can just about see us in that shot as well. Give him a wave.
There
There you
we
are, Sam.
are.
Give him a wave. That's
There we
you.
are.
That's you there. There we are.
There's Alex over there. Fine camera work from Alex, as ever. Couple of slips still waiting then. Vince and Dawson in next to Ben Brown, the keeper. Still wicketless, Abbas. Might have had that one wicket early on, though. Do you remember Lammonby nicked that one that kind of went through Ben Brown?
Yeah.
But that's the beauty of this Hampshire attack, isn't it? You've got Abbas, Abbott and Barker. And for them, actually, well, as players, you want to be on there. You don't want rain delays, but these little spells where they can rotate the three of them, then put their feet up for an hour, is just glorious for them. Rew turning it to Middleton again.
Yeah, he's just so watchful, isn't he, Rew? very careful when he needs to be, which is great to see. Young man really valuing his wicket, and it's, you know, pays off, doesn't it? All his technique and talent. Top run scorer, second top run scorer, sorry, in the competition. How many hundreds this season? 3?
Well, 2 against Lancashire. So yeah, I think it is 3.
Actually turned into the leg side there.
Felix Organ. Haven't seen him bowl yet. Bit of off spin for Felix Organ. Potentially some leg spinners from Nick Gubbins, although probably less likely. Can't imagine we'll see too much of the Hampshire spinners today. Certainly not until well after tea, potentially, because they've still got James Fuller. Going to be 3 slips in then for Aldridge. Fletcher Middleton, who's still got those pads on from potentially being in at short leg, which he is for Abbott. Deep square leg goes out, so it's mid-wicket pushed out. So 3 slips, point. Barker in the covers, mid-on, mid-off. Deep square leg, long leg. Aldridge is driving, and there is Keith Barker doing the fielding, who's just going to run straight off as well.
Cheerio. Where's he up to?
Be a sub-fielder on. End of the over, 34 gone, 91 for 5.
He's in a bit on, 10 minutes. Well, 20 minutes since we restarted. They've stuck around. Having a great day out. There they are, giving us a wave.
Brilliant to have all the kids in.
Yeah, it is good.
A lot of them know Harry. Harry teaches a fair few of them as well.
Yep. They're on the big screen here. They've spotted themselves. Carl Abbott. Three slips in place. Just waiting for that nick. He's looked pretty solid so far. James Rew, 25 from 75. This just gives you the idea of how he's playing. 33 strike rate. Not many out on the balconies today. I can see a couple of them in use. There's another 2 up there. Just happy to keep him out at the moment.
Just patience, isn't it, for Somerset now? Patience for Hampshire too, and those chances will come. Charlie will be delighted that the Somerset flag is the right way up. No extra work for you required today, Charlie.
I wish it was, Sam, but no, that is facing the wrong way. Driven, not getting through the fielder at cover. Is tumbling stop. Is that Felix Organ, I think? Oh, it's Gubbins. He's done that.
A few more shouts for the played for both clubs. Gareth Andrews, 1 shout. I quite like this one. Ian Botham for Somerset. His son Liam, briefly for Hampshire. Liam played pro rugby as well up at Newcastle Falcons, definitely. Not a bad sporting family, the Bothams, you wouldn't imagine.
Yeah, we got another drive, another stop for Gubbins. Yeah, you've got the 2 Somerset flags there. You've got the yellow and red one, but also there's the white background one there as well. On one of the lower flats. There's a Liverpool flag up there as well. Not sure why. It's a breezy day today. Flag's still flying. Moving around a lot over towards the Caddick Pavilion. Abbott's in again, and that one's angled. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Down to third for 4 runs. It's a good shot from James Rew, just using the pace. He instantly followed the ball, so I'm going to say that's probably where he meant to play it. Here we go. Well, maybe not.
Vic Marks came up with John Hardy as well. I had a text from Vic. Welcome,
thank
Vic.
you, Vic.
Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Right, I'm going to disappear. I'm not sure who's coming in. One of Stephen or Harry. I'll let them fight it out to join you, Charlie. What an honour that will be.
Just the 1 wicket since the rain delay. That of Andy Umeed. Just joining us, he went for 16 off 56. He battled hard, but in the end he went out to a fairly tame pull shot straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Harry Everett joins us.
Hit it hard. Tame's a bit harsh.
Well,
he nailed it, I thought.
I don't know. He sort of, for me, it was a bit half-hearted. I think if he'd nailed it, it would have gone further than it did. As it was, it was a good catch.
I thought nearly went through Felix Organ.
No, I don't think
Good
it was
catch.
quite as.
Okay.
It was a good catch. It was a good catch.
Either way, he's out.
He is out.
So Keith Barker at the left arm from the River End and Casey Aldridge. These two, I reckon, have the biggest strides between them, which sounds a daft thing to say when James Rew is so much shorter than Casey Aldridge. But do you know what I mean? They both really commit with a lunge to the ball, just to nullify any swing or seam and really get to the pitch. Stop the ball from swinging or seaming past the bat.
Well, they're playing around with the slips here. They've taken Dawson out and put Middleton in.
I think it's that just because he's got pads on. They know that Middleton doesn't want to be running around with the short leg pads on. So he's got to go at second slip.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Walk around that angle. Does bowl over and around, just mix it up.
Yeah, he's wearing the pads, isn't he?
Yeah, big fan of Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah.
Young opening bat.
Good talent. Looks like good talent.
Come in this year, push Nick Gubbins down to 3, and Joe Weatherly's been opening the batting with him, the 2 right-handers. Plenty of options have Hampshire, of course. There's no Tom Prest in this lineup. There's Albert, of course, another quality young player. Solid from Casey Aldridge. Him ahead of Don Bess is partly maybe loyalty. I guess you come on one match loan. Bess could have batted 7 in this team a few years ago. Perhaps on merit, him and Aldridge are pretty similar, but I think Casey would be a bit annoyed to.
I think
suddenly
Aldridge
put
has
someone-
proved that he can bat.
Absolutely.
At 7, he's been good. Been impressed with him.
I've
In that
been
Surrey game, in the T20s, I know it's very different in T20s, isn't it? But he was in just for his batting. He didn't bowl.
Well, he opened the batting for the 2s many times.
Yeah.
The second team opening batter. Cover drive that. Not nailed it. They scuffed it for at least 3. They're going to run hard. I think he might get there.
No.
Just inside the rope. He's got there. Great bit of fielding. Yep, they are going to get 3. You didn't back him there, Charlie.
No,
did you?
I thought you meant the ball would get there. Sorry.
No,
I thought you
fielder.
meant it was going to be a 4. That's why I said no.
No.
I was in
Fielder
agreement.
was good.
Yeah, sorry. I thought you said it might get there.
I like the way.
Might
No,
get
I like the way that they were chasing in pairs.
there. Yeah. So the relay, one drags it back, and the other
Yeah.
throws it in. Yeah, saves time.
A lot of mileage, really, because a long way out there. You think of Taunton being short poundage, but it's not. We're a fair way over to the left towards the flats and the Somerset stand today. That's why if you're sat in the left-hand seat that I'm in currently in the commentary box, you sort of can see 2/3 of the pitch with a window pane between us and Polly's scorer's box. That is whippage from James Rew, whipped through mid-wicket. And you could say it's a risky shot because there is a catch in mid-wicket, there's a wide mid-on and a sort of forward square leg. To pick the gap between the two of them there was slightly risky, but he's got 4 runs for it and it wouldn't have carried. Anyway.
That's 100 up, 102 for 5. Whippage.
Yeah, I like that. I like that word. It's only 3 mid.
French, is it?
You can only whippage it 3 mid-wicket. Yeah, it could be French. You know what I mean, though? You can't
Yeah.
really whippage it through covers.
No, you can't. No.
But you can whip it through mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Bit of a flair to that shot from Mr. James Rew, second leading county championship run scorer this year, after Tom Wesley. We're going to keep trotting out that stat.
Well,
Till it changes.
until he overtakes him?
Yeah.
He might do
Well,
that.
they're
in
off
this
for
game.
rain. They're off for rain at Blackpool, so it does them a favour.
How many did he make, and how many runs does he need to overtake him?
Well, I think Wesley is currently not out of Blackpool,
Right.
so I guess it depends.
How many?
They've done a lot of work on the drainage at Blackpool Cricket Club. you know, of course, Darryl Mitchell, a nice little story that he was playing in the Blackpool League and he's now playing there for Lancashire.
Big respect to Lancashire getting out and
Out
around
grounds,
their grounds.
yeah, love an out
Southport, Blackpool. Where else do they play? Didn't they do one at Sedbergh recently?
Sedbergh School, absolutely stunning spot. Yeah,
I would 3 out. I mean, that's pretty good.
I reckon they use the most out of all.
They must do.
It's quite a
Who
big
else?
county, I suppose, isn't it?
Middlesex use couple, don't they?
Merchant
when
Taylors,
Lords,
Radler.
Yeah, when Lords are in action. And then you've got Yorkshire using Scarborough, but I can't think where else do they play.
Recently, I think they used to use Harrogate or York, perhaps, but not in recent years.
Yeah. York was not that long ago, was it?
Scarborough's the main one now.
Somerset just never these days.
No, the days of Bath and Western are long ago. Gloucester's, of course, the Cheltenham Festival's coming up. A longer Cheltenham Festival than normal this year.
When you see old scoreboards, you see things like this Somerset player made his debut at Frome or at Glastonbury. You think, wow, that's going back.
That's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I played at North Perrott on Saturday, which was the Somerset second team ground.
Yeah, it was for a long time,
For years. Well,
they used to do T20 friendlies down there as well, didn't they?
Stunning ground, lovely balcony and flat outfield. I say I played. I faced one ball and it got rained off. I was the only batter in the whole match to face a ball. So, because I suppose it was played.
Abbott in, drive, and dropped! Dropped at first slip. That should be taken. That should be the fifer for Kyle Abbott. And I'm afraid the captain, James Vince, has put down a pretty regulation slip catch there.
Yeah, nice height, wasn't it? I agree. Regulation, really. Came quickly, yes, but nice height. And James Vince is a good slipper.
Yep.
Kyle Abbott is not happy. Look, his head down as he walks back to his mark.
Well, I think we heard a shout, possibly from the fans, that they were disappointed, the Hampshire fans believed this. Let's have a look.
It was a big shot.
That should be taken every time. That should be taken.
Yeah, probably not quite as bad as Joe Root's in recent times in the Ashes, but up there.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that should be taken.
Oh, I agree. Yeah,
10 times out of 10. Roots as well, to be honest.
I just think Roots was even worse. It was even easier, slower.
Yeah, slower, definitely slower, wasn't it? Too.
But sometimes it's easier when they cricket. You don't have to think about it.
Yeah. You just grab.
Reflex. I remember A-level PE. You learn about reflex reactions, and a slip catch is your exemplar for your exam. You got to use.
Yep, makes sense that.
Yeah, Aldridge should have been his fifer.
Comes Abbott again, driven by Aldridge, who is looking to drive here. And that's partly where that chance came from, was from a hard-handed shot. He's trying to score runs here, Aldridge, which is not going to be easy. But also, Somerset need them. 100 up, but they'll need more, really, especially if James Vince, the manager's dropped that catch, if he gets going on this pitch.
So that could have been Abbott's 55th wicket versus Somerset.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous, isn't it?
Insane figures. Helps when you get 17 in one match, mind you.
Well, yes, yeah.
That's what it was, wasn't it? 17?
17 for 86.
Oh, God,
that was the penultimate game at the Ageas Bowl in 2019, and that pretty much single-handedly, Abbott single-handedly denied Somerset the county championship that year.
Yep.
So we should all hate Kyle Abbott. we don't like hate. I love him. I thought it was great. I said earlier, he came on commentary with us. He's a great guy, really nice guy.
You can dislike someone for a performance against your team, but as a cricketer, it's hard to dislike him because he's just so good. It's not he's not doing anything bad by doing the right job for his county, is he? He's just got to respect it. It's brilliant. He's a brilliant cricketer. What a signing for Hampshire he's been in these last few years, where he's been able just to dedicate his career to county.
Well, maybe he needs to realise that he's got to join this list, this game we've been playing for the last hour, named Somerset and Hampshire cricketers. Maybe he needs to join that list and play more often.
Yeah.
Maybe
he could. Well, he likes to play it, doesn't he? So that would make it your home ground.
Well, exactly.
Oh, imagine Craig Overton and Kyle Abbott and Matt Henry all in one team.
Yeah, that would be lethal.
That would be a handful.
Gosh.
But you can't just have all the good players that play.
Well, you can if you're Surrey.
Well, yeah.
Or not.
Yeah.
Or they're loans. we won't go into that. That's another.
Poor old Worcestershire fans will be feeling a bit hard done by.
Yeah, Pennington and Josh Tongue.
Yeah, two very good prospects for Worcestershire who they're going to have to replace somehow.
Well, 36-year-old, nearly 37, Keith Hubert Douglas Barker. I love reading out his full name.
Hubert Douglas.
What a
wonderful
pair of middle names.
Yeah. How close to being 37, please?
262 days. So
October the 21st. He's not that close
Is
to
that
being.
close?
No, it's July. He's got 3 months. Yes.
okay, he's 2/3 of the way. Yeah, that's probably not close. I'll give you that. He's. Oh no, we've just had a nightmare message in our ears. Keith Barker, solid from James Rew, very solid. A little bit on the hop. For Somerset fans, should I say look away now at the end of the over?
It's one of those, isn't it?
For some reason, Director Ben Warren has decided he wants to relive the Somerset pain. If you're a Loudoun or Clevedon CC fan and want to watch your former bowler, your former teammate Carl Abbott rip through Somerset, we will show you a few of his 17 wickets. Don't think we'll have time for 17 between overs. We'll show you a few of them in 4 balls time.
Have we got any sort of horror music we can put along with it?
We could sing along. It was a little what's a horror song? Guided through the slips by James Rew. It's going to be 4 runs. I think that was guided.
I
Soft
certainly
hands.
do. You've played that down, I think. Deliberately played that down and used the gap there. They've left that gap open to persuade him a little bit to have a go at those.
Yeah,
that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant batting from James Rew.
Definitely gave him a first instinct there. Lovely soft hands guided. It was almost off the middle of the bat.
I think it was off the middle of the bat. I think that's flown off the middle. I think that's it's not quite. There's risk attached to it, but if you get it right, it's free runs.
Yeah.
Well, it sounded like I said 3. No, it's
free.
They're there for free.
Free.
Yeah.
I mean, all runs are free, aren't they? I suppose.
Well, something you've got to work
Risk-free.
harder for. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that isn't risk free, but as soon as you get past that slip fielder, you don't have to run. It's going for 4. That's what I mean. Whereas others, you're running hard. Is that a no ball given there, or is he just pointing out? 1 for the over. No, it can't be that because it wasn't about to. Didn't know what Peveril was there. Umpire Peveril was.
Well, you're his mate from yesterday.
Signalling there. It looked like he held his arm out for a bit.
Weren't you umpiring him yesterday?
I was umpiring. He was waiting to come into bat, so he was watching from afar because we're on the same team.
Did he affect your umpiring? Did he
No,
analyse your
no.
performance?
I quite enjoy umpiring actually. Our level.
Shot by James Rew, just inside edge down the ground. I think he was trying to go through more mid-off region, the gap between Barker and mid-off, and slight inside edge took it to mid-on.
No, I back my umpiring. I try not. A lot of at the level we play at, a lot of people are trigger happy on LBWs. They think if it hits the leg,
you're
probably out.
Benefit of doubt to the batters.
I'll always benefit of doubt to the batters,
like
and also you can't just think, oh, it's hit his leg, or it looked like it's hitting the stumps. Yeah, but what's the angle of the bowler? What's the action of the bowler? You know. So I do back myself on it.
Yeah, no.
It's probably the strongest thing. Batting, fielding, bowling, or umpiring. The strongest suit I've got is probably the umpiring.
In fairness, I umpired yesterday. Actually, even in the North Devon League Premier Division now on a Sunday, we still have to have a square leg umpire.
Yep.
Only one umpire. So we're trying to talk over this, but we will talk about Carl Abbott. Look at these wickets. This looks like Steve Davies to me. Yep. Look at that. On the walk as he edges that. Carl Abbott. But it was a sunnier day. I remember that leave.
Beauty.
Hildreth in his last few years for Somerset.
Banton? Who's that?
George Bartlett that looks like to me. Lewis Gregory stuck at the other end a lot of the time. Now Gregory's on strike. I love that you just sort of, we've commented on Somerset Life, you just sort of look straight away and know it is. Van der Merwe at the non-striker's end, who's playing in this game. That looks like Don Bess, I think. I reckon that's Don Bess.
Not sure
Craig
about that.
Overton.
Oh dear. That one's out. Don't have to wait for the umpire to make the call on that one.
That looks like Josh Davey.
Yeah, a little flourish. Oh, he's not happy. Josh Davey, look at that.
No.
But, well, it is this brilliant bit of bowling here. Back to the next innings now. Who's opening there? Up in the air.
All right, we're back. We're back live.
Full ball there from Fuller. Tell you what, hasn't the camera's improved a bit since whenever that was?
2019, that was it. It definitely was Don Bess.
Was it?
2019, yeah. Doubted me, Charlie Taylor.
When did he leave Somerset?
He left 2020.
Did he really? I thought it was longer ago than that.
I think he went on loan to Yorkshire in 2019.
Right.
But actually joined them in 2021.
I thought he'd been at Yorkshire a bit longer than that.
He had a 4-year contract with Yorkshire.
Fuller in. This one clipped through the leg side. Bit of whippage there, Harry. What do you reckon?
Yeah, not as much, but I'll give you a small degree of whippage.
Small degree of whippage. Mini whippage.
Yeah, in May he went on loan to Yorkshire for a month. May 2019. But that we were just watching was in September, so by then he was back at Somerset. There's Josh Davey on screen. I had a really good chat with Josh in the rain delay, actually.
Oh, yeah.
He's married to one of my teammates' sister, so we're having a bit of a chat about how many of Josh's bats my mate has nicked. And Josh has said it's ridiculous. He's got more than him. So, yeah, he's talking about his side strain. A bit worried for Saturday. He's not going to bowl for a few days now, but on Friday he might have a little bit of a bowl.
Side strain's a bad one, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
so frustrating.
Dare I insult Josh Davey? If Pete Cheek was here right now, I'd be saying a Josh Davey injury is very different to a Roloff van der Merwe injury. So Roloff, well, even Josh said himself that Roloff is wanting to play on Saturday, even though his finger's still at 90 degrees. Ooh. Whereas Josh is a bit more worried about his side strain.
Fuller and Aldridge just happy to push that one out for a single.
I want to say this I can't commentate on James Fuller without thinking about Fuller. You know, like he's just bowled a ball that wasn't particularly full, and you said Fuller, and I almost corrected you, and I thought, actually, no, you're talking about the bowler. I'm sure that wasn't a full ball from James. These daft cricketing names, you know, imagine being called Fuller and then becoming a professional cricketer. We should have got Josh Davey up on commentary, really, shouldn't we? And could have done a little guest stint with us. Yeah. Make the most of some injury players. Ish Sodhi did promise me he was going to come up for a stint, but having not been picked for this game, I think he's gone on a bit of a sightseeing few days around England, making the most of his couple of weeks holiday.
Fair enough, yeah.
Can't blame him.
Well, he'll be in that team on Saturday.
Mm. Yeah, good.
He played quite well in the 2 games that he's played.
Yep.
Into the leg side, no run. Yeah, he didn't take a wicket in the quarter-final, but he bowled pretty tidily. Didn't give away runs, which... that's really the idea of it.
And well, often leg spinners do go for runs, don't they?
Do. Yeah.
Expensive, but
no. If they're not picking up wickets, they could go for runs. But it was tight bowling.
And even at the Oval, when they were going after him, he then picked up wickets.
Yep. Oh, that's the key, isn't it? As long as when they start going for you, you can
hit me
away.
Hit me for 1-6, but I'll get you out next ball, kind of thing.
Drive, but there's it's gone through Abbott, who couldn't get down. He's bowled a few overs there. He could pick up 2 here. Yeah, Abbott looked very stiff there.
You've been very kind to him then. I think that was a dreadful bit of fielding.
It was, yeah. But he's the bowler who's only just come off. This is the first over he has.
To make matters worse, he's at mid-on and Felix Organ was at mid-wicket, 15 yards behind him. And Felix Organ was then beating him to the misfield to collect the 2.
He looked stiff there, yeah.
Is he going to come off? Well, he has already come off, but he's come off from bowling. Is he going to go and have a sit-down? No, he's going to carry on fielding. No. Keith Barker, wasn't it, who fielded for 25 minutes after a 2-hour gap and then went off the field. Yeah. Maybe had too many teas and coffees in the interval. Well, in the rain delay. Yeah, Keith Barker, you'd say he's a genuine all-rounder. Does have 6.
What's his average first-class batting?
6 first-class. Go on, have a guess. 6 first-class hundreds.
Yeah, that's decent.
What do you reckon his average would be?
The
bat.
33.
Not bad as he comes into a solid defensive shot from Casey Aldridge.
It's too high, isn't it? 29.
28. Yeah, not bad.
28. Yeah.
It probably was a couple of years ago. It was probably a bit higher.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised. He's at 32 first-class 6s. I can picture him whacking some big shots. He's
such a big guy, isn't he? He's so strong.
He'll probably bat 9 with Abbott and Abbas 10 and 11. Felix Organ might bat 7.
He's down at 8 on this one with Organ, Abbott and Abbas after him.
Yeah, you can't bat Organ after Barker, surely. Organ's opened the batting multiple of the times. That's a short ball from Casey Aldridge. It's sort of plinked over square leg. It might run away for 4. Great bit of fielding there. Great work diving and stop. And a pretty dodgy throw, but Ben Brown does very well to stop.
Acrobatics to take that stop. But
well, Ben Brown earlier today took his 500th first-class catch. And he's taken a pretty good catch to stop the run out. So, yeah.
How long has he been with Hampshire? Most of those will be with
it's Sussex, wasn't it? Yeah, I reckon. I would guess maybe his 3rd year at Hampshire.
Yeah, probably
like
quite a few then.
We could check that, but I like to have a hunch first.
I don't think it's quite that long.
You think it's 2nd, maybe?
Yeah.
Barker is again crunched through the covers of Casey Aldridge. That should be 4. I don't think they're going to catch that. No chance. Well played, Casey Aldridge. I don't know why they're still running. The ball was always going to go to the right.
It's slow up a little bit there. It's only just
a bit of rain, isn't it? Yeah. Might make the outfield a bit wetter.
Yeah, I guess you don't want to give up the chase in case it does hit a bit of a damp patch and really slow down. But that's a nice shot.
Yeah. What am I saying here? Benjamin Christopher Brown. He was at Sussex.
You've got a thing for the middle names down.
I do, well.
E.C. Brown.
You don't really look at them very often, but it's the older thing. He's 34, actually, older than I thought he was. Ben Brown, I suppose he's been around for a while. There's Barker again into Aldridge. That is a beauty.
Yep.
Well taken by Ben Brown, the man
Jaffa.
we're talking about.
Absolute Jaffa there.
He was top of the batting averages in 2018 for Sussex. Forgot about that.
He's a very good bat.
Yeah, so Ben Brown will actually be carded bat number 5, which I think is a little bit too high, to be honest with you. He's probably more of a 6 or 7, but then I said if Dawson can get 841, then that's fair enough. Yeah, he was captain at Sussex until 2021.
Yeah, so this is his second season.
Yeah. That's one first-class wicket, this Ben Brown. And 120 balls bowled.
Oh, he must be gutted to
1
be that
for
one
48.
wicket.
Yeah. I shall find out who that one wicket is for you. There's Barker. Still got this mid-wicket. Sort of a catch mid-wicket. Not really close. But close enough. Almost where Andy Umeed was caught, really.
Yeah.
It's the opposite end, but... Barker's sling. Oh, that is a no ball. Definite no ball given. So he will have to bowl this one again. He could have finished his over had he stayed behind the line.
Yeah, that's annoying on the 5th ball, isn't it? When you've probably puffing a bit from bowling what you think is the last ball of the over. You've got to come and do it all again.
Yeah, into his 10th. Well, should have finished his 10th, really, Barker. He's going to go again. Reload. Lovely shot, Casey Aldridge. That is definitely 4. That is probably the nicest shot he's played, actually. He's played a couple of, not scuffed a couple of times, but not quite off the middle. That is a back foot punch off the middle of the bat, and these two are looking good. Best partnership, best looking partnership. I think Umeed and Rew put on a few more. They took the score from 41 for 4 to 80 for 5, so my maths makes that a 39 partnership. This partnership's already on to 43, though.
Aldridge in danger of becoming a bit of a batting all-rounder here.
Yeah.
The way he's going, I'm really impressed this season. He's been fantastic with the bat.
Yeah, definitely should be batting ahead of Craig Overton, but I guess he might have Lewis Gregory's spot in his sights in the Championship when Gregory plays. He's not played many Red Bull games this year with injury and fatherhood. And with James Rew, the keeper, batting at 6.
What's going on here?
Ah, that's the Comstock opening bat and a little giggle as he's walking around the boundary.
Fuller in, just tucking him up a bit there, James Rew.
Bit of wind coming through the effects mic, ruffling up the shirts in the middle. Not quite as windy as it was this morning.
The camera's wobbling a bit.
Yeah. That's not Alex or Andrew, just not able to hold it properly. That's the stationary fixed camera.
Not that fixed, obviously.
Wow.
In comes
gaffer tape to the pole.
Fuller again. To James Rew, who's trying to slash at that one. Just get a bit of a edge on it and push it through the point, but doesn't get anything at all.
Yeah, most of the county grounds are persevering. They've played bits and bobs and a bit of a rain, but Cumberland versus Bedfordshire off for the day.
Oh, not Cumberland versus Bedfordshire.
No, I feel like we always talk about the major counties, the 18 counties. We should probably give a shout out. I was watching a bit of Devon on the YouTube yesterday. There's a lot of the, well, we used to call them minor counties. What we call now the national counties. A lot of them do have YouTube streams now, and a lot of them have played county cricket.
Just the single there as the man's out on the boundary.
We try and keep up with as much cricket as we possibly can, especially when in 2 or 3 weeks' time, Somerset going to Truro Road to play against Cornwall. A lot of the Royal London One Day Cup. Well, sorry, it's not Royal London. A lot of the non-sponsored One Day Cup sides will go and play against the other counties to warm up.
It's a little, well, it's quite a big indictment on the quality of the tournament, isn't it? That it hasn't got a sponsor.
Well, it's called actually called the Brightside Live Podcast One Day Cup because Ian Shepherd, friend of the commentary, is trying to sponsor it.
Yeah, that's going to roll away for 4. Got it fine, and it's a good shot in the end from Casey Aldridge. Safe, although it was in the air, it was safe the way he angled it.
Is this a good shot or is this a top edge?
Oh, I think that's deliberate. He's put it. His head's turned directly to where it's going. I think I'm giving him that.
Okay.
Why? What do you think it's a? You think it's a top edge? Do you? Here we go. This will show us.
I'm in between.
Well, I think that's exactly where he meant to be.
I think it's I think we're almost both. You know what I mean? I think it's a top edge, but he meant to play it there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
one of those
yeah.
fine leg. It was so wide. Abbas is coming a little bit straighter now, and Vince is now tinkering with him. Was so wide. If he'd nailed that pull shot, it would have gone square leg for one or fine leg for one. So he's decided, actually, can I get it for a
finer.
fine?
Yeah. No, I think it was a well played shot. He's fine in the middle of the bat when he wants to. There's a single there.
I think Hampshire will go back to Mohammed Abbas soon. James Fuller's not been quite on it. Been easily taken for 21 off his 3.4 overs. Abbott's a bit tired. Parker's been decent, but they could go to Felix Organ or Liam Dawson. But I think today is a day where there's not many overs being bowled. They'll probably try and get as many out of their seamers as possible with it being overcast as well. The ball's only 40 overs old. They might try Abbas from... Well, he's tried both ends already and bowled a bit short.
And again, just tucking into the leg side for a single. So good over for Somerset, picking up the 7 runs. And a 50 partnership between the two as well. Exactly 50 there. Aldridge having hit 26 of those, so pretty even really. Rew now on to 41. There you go, there's the scorecard. That's what fans in the ground can see.
Yeah, 6 extras, a little bit sloppy with the no balls, you could say. But then, if you've watched the Ashes lately, it seems to be quite a common theme. Bowlers not keeping the foot behind the line.
Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating.
Poor, isn't it?
Yeah, it is poor, actually. It is poor. And I'm loath to criticise too much, because actually I think they've shown some really great bottle and fight and technique in some areas, but that is just giving away runs.
Yeah, no balls and catches are my pet peeves.
Yeah.
Well, for the highest standard Test series in the world, perhaps.
Should be taking a lot
and
more.
it's been awful as far as we can say, with no balls and catches.
Certainly with England, more so than Australia, for sure.
Well, dare I say I was right, Charlie. Look who's coming on the bowl.
Liam Dawson.
There you go.
You said Mohammed Abbas would come back.
I thought I said Liam Dawson.
No, you said Mohammed Abbas.
Oh, did I really?
That's what that got. You caught me out there, because I was waiting to see Mohammed Abbas with ball in hand, but it's not.
I can't remember what I said 30 seconds ago. It is Liam Dawson, slightly short, straight up, but James Rew flicks that for one. I thought I said Abbas or Dawson.
Don't think, Stephen, were you listening? I didn't hear Dawson. We can rewind it though; it's all recorded.
Someone will be on the comments, criticising or telling me what I said. Well, anyway.
Yeah, he did say Abbas. Yeah, we're just having it confirmed. It's confused us all. So
Abbas might bowl from the other end then. There we go. Liam Dawson, nicely flighted, but a little bit short.
What you said was that they'd take Chris Fuller off and bring on
Chris
Abbas.
Fuller? Who's Chris Fuller?
Chris Fuller.
Apologies,
James Fuller.
Apologies, listeners.
They'd take off James Fuller and put on Mohammed Abbas. But instead, at the other end, this is when you said, here I am, told you I was right. Well, firstly, it's not James Fuller coming off because it's the other end, and it's not Mohammed Abbas coming on. But apart from those two small details...
Well, Liam Dawson is mid-on, 10, 20 yards further back than he would normally be. He'd be probably 45, 50 yards from the bat. Easy single, but tempting Casey Aldridge. Does he want to go over his head? Probably not. Liam Dawson, if you were living under a rock or not following the championship in the last round, then that's the single exactly to the man I was talking about. Liam Dawson was absolutely superb, having been snubbed for Moeen Ali and then for Rew and Ahmed. Well, then for Josh Tong, you could say, didn't play a spinner. 141 runs in Hampshire's only innings against Middlesex, and then 12 wickets. 12 for 130, his career best. Phenomenal, phenomenal. As man of the match displays go, I don't think you can be any more dominant than that.
No, that was brilliant.
Genuine all-rounder. That is aggressive from James Rew, and it's plinked would be a disservice. He's not middled it, but he's just got it over Mohammed Abbas's head for 4. Not convincing, a little bit inside edgy. But I think he knew Abbas isn't a great fielder, and he was quite close and mid-on. And interesting that I always think, is that poor captaincy from James Vince? Did he forget? For the right-handed Casey Aldridge, mid-on was exactly in the perfect catching position for where James Rew has just hit that. So if he'd done what he probably should have done and swapped for the right-left hand, that would have been out. Maybe James Rew was clever enough to realise that Abbas wasn't back where mid-on was, and now it's exactly what we're talking about. I think that was a genuine mistake between Vince, Dawson and Abbas. And potentially cost.
You can do a straight drive here, though. Plenty of room.
A little bit short, or back of a length, but nailed to mid-wicket. Great bit of fielding, diving from Nick Gubbins. Nick Gubbins has hurt himself a little bit with that dive. Ooh, he's in a bit of pain. Hard ground. He's just jarred something.
Yeah.
Holding his back. Good stop though.
Yeah, he threw everything at that. He's not happy, is he? Sort of hand on hit a little bit there.
He'll be open. He won't be batting today. Well, hoping selfishly, individually, maybe. He doesn't have to put the pads on. He'll be number 3 on the card, Nick Gubbins. He is one of the most popular days of the year, this Charlie.
That's exciting. Do like the idea that they've just put an apple there on the screen. Looks good.
Yeah, I like using the red and green apple emojis on a text, actually. Or a tweet, even. I'm a big fan of Somerset and the apples.
Yeah, that'll be good fun. 4th of August from 2 o'clock as well. It'll be under the lights by the end of the day. That'll be really nice day out. Well, as Harry didn't say, they're sticking with Fuller.
Very good.
Dot ball.
Just going to try and catch up with some of the comments. Probably slating my commentary captaincy, we should call it, really. Bowling change.
Well, you were the one who just told James Vince he's not doing his job right. So,
well, yeah, I honestly think that was a genuine mistake. I think they just forgot the right left-hand thing, which is like cricket. Remember, left-handers on strike?
Yeah.
Club cricket stuff.
Fuller in again. And it is Fuller.
Very good, very good.
And it goes through to the keeper.
Here we go. Chill Newton says, Beefy Botham played for Somerset and his son Liam played briefly for Hants. That's a good one, and that's reminded me, Ian Botham's brother was my umpire on Saturday.
Was he really?
He made us stay in the rain for 4.5 hours before we called it off, but I wouldn't criticise him.
What's his brother's name?
No, you've embarrassed me here.
I've absolutely shown you up.
I said thank you very much, and his first name on Saturday.
I'm sure.
I was chatting to him for a while. Good chat.
You were talking to him. You just
gone.
Didn't take the courtesy to remember his name.
Oh, I did know it. Well, he probably gave me out in the year.
There's an edge there. We'll run away for 4. Yeah, Aldridge picking up runs quite quickly here. Aldridge moves to 31 from 37.
I think, that's
riding his luck a little bit.
I might say that's the first genuine edge, isn't it?
Yeah. There,
and wide are the slips. I guess he knows all he's got to do is beat second slip, get enough bat on it to be between second slip and, well, cover, really, because deep points.
It's a calculated risk, isn't it, there? Yeah, fair enough.
We might have missed some other Somerset, Hampshire.
Rew, might bind you, has crept up to 46 from 98, so he's done very well. Fuller coming in again then to Casey Aldridge and driving again. It's a full attempting that drive there from Aldridge. It's what they want him doing, I think, judging by how full James Fuller is bowling.
We've missed Amy Matthews. I bet this was about the horror, the Carl Abbott 17 wickets, the Jaws theme tune. That'd be great.
Would have been it.
Shout out to Amy Matthews. She's very excited. She's come down from the north to be at her mum's workplace. I suppose it's take your daughter to work day. And this Polly Rose, our scorers, got a daughter here at work today. It was quite nice. In the ground.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you, Amy.
Nice to have people on the YouTube comments who are actually here sometimes as well, because normally it's people who are at home who can't be here.
Yeah, it's lovely just to hear from people who are enjoying the game. Wonder if Amy's got her earpiece in, the Virtue Motors
I should hope so.
Earpiece.
Did tell her that she had to.
Otherwise, if you're watching on YouTube stream, it's going to be a bit of a delay if you're in the ground. In the air, and safe, and 4. Dawson was diving, one hand out. Aldridge moves to 35.
That would have been an absolute screamer. It's a chance, but it's flown. And that would have been David De Gea diving, goalkeeping. He's quite short, Liam Dawson. Had that been Casey Aldridge himself, he could have maybe even got 2 hands to it. But Liam Dawson had to jump and one-handed.
Yeah, that's, again, that's what they want Aldridge doing here. They feel that the wicket, that's how it's going to happen. Aldridge is flashing a bit outside his off stump. Last ball of this over, and then I'm going to make way for Stephen Lamb, who managed to get about 3 balls in the gap between lunch and then the rain, and so I feel he's definitely deserves a go at
yeah, I think it's officially 7, but I'll give you that.
Well, he only had 3 of the 7, that's the thing.
Did he?
Sam would have had the other 4. So in comes Fuller. It's a shorter ball, and there'll be runs here as well as that one runs down towards the boundary at third. But it won't reach it, just a single. So Aldridge on to 36, the score to 145 for 5. And I'll leave you with Harry Everett and Stephen Lamb will come in.
I'll use these few seconds to fill us in on a few YouTube comments. Budge, as well as making the Fuller joke that I like to make every time I commentate on James Fuller, says, loving this Bazwell approach from Somerset. I guess Casey Aldridge scored quite quickly. I wouldn't say Rew and Mead did at first, but fair enough. Hampshire becoming defensive, I think he means, like the baggy greens. Yeah, little dig at Australia, okay. Bit more chat about the Ashes. And bizarre comment from Bitcoin Micropig. Has Rew ever hit a 6 in his life? James Rew has hit a lot of 6s in his life. I don't quite know where that comment's come from. I remember 2 in the Notts 100 the other day. Dawson, and again, continued. Casey Aldridge just whipped that in the air, nearly a catch for mid-wicket, but cannot quite get round, can Fletcher Middleton. I'm not going to read everyone's comments, but Chris Woke's brother Pete plays for Tamworth and was square leg umpire, says Gordon Irony, and awarded my first ever stumping. There you go. Liam Dawson, this time to James Rew. Change of angle, over and around the wicket to the right left-hander, I guess.
It's an impressive partnership, this, developing.
Important, isn't it?
Yeah,
try and get to that.
64 they've put on
That
so
magic
far,
206. That 250, isn't it? The batting bonus point. That's the target here. 110 overs, of course, is the cut-off point, but nice shot for one. Now Mohammed Abbas is back where he should have been in the last over.
And after all the tribulations and the wickets falling earlier, it's really encouraging to see such promising youngsters batting together. 19 and 22 respectively, James Rew and Casey Aldridge.
Yes, quite a big difference in height, but only 3 years in age. Just doesn't look phased, James Rew, or anything. Had a good long chat with James on Friday, and he's really enjoying his bowling for Taunton Andrews at the moment. Nice break from wicket keeping because he's
How
not
does
been
he bowl?
Bowls left arm orthodox, bit of a Chet Leach, George Dockrell kind of thing. He's he just loves the game. It's refreshing. So many professional cricketers, when they have a day off, the last thing they want to do is play cricket. What I love about James Rew is he wants to play on a Saturday with his club mates. He wants to go and watch his brother play. He wants to watch whatever it is. He wants to be in the T20. He's here, you know, on the T20. He's here watching every ball, even though he's not in the squad.
That's terrific, isn't it? And
that appetite, isn't it, for cricket?
Yeah, I mean, he looks much more than 19 in terms of it's a wise head on young shoulders. And yet again, he's come to his team's rescue here on 47 not out at the end of the over. Aldridge has been gradually closing in on him on 37. 147 for 5. Looks a great deal better than 80 for 5. It still doesn't look very good, but this is the basis for a recovery of sorts.
Absolutely. Big recovery.
James Fuller's going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, and this is going to be a comfortable single for Rew. Not particularly happy with the shot by the look of the expression as he went through for the single. Maybe he felt he didn't quite middle it, but still gets a single.
Yeah, hence they're rehearsing at the non-striker's end. Bit of a spread of the field. Look at this. This is James Fuller, who's a genuine bowler. It's not like Casey Aldridge on 120 not out. To have 5 men on the boundary.
Very strange.
What is this? He's not going to bowl short stuff, surely. James Fuller's not quick enough for that.
I mean,
and we'd just say bowl Fuller, James, wouldn't we? So
they're encouraging. I mean, there's a single to be had almost anywhere.
Oh, it's bizarre field placement. Who am I to criticise James Vince? But
and there indeed is a single out to deep mid-wicket. Easy as you like. Which will bring the field back. Will it come back in?
They're acting like Casey Aldridge is whacking everywhere. He's got a strike rate of 84. He's got 38 of 45 balls. He's going well, but had 2 edges for 4, which obviously helps. And James Rew is a fine stroke maker. He just doesn't need to rush at this stage.
They've brought one man in from the deep, but we've still got long leg, deep square and deep backward point for James Fuller. Bowling to Rew. Nice looking drive. Won't bring him a run. Keith Barker is stationed at deepish mid-on. Seeing more cricket than we feared at one stage this afternoon. Still grey skies, but we have seen a little bit of blue.
Not sure what the umpires are checking here, checking the ball.
That's the second time this session that they've come together to have a look at that.
I wonder if James Vince looked at the Lancashire Old Trafford away game scorecard and saw Rew and Aldridge have that mammoth partnership, and he didn't look at the context, didn't look at the bowlers. Dare we mention young George Bell, the wicketkeeper, bowling, Dane Vilas, the other wicketkeeper, bowling. Did not realise, but to set such defensive fields to... Yes, Casey Aldridge and James Rew scored hundreds in that Lancashire game together. That's what I'm talking about on a slightly farcical day 4. But I just don't understand why you'd have a deep backward point, a deep fine, a deep square, and a deep mid-wicket.
Well, they've been told to get on with the existing ball after the umpires had quite a long look. So it's back in the hands of Fuller. Another good-looking drive. This is going to be at least a single. Wants 2 and will get 2 comfortably. James Rew, so just within 1 of a half-century now. The teenage Somerset wicketkeeper batter with an absolutely terrific future.
That is the 150. Doesn't actually mean anything, the 150. Another 100 for batting bonus point, but people like to clap round 50 in cricket grounds across the world, don't they? So a ripple of applause around. I like it when there's fans in every stand. I mean, now the school kids are gone, the Trade Nation's got 2 stewards and not many others in it, but there's a bit of a spreading of the players. And
well, we've got another conversation going on between the 2 umpires, I think, coming up.
Is that Ian Holland or John Turner running the spare balls out?
Yeah, I think they have decided on a change. Conflab between the 2 batters. Just having a look at... we had a comment from someone that James Rew doesn't hit many 6s.
I don't know where that's come from. I don't think that person's watched any... I don't think they've watched Somerset.
He has hit 7 in his first-class career.
And he could hit a lot more. He's just... Most of his hundreds have been in situations where he's not had a partner with him. Casey Aldridge at Old Trafford was a slightly different situation. Knott's here the other day was a bit weird when Tom Abel didn't want to declare for ages and ages, got a 400 lead and then bowled him out in the night, bowled Knott's out for under 100. So that was a slightly different situation. But generally, he's been playing a bit of a lone vigil on his own and had to sort of steady the ship and bat through with no one there. To have someone there with him and then they could go on the attack on a flat wicket. But it's not been the case.
Taking a long time to choose an alternative cherry. The umpires. There's a box full that's been brought out. I think they have made a decision now. It's not such a large box as the one I saw in the Test match at Lord's. Had a little bit of conversation with David Milnes, who was the reserve umpire there, and he had a great suitcase full of them. A whole load, you might say.
Like the cricket coffins for balls.
So it has been changed, the ball, and Fuller is going to continue. Oh, that's very full indeed.
James Fuller has taken it literally, isn't he? Yeah.
A full bunger.
He's bowled poorly, James Fuller. Got 6 overs for 35 runs. No wonder he set himself. Why don't they give Felix Organ a go? I don't understand.
That could have been quite uncomfortable for Rew if it had been straighter.
I think he could have driven it for 4 really. I think he's kicking himself. He didn't have a go at that really.
It was very, very full. It bounced after the bowling crease. Long way outside the off stump and flashed away by Rew. This is going to be his half century. Gone down to the 3rd man boundary. Well batted, James Rew. It's his 3rd first-class 50. He's also scored 500s in his fledgling career, and yet again he's come to his team's aid from a difficult situation coming into bat.
Yeah, well, we ran out of words for James Rew. How many times this season have we commentated on James Rew scoring runs? It's been absolutely brilliant, superb. Don't want to make the man too confident and overly confident, but got to see it how it is. He's batted well again, magnificent.
41 for 4 when he came in, James Rew. It's now 155 for 5.
Ooh, Polly Rhodes is on the phone next door from the scorer's box. Is that a good sign? I'm going to guess it's floodlights.
It could well be, couldn't it? It's gone quite gloomy.
Unless she's got some cricket balls in her boot that they're trying to get hold of. Well batted, James Rew. Casey Aldridge on strike, and he's going to take a single. No, he's not. Okay.
Quite
Probably,
right, not.
yeah, correct from James Rew to turn him down there. Aldridge wanted it. It was Aldridge's call, but Fletcher Middleton running around for mid-wicket was always going to stop that.
He was quick.
Young lad, quick opening back, can run between the wickets well too. Solid lunge forward from Casey Aldridge.
It's been the outstanding partnership of the innings, this.
Fuller's first 6 overs going for 39 runs.
T20.
Yes. Dawson a little bit tired at the other end of that. Was not quite a long hop, but slightly short outside off stump. Casey Aldridge wanted to cut that for 4. Nearly fell over leg side. He did that sort of Faf du Plessis thing, not the textbook back and across to play the cut shot, but the leg side back and across to make room to cut through the offside. Couldn't quite beat cover or extra cover. Liam Dawson on a spot. This is where I just think Liam Dawson has every right to be fuming and feel gutted. He bowls on a spot. He does what Jack Leach does, really. How he didn't get a shout in this, I know it's Bazball and all this, but I think he really should have been playing in this Ashes once Jack Leach got injured.
Totally agree.
Holds an end up, and you can then rotate the seamers at the other end. You can do your Bazball thing with Tongue, Robinson, Anderson, Broad, Wokes, Wood, whoever it is. They can be rotated round. And him and Leach are a captain's dream if a spinner bowls you on the spot. They might not play 100 test matches in a row like Nathan Lyon, but you want a spinner in English conditions to hold an end up. Doesn't even have to take those wickets. I think, yes, Moeen Ali got 2 key breakthroughs with Head and Smith, great. But it's a bit of a gamble when
I
really hold it up.
I was okay with Moeen, actually, given it was the Ashes, given his experience.
Why
I
that,
felt
though?
it was a reasonable call.
Why do you think you need experience in the Ashes? With this whole Bazball approach, doesn't that go against them wanting experience? Aren't they more about, Josh Tongue's not an experienced call?
No, but purely in spinning terms.
You think just better to have an experienced spinner?
Yeah, and given his record, because he went through to 200 Test wickets in the last Test.
Just think for
I wouldn't say Dawson would have been a bad call, but I was comfortable with Moeen on this occasion.
I think he's not bowled much for Warwickshire in red ball cricket. For Worcestershire years ago, he was a batter who bowled a bit.
Lived nearby. He can walk into Edgbaston from where he lives. Edgbaston was a riot, I tell you. I went to day 1.
Did you?
Fuller's Ed, and that's turned away down to Long Leg.
I was there for day 5, actually. It was rowdy, raucous in the Holly stand.
Yeah, I wasn't far away from the Hollies stand. They had some choice rhymes for Nathan Lyon, who was fielding at deep mid-wicket just in front of them, which I can't broadcast, I don't think. You're just a something Moeen Ali.
Oh, you're like that. You're like that, Stephen. I got shouted that. I was playing in the Village Cup for Wemden at Horsepath near Oxford a few Sundays ago, and I got that exact chant when I was bowling from 100 drinking Oxford cricketer fans.
Excellent.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
That's helped away to deep mid-wicket by Casey Aldridge. Very short again. Fuller belying his name.
Yes. I have to write that in my match report.
157 for 5.
Stephen was building the beer snakes at Edgbaston.
Just been suggested over my right shoulder that I was building beer snakes.
Well, they're expensive these days because every cup's £1, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you collect a beer snake, you're £100 up. Probably.
Yeah, no, I did. I took 5 back at the end of the day, and I got a £5 for them. That's much more constructive than building a snake.
Nearly a chance out to deep point for Mohammed Abbas. Just fell short. The slashing uppercut from James Rew. I don't think he intended to go quite there.
But I was taken aback by the declaration at the time.
Oh, yes.
Didn't feel right.
Yeah. The Australians were buzzing. I think so many people talked about, that might upset the Australians. If anything, they were delighted by it. I thought, these guys think they're so good they can declare with the guys set on 100 and Ollie Robinson can bat. Ollie Robinson's got first-class hundreds for Sussex. Yeah. Well, it's all set up for a couple more exciting Test matches.
It is a terrific ground, Edgbaston, and it's in its own way. Going to be another single here down to third man.
Yeah, we'll be back there on Saturday. well, this 11, James Rew's told me he'll be in the crowd. He's not going to do 12-man duty. He's not going to be in the squad. He's just going to be watching from the crowds, which is cool. I like that. I remember a couple of years ago, the Thomases, and I think even Ben Green and Ollie Sale, before they broke into the side, maybe even 5 or 6 years ago, I remember they were dressed as nuns, I think, in the Ollie stand. And I just like it that they're still normal blokes, aren't they? They can enjoy a day out, even though they're watching their teammates.
That's great.
Yeah. Give them the Beyond the Wyvern camera to get some behind-the-scenes content.
Well played. That's a good delivery, a Yorker, which Rew did very well to dig out.
I'm surprised James Vince gave him a 7th over, having gone for 39 off 6, but that's probably the best ball he's bowled of the day.
Yeah, can happen, can't it, when you've had a bowler bowling a wayward spell and suddenly manages to pull out a delivery like that.
Yeah.
And it can be curtains, but Rew was equal to it. Paddled away in between the 2 deep fielders. Absolutely bisected them. Knew it. Didn't need to complete the first run even.
Oh, and let there be light, Stephen. Well, let there be 1 light anyway.
Over our heads, I think.
2 of the 4 are on. 3.
There we go.
And the 4th one, there we go.
No chance for either of those fielders in cutting that off. And there the blazing trail of lights up above this Cooper Associates county ground. And they'll be clearly visible to most Taunton residents. They dominate the skyline here these days.
Yeah. Just had a comment asking about James Rew's average. He's averaging 65 for 15 innings. James Rew. James Vince is averaging slightly higher, actually, but only 12 innings, 68 averaging James Vince. But Rew has got over 100 more championship runs than James Vince.
This could be the last over before tea.
Yes, Liam Dawson to bowl it. Over rate currently level. That old-fashioned way of playing out the last over of a spinner before tea. Will that happen?
Casey Aldridge has burnished his batting credentials this summer, hasn't he? It's another important knock.
Absolutely. Yep.
In a way, it's in the context of the situation he came into. I think it's arguably his most important contribution.
Especially when there's a bit more of a tail in this lineup. No Overton or Henry. I think Brooks, Ogborn and Bashir are probably genuine 9, 10, 11s. So Don Bess at 8 is probably the last of the bowlers who can bat. That's a cheeky single, an outside edge from Casey Aldridge. I think very good from James Rew. Keith Barker is known to be a left-arm bowler, left-handed thrower. And the sort of streaky edge in front of point went to Barker's right hand. He's now nursing his left shoulder, having picked that up and thrown it in. Interesting what's going to happen here last couple of balls before tea. 2 mid-wicket catches in. Ben Brown is very quick running out to cover to stop the single.
Solid defence from Rew.
Yeah, the 2 mid-wicket catches aren't close together. They're both there for the catch. I saw that one, that whippage I talked about earlier, I suppose went through the gap between them. Dawson's playing for that, bowling for that. Well played by James Rew. Good single into the offside.
Yeah, that's his job done for the session, James Rew. Can stand and watch the final delivery of this adjusted session.
What do we see? 7 balls after lunch. And they were off for rain well before 2 o'clock again.
Solid from Aldridge. And these two are going to walk off with their 6th wicket partnership intact. They have put on 85. Came together with the total on 80, 4-5. And they've given Somerset a chance of recovery here. 41 for 4, then 80 for 5. They were down in the dumps, and these two have given them some hope. So players trooping off then for tea. We've got 28 overs remaining, hopefully, in the final session. That's provided the weather doesn't intervene again, which is very much a possibility, but let's hope not. And we're going to have a little bit of a tea break ourselves, and hope very much that you can join us in round about quarter of an hour's time. after the interval.
no play possible on day 1 at Cardiff. Day 1 entirely washed out in the match between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. Sussex against Derbyshire at home. Sussex 288 for 4 in their first innings. In Rew and Worcester, Yorkshire 142 without loss in the 31st over. There is an inspection due in around 5 minutes' time there. Rain at Chester the Streets. Gloucestershire chose to bat. They reached 280 for 6 in the 74th over. Rain stopped play there. In this match, the bowling figures at the moment: Keith Barker, 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 43. Mohammed Abbas, 11 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 37. Kyle Abbott, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 4 wickets, 20. Liam Dawson, 10 overs, 4 maidens, no wickets for 17. And James Fuller, 7 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 47. Somerset 165 for 5 at tea, being 7 extras. Please welcome back out into the middle our umpires James Middlebrook, Ben Peverill, and led out by their captain James Vince. Visitors Hampshire.
He's lived a different lifestyle to the rest of us, but
The Somerset not-out batters James Rew, 60, and Rew and Aldridge, 41.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Final session coming up, day 1, this county championship match between Somerset and Hampshire. And something of a recovery is in progress after a pretty disastrous start, which was mainly due to the bowling of Kyle Abbott. I don't know whether we'll see him again in this session, but his figures at the moment: 10 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 20. And he had a hand, quite literally, in the 5th, which was the run out of George Bartlett backing up and Abbott deflecting a straight drive from Sean Dixon onto his stumps. The other men dismissed: Tom Lammonby for 15. He was caught behind off Abbott. Tom Abel caught and bowled Abbott for 5. The run out I mentioned. Then Sean Dixon, LBW, for 21. And Andrew Umeed for 16. Umeed featuring in the first of 2 partnerships involving James Rew, who is on 60 not out and on strike. Casey Aldridge is at the non-striker's end, unbeaten on 41. Here's the first ball of the session, which Rew is defending. I'm Stephen Lamb, and when Sam Dalling was with me last, the session lasted just 7 deliveries before it was stopped by rain. Let's hope that we go on for a bit longer this time.
I think we're going to be okay. It's very grey, isn't it? The floodlights are on. They've been on for half an hour or so. Hopefully we're going to escape rain. What we've got 28 overs left. We might almost get through those. That would take us to around about 7 o'clock. It'll be quite dark by then. Somerset fans will be hoping this man is still at the crease.
Mohammed Abbas is in, and that's pulled away for 4, down to deep backward square. There's a positive start to the session for James Rew, who is easing up towards 800 runs in first-class cricket. 5 more needed. Absolutely terrific start.
It's astonishing, isn't it? He's overtaken Tom Westley as the leading run scorer in the division. averaging over north of 65.
Abbas into him again, and again that watchful defence. What's so reassuring about watching him is the way he mixes defence with attack. Selects the bad ball, as he has already done this over. And when you consider that Somerset were 41 for 4 and then 80 for 5, that total of 169 on the board doesn't look so bad. Yelps of inquiry from keeper and the two slips. But that was bat on ball. Still much for these two to do. Another 81 would bring the first batting point. That's how far away that is.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because there's this like general idea that Somerset haven't been great with the bat and don't pick up batting points. But I think they'd picked up the second most in the division, was it, coming into this? And I've just seen on the YouTube comments, Seven in Devon has suggested that Somerset have the highest total number of runs in the county championship in 2023, which I think is quite remarkable. I haven't verified that.
It is extraordinary, isn't it? When you think of how they struggled, especially early on. Here's Mohammed Abbas. And here's a lovely straight drive, which he does well to get a hand to, actually, the bowler. Could well have saved a boundary by deflecting that to Keith Barker, because that was right out of the middle of James Rew's bat. End of Abbas is over. 0 for 41, his figures, which deal a little harshly with him, because he did have Tom Lammonby missed before he'd scored. But Abbott, the only one involved with all 5 wickets thus far. It's going to be spin at the river end. Liam Dawson continuing where he left off at the tea interval.
Yeah, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 17 from Liam Dawson. I can quite believe that Somerset stat, you know, because actually having a look at the top run scorers, they've got 4 of the top 20. Rew is leading the way. Abel, Kohler Cadmore, who's not playing in this game, and Tom Lammonby, all north of 400. Dawson then to Aldridge, who was kind of looking to turn it into the leg side, but not with any particular conviction. I think he knew it was going down the leg side and was happy enough to let it crash into his pad in the end.
Just pulled out of the shot in the end.
Still Vincent Slip. Catches at short mid-wicket and short cover, but just pushing that one to mid-on for no run. School children have left us for the day. They made a brilliant noise. I mean, they were unfortunate with a little bit of rain, but they had huge smiles on their faces. They thoroughly enjoyed it. And we've got the same again tomorrow and Wednesday. Aldridge. Watchful. $89 now, this partnership is worth, these two. As Harry was saying before, big partnership against Lancashire, partnership against Nottinghamshire in that win in the last game, these two. Aldridge is on the back foot, just pushing that to James Fuller at mid-off. He's a long way back, but it was hit firmly enough that they weren't able to take a single. Will do this time, though. Turned into the leg side. For 1.
Talking about James Rew's consistency, we can apply the same now to Casey Aldridge. Unbeaten on 42, made 35 and 50 against Notts in the previous championship game.
Rew just pushes it, that one. Half an appeal. Liam Dawson took a couple of steps to his left as if he was celebrating a caught behind, but he wasn't really that convinced. Let's have a look and see if that one does a bit. I think Rew's perhaps playing for a bit of turn, and it doesn't turn that much.
Past the outside edge, by the look of it.
Unflustered Rew, as he always is. Just does a bit of gardening, has a look back, And now he's having a chat with Aldridge. End of the over, 170 for 5, Somerset.
So it's going to be Mohammed Abbas to continue. Started up from the river end this morning with the new ball and has bowled a couple of spells from this other. And he'll be bowling to Aldridge,
who's currently averaging 53 in the county championship, 471 runs. Just a 6 games, so he's doing all right, pushing towards 400 runs.
Yeah, singles available in several parts, and he correctly identified one of them being backward point, which will bring the left-handed Rew back onto strike. Aldridge goes to 43. He's faced 63 deliveries, Casey Aldridge. James Rew has had 118 for his 64 not out. And number 119 left alone.
Well, he's quite comfortably faced, well, by some distance, the most balls for Somerset, by about 700 in the county championship over Abel and Lammonby, who are both in the 900s. Also, almost a couple of hundred more than Tom Wesley. 1,672 balls he's faced in the county championship.
Defended stoutly, especially early on in this innings.
He's often needed to, hasn't he?
He's gradually accelerated, and we've seen some lovely strokes. That is going down to third man for 4. Not the loveliest of them. Outside edge.
There's still two slips in there. Mohammed Abbas has head in hands, came around the wicket to Rew. That's such a repeatable action, genuine edge. Didn't quite carry, I don't think, to second slip. It just died on him a bit.
But we don't need to include it in the pantheon of loveliness.
We're excluding that one. It's all, you know, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, Stephen.
It's his 10th boundary anyway, and he won't mind. Once it's safely through the cordon, takes him on to 68. As Abbas bowls to him again, and this time just pushing defensively up to Kyle Abbott at mid-on.
Mike has said he's run out of activity booklets in the museum. So many kids in there today. Got a couple of days, Mike. You have to spend your night at the printer. I tell you what, I hope you need get some ink cartridges on the way home, Mike.
This is going to be run number 800 for the season for James Rew. Out to deep mid-wicket. It'll be 801 as well. Goes to 70.
Who would have thought starting the season could be the first to 1,000 runs? James Rew leading the race.
Tremendous stuff. And such a valuable innings for his team. Disarray they were in when he came out to bat this morning. Watchful defence to conclude the over. And keep saying this, 177 for 5 may not look that special a total, but you think they were 80 for 5. So they put on 97 now, these two. Absolutely vital partnership.
Liam Dawson going to continue his 12th over then. James Vince just putting the short leg helmet down behind Ben Brown. Takes up his spot at first slip. Aldridge solid in defence. Charlie was asking a bit earlier about iconic numbers, saying, you know, you always think you associate 14 with James Vince. And Shep from the Always Look at the Bright Side of Life podcast texted me and said, you better mention Pete Trigo 7, otherwise you'll be in trouble. And we didn't. We did not. As Dawson is in to Aldridge, pushes it into the offside. I mean, he even had his own bat range, the PT7.
Yeah.
So we're remiss of us not to mention that. Sorry, Treeks.
And that's a number inherited by Craig Overton. Not playing in this game. Several senior Somerset players sitting this one out, as that's comfortably defended.
Rightly so.
Because there is a matter of some importance to attend to this coming Saturday at Edgbaston.
There's 2 hills I'll die on, Stephen. As Dawson is in to Aldridge. Won't get a single because there's a good bit of fielding there at extra cover by Nick Gubbins, who's been playing his club cricket down at Callington, I'm told, by Anthony Gibson in the last couple of weeks down in Cornwall. Yes, I would always say that Somerset were right to pick this side, and also that the loan system needs a little bit of an overhaul. Aldridge then still on strike.
Yes, if by any chance you missed the news late yesterday evening or earlier today, the Somerset number 8 is very similar to the fellow who used to come out in 2018-19 here at Taunton. One Dom Bess.
Lovely to have him back.
Due in next.
A defensive shot to end the over. Dawson through 12, just gone for the 18 runs, 177 for 5. Yeah, he was here on Friday night, Don Beth, on the Thatcher's Terrace, watching Somerset make their way through to finals day. Lovely to see him back on loan. It's still wrong. This is the system, it's not the players, it's not the clubs. They just need to have another look at it. I'm not sure about... In theory, someone could play for 14 counties across the county championship season. They just need to tighten it up.
It has changed enormously over the years. It's just sort of movement between counties.
It's just the way it's used. It was initially brought in to make sure players basically get as much cricket as possible, which I think is brilliant. I love that idea. We just need to have a look at it and tighten it.
In comes Abbas to start a new over. That's going to be a dot to get things underway. Yes, several Somerset players have benefited. Jack Brooks amongst them. He went up to Worcestershire, didn't he, briefly, earlier this season. But he's an engaging character, Don Bess. I can recall some interviews those years that have gone by before he moved up to Yorkshire for very understandable reasons. Clear single here for James Rew. It goes to 71 with that. Just inching their way up to 3 figures in this partnership. So the field moves around for the right-handed Casey Aldridge. Got 2 men out deep to leg. And then an orthodox ring to add to the 2 slips. And it won't be pierced this time, because Aldridge has just gently pushed that out to backward point. Joe Weatherly is on station there. Floodlights have been on since shortly before the tea interval here at Taunton. It's pretty grey. There's rain forecast. Let's hope it holds off. We've got potentially another 24 overs to be bowled here. There is quite a thick band of rain that's expected to come in and continue overnight.
I'm optimistic, Stephen.
Firm defensive push again. Still spectators dotted around the various stands and pavilions. Braved out some pretty gloomy weather today. Not particularly cold and quite windy.
Ooh.
Over the top, is it? Yes, down to fine leg. Boundary. And that is, you may have overheard on the public address, Rob Scanlon confirming that the century partnership has been reached. 102 to be precise.
Decent bounce of that from Mohammed Abbas. Doesn't bowl many of them. That's quite well directed. I'm not sure Casey Aldridge was... He was trying to help it round the corner. I'm not sure he was going quite that fine.
Yeah, I don't think it quite went in the direction he intended. I've had a couple since tea of those. Both have gone through to the boundary. So an element of good fortune. These two still together. Outside edge again. This
Ooh,
time
4.
to slip, and this is going to be buzzers. 4 of them. Wow. It's difficult to blame Keith Barker for that. He never got into position to cut it off.
Got the 50 as
well. What's more, it's taken Casey Aldridge through to his half century. What a way to get it with overthrows.
You can't blame James Vince there either. Aldridge was outside of his crease. I think it was a good shy, actually. You saw Aldridge had to just shimmy back to make sure he was in. So it was smart from Vince.
But quite an expensive over in the end for Mohammed Abbas. 0 for 57. His figure's now from 14.
Unusual, isn't it?
He started off with an expensive spell, 3 over 1 from the river end, and that over expensive as well.
Dawson continuing to Rew. That's a great bit of work by Nick Gubbins at mid-wicket. Probably only saves 1 run, but it was excellent. Well timed, sweetly timed from James Rew, that.
Yeah, the last 2.
Solid again from Rew, just patting it back to the bowler.
Last 2 balls of that Abbas over both boundaries, so 9 off it altogether.
Watchful there from James Rew. Just got his back leg outside the line of off stump. Made it slightly awkward for Ben Brown, but he's a brilliant wicketkeeper, Ben Brown, so very rarely fumbles.
Rew gave himself room to play that, but found the fielder at extra cover.
Just a single there for Rew. Happy to tick over. He's on 72. 187 for 5. Casey Aldridge having just reached 50.
73 balls, 7 fours in that Aldridge half century.
Lived a little dangerously at times. Dropped on 8. But positive as well. And he's cut that one away. Is it going to get through the gap? No, it's not. Nick Gubbins has been brilliant in there. Got down well, this time going to his left. Saved a run.
One-handed.
End of the over. 187 for 5. Casey Aldridge, that's his third 50 of the summer. Has also got 100. Might feel he missed out on that one, actually. Dawson's been very economical, but that was just back of a length.
He had room to play it. And will be disappointed to have found the fielder, but it was a good effort from Gubbins. Abbas is going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Oh, we're playing a miss. We haven't seen too many of them from James Rew. Looking for the drive and contacting thin air.
Yeah, very rare. A rare sight. Abbas, I just love watching him bowl. It just looks so easy, and he's so smooth. It doesn't look like he's putting any effort into it. And that's not a derogatory comment, by the way. It's just the way it's a bit like watching Ben Folkes keep wicket. It just looks like it's all just natural and part of how his body works.
Yes, he's been such an influential figure with Hampshire, the time he's represented them. to his 15th over now, yet to reap any reward. That's the prerogative of Kyle Abbott exclusively at the moment. Backward of point, at least one here, wants two, and is going to get two pretty comfortably. So two more to James Rew's individual tally, goes to 74. Recovery is continuing post-tee. (109) these two have put on now for the 6th wicket. Watchful defence. Keeps his head still over the ball, which is an important part of tight defence.
He does, and he's got so much time because there's a lot of batters, particularly modern batters, who are just fiddling around at the crease all the time. They constantly seem to be needing to do something, whereas actually Rew just sets himself up early and just stands and waits, and he's got that bit of extra time as a result.
Calculated leave this time. Yes, he's no Steve Smith.
There's that little trigger movement, doesn't he? That little step he takes, but then he stands perfectly still, that high.
Smith is an inveterate fidgeter. I'd forgotten.
It must be, yeah, a nightmare to bat. Yeah, I'd love to be inside his mind briefly.
Not just batting, either in the field as well. Shot. Just for one. Down to deep backward point. He'll keep the strike with that. James Rew, 190 for 5 at the end of the over. Rew 75, Aldridge 51.
Not long now until the the One Day Cup. I keep saying that. One day I'll change it. The One Day Cup will be up and running. Somerset versus Warwickshire, Friday the 4th of August. Beer and Cider Festival. 2 p.m. start, 50 overs a side. So we'll go late into the night with the floodlights. 100 beers and ciders. And as with all the One Day Cup games, 10 tickets for the price of 8. So a brilliant group offer. Dawson is in, so Rew is defending. Pushing it back to Liam Dawson. He's got 75 Rew. Casey Aldridge has got 51. If you're just joining us, it's Sam Downing and Stephen Lamb. Here on a Somerset live stream, yet again a partnership between James Rew and Casey Aldridge. Getting Somerset out of a bit of trouble as Rew pushes that to the fielder who's kind of long on, James Fuller, not quite on the boundary, but still far enough out for them to take a single.
You struggle to sample every type of beer and cider on offer.
I'd back you, Stephen.
That occasion.
I would back Stephen Lamb. There's a man that can do it. You find us the perfect one to go with that cottage pie of ours.
I might struggle.
There's Aldridge. He's defending on the front foot. You a beer or a cider man?
Cider.
Cider, of course you are. Never any doubt. Instant. Cloudy or fizzy?
Fizzy. Dry.
Aldridge pushing it into mid-wicket for no run. I'm sure we'll find you one of those on Friday, Stephen.
I'm not saying it just because I'm here, I promise you. It's true.
I never doubted you, Stephen. I never would. Sweep shot from Casey Aldridge, and it's a nice sweep shot as well. Sweetly timed, just flicked off the rope and flicked into the Somerset stand. 4 more. Dawson had his head in his hands, but he's had that after almost every delivery, in fairness. But Aldridge, I mean, Dawson's been so accurate. He's barely gone for any runs. In 1 ball short of his 14th over, just gone for the 24. But Aldridge has been patient, and he's put that one away.
Boundary number 8, and he really middled it.
That big wide stance of Casey Aldridge. Back comes down in between the legs. This time he's on the back foot. turning it round the corner, but Mohammed Abbas is there, so there'll be no run. End of the over then, 195 for 5. Stephen, looks like you're leaving me, Stephen.
Yep, we managed a little bit longer though than our first session, but high time for me to hand over to Charlie Taylor.
Charlie going to come back in. We've got about, well, not about, we have 20 overs left, provided the weather allows. Floodlights are on, they've been on for a while now. Keith Barker looks to me like he is going to come back into the attack. Left arm seam of Keith Barker. So we had a bit of Mohammed Abbas. He was a little bit expensive in that previous over he bowled. Went for 9 runs. So Barker is back. Took the new ball. Relatively expensive by his standards too as well. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 43. Afternoon or evening probably it is now, Charlie Taylor.
Yeah, getting there, aren't we? 20 to 6. Yeah, it's still very cloudy, and looking at the forecast, we're not going to make it. Well, not if the forecast comes true. Not going to make it to the end of the day, as this is wide and clipped into the offside, but not getting past the fielder who's at point. So no run. Just and as I talk about the forecast, just a few bits of rain around. Well, hopefully it somehow passes us, but it is a big chunk of it coming up from the southwest. So we'll keep our fingers crossed we get as much as possible, because these two looking good at the moment. Rew 76 and Aldridge 55 really have got Somerset out of a hole here, approaching 200. They were well, 80 for 5, really struggling.
Yes, it was not an ideal situation. Still not really, but they've certainly made Hampshire work.
Defended there. Yeah, and what you'd say about it as well in that 115-run partnership is that it's been flowing quite nicely. They've not really got stuck at any point. They've kept that scoreboard going pretty well.
Yeah, both been positive when they've needed to be. It's not like they've got the runs have dried up. That 102 partnership, when they got to 100 partnership, they've taken just 135 balls.
Defending again from Barker, who's not looked all that threatening today.
It's difficult, isn't it? It's been one that James Vince has had to juggle, because normally he can rely on Barker and Abbas to basically put the ball on sixpence, but actually, while Abbott's only gone for 2 and over, and Dawson's been excellent. Fudders bowled 7 overs for 47, Abbas 15 overs for 60, which by his standards is slightly expensive. Barker going at over 4s, so he could just have done with one more bowler being on the money. James Vince.
Comes the big left-hander, is edging this towards the third area. Will only pick up a single for Rew, who moves to 77. Already over 800 runs in the season from the young wicketkeeper batter, which is a brilliant return. 400s this season. Very, very good work from someone who's got a big future in the game, you'd say.
We talk about his temperament quite a lot, and the position he came in, but also the rain break. So it's very difficult for a batter. I think that's much more difficult than for a bowler. Particularly, they had lunch early, so fine. Then they thought, right, we're going to come out again. 7 balls later, they're back inside. So that takes, you have to go into your zone and then come out again. You're not quite sure when you're going to go and be out there in the middle, but he just looks unflustered by all, James Rew.
Yeah, I'm very impressed again. He's looked a bit different to all the others, the way he's played. Yeah, obviously watching Aldridge at the moment, but he's just been able to be calm amongst what was, coming out at, and Somerset were 4 down, so he came out 41 for 4, and he's just played from that position, and Somerset now find themselves 196 for 5, and he's been really well supported by Aldridge, but very good.
Umpires coming together, and I think they're going to go off. Yeah, they've just had a chat, Mr. Peverell, Mr. Middlebrook. The wave came to the corner where the covers are, and they are going to be run on. So We've had about 35 minutes of what was due to be the evening session. We've still, in theory, got 19 overs remaining. You do start to wonder how much, if any, more we will get to play today. And as it stands, I think it's probably quite even, Charlie.
Yeah, I think you said early on, and I do really agree with you, it's one where you've got to see both teams go. And at 41 for 4, Hampshire were definitely in the position of ascendancy. But at 196 for 5, Somerset will feel like perhaps they might even be slightly on top there. Just if it does turn out to be a hard pitch to bat on, if Somerset's bowlers can make it work for them. But Somerset certainly have really solidified their position after what was a very shaky start.
Yeah, it was. It's going to be a difficult one. You know, Somerset, they've got Jack Brooks, but some more inexperienced bowlers playing. But it's going to hoop around a bit. They've got Casey to come back. I think if they get to 300, that's probably a decent score.
Yeah.
Actually, in the conditions, in the pitch, and then suddenly, bowling last with 2 spinners with Don Best and Shoaib Bashir. I'd expect them to actually probably get through a fair bit of work for Somerset.
Yeah. Well, they've still got, as you say, batting-wise, still got Bess there, who can certainly bat. Got to get through these 2 first. Jack Brooks may well make a quick fire 20 or 30, which could be very useful.
I think these 2 are important.
Absolutely.
I think
absolutely.
This is, it could all come apart. I mean, you can always say that. It's all ifs and buts, isn't it? But if these 2 can, what's probably going to be in the morning, you'd imagine, but you never know, is push on and double this partnership up, then Somerset will be in a very, very strong position.
Yeah, absolutely. The way they've gone about it so far has just been really good. Right then, we'll keep an eye on this for you, as the covers are now, well, the main covers on the pitch itself are on. They're not bringing the sheets on just yet, so we might, hopefully, perhaps that's because they've seen that it's only a passing shower. The umpire's taking a look, I should think, at a forecast at the moment, as they look at the ground staff's phone. But we'll keep our fingers crossed. It's just a quick shower. We might well be back on shortly. So do stay with us here. You'll hear when we come back. But from me, Charlie Taylor, and from Sam Dalling, Harry Everett, and also Stephen Lamb, we'll hopefully see you shortly.
I'm sure you're not going to Hooters. I'll tell your missus of you. That's where she started.
Well, we're back, which is good news. It wasn't too long a delay, so we've still got several overs remaining. I haven't got the exact... It says 19, so I'm just going to go with several. We'll let you know when we get an updated figure. I should think we've probably lost 1 or 2 in that delay. Sam Dalling's alongside me, Charlie Taylor. Sam, you haven't got the updated numbers there. The board is still saying 19, but I don't know how many of those will get in. There is a lot of rain coming, so I'm not sure actually it's that...
It's immaterial, I think.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The
Polly's just on the radio. She's the first person in the ground to find out.
Yeah, she's got a direct line to the umpire, haven't they?
They're just having a little look, aren't they? They're taking a light meter reading. Players are hesitating.
It does look quite dark, doesn't it?
Still waiting to see. So the players had initially, James Rew and Casey Aldridge, we can see there on screen.
We've got a bit of rain around as well, so I've got a feeling that... Well, they're coming out. They are coming out. Well, there we go. We might get a few balls in. Can be one of those days.
Can we get more than the 7 that Stephen and I managed earlier on?
What did we have? We had a 6-ball spell, didn't we, at Headingley this week? There was a 6-ball before they went off for 15 minutes and came back on. So, oh look, all the 5s. Hadn't noticed that. Aldridge 5, Rew 55. Lucky numbers. And Aldridge is on 55 at the moment. Rew's on 77, which kind of spoils it a bit. But
Somerset are 5 down.
Yeah, very good. What else is it? With 5s. Oh, Kyle Abbott's been involved in all 5 wickets.
Struggling for content today, aren't we, Charlie?
Well, it's hard when it's in and out of rain stops like this. They're going back off. They've turned around. Off they go. Stumps are out of the ground. Going to be one of those days. If this is the rain, there's an awful lot coming. If this is the main cloud coming in, then we're going to struggle, I think, to come back on. But we'll, of course, be here and bring it to you if it does restart. But we'll leave it for now as the covers, I'm afraid, come back on. One of those days here at Taunton today.
Mohammed Abbas just saying, what on earth?
Yeah.
Why are we doing this?
I was halfway through a cup of tea. It's gone cold now. Yeah, one of those days. All right, well, we'll be back when the covers come back off. Hopefully, we'll see you then.